reminder as well that our elderly are our most precious. I'm a great believer in that. I'm a great champion. It's very difficult being old. You know, you need extraordinary resilience, and our Queen is a reminder of that. And she's a real icon for that generation. And she's given, in a way, this sort of great voice and publicity to a generation that too often we don't see and we don't hear from. And also her mobility issues, her frailties are a reminder of 500,000 people well over 90 who we don't see and hear and remember nearly enough of.
Thanks very much. Really lovely to talk to you today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tessa Dunlop,
thank you.
Author who's written books about the Queen. Let's also now talk to Matthew Dennison, a historian and author who published a biography of the Queen last year. Matthew, just what are your thoughts today on this news that the Queen's health is clearly not particularly good? The doctors are concerned for her health, but she is comfortable and at Balmoral.
Yes, I think, at key moments, royal communication is always described as the palace, isn't it? It's a palace, not a person who speaks. And I think the palace announcement that doctors are concerned, given palace rhetoric tends to be understated, is something that should trouble us. Obviously, it's balanced by that suggestion that the Queen herself is comfortable, but I think the key bit of the announcement is the concern of the doctors. I don't think such a statement would have been released given the inevitable disquiet that it will cause across the nation and indeed across the Commonwealth if there isn't real reason for that concern on the Queen's doctors' parts.
And I suppose that statement is one part of the information we have. The second is that all of the Queen's children have travelled to be with her and to be at her side.
Yes, and together, those two bits of that little jigsaw puzzle do add up to something greater, don't they? It's very difficult for the royal family because their lives are profoundly public, and for most of us, we can treat our health as something private. And of course, the royal family would wish for their health mostly to be private. But in this case, we are talking about the health of the sovereign, who is still a part of the executive part of government, but also who is a more than deeply loved figure, somebody who actually inspires reverence, both at home and abroad. And so I think the royal family finds itself in this difficult position that they do need to release some information. And yet, of course, part of preserving both the dignity of the crown and also the Queen's own human dignity is that we are not served up unnecessary details.
Well, indeed, because aside from that, it is, as you say, it's a personal, it's a private matter, isn't it? And the royal family and the Queen are very much an organisation that doesn't really wish to intrude upon her privacy, and they are simply telling us what we need to know.
There is so little in the Queen's life that is genuinely private, virtually nothing at all. And therefore one can understand why the royal family and indeed the royal household and all the Queen's aides and helpers would wish to hold on to something. I think it is a very difficult position because one would assume that at the moment doctors are not entirely clear which way things are going. And I think, as your last speaker said, with very old people, there can be a lot of scares followed by rallyings, can't there? But also it would clearly not be inappropriate for the nation not to be prepared in some way if the Queen's health is in real danger.
OK, Matthew Dennison, good to talk to you. Thank you very much for joining us today. Matthew Dennison, historian and author of The Queen. If you're just joining us here on Sky, just a reminder of the breaking news that we're bringing you this lunchtime, and that is that Buckingham Palace released a statement a little earlier today about the Queen's health. It says, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. Well, Sky's royal commentator Alistair Bruce joins me on the line now. Alistair, good to talk to you today. This is obviously a worrying time for the royal family, and it's unusual, isn't it, that Buckingham Palace would make a statement of this nature?
Buckingham Palace measures every announcement it makes very carefully, and this is matter of concern for the Queen's family, and especially because we saw the Queen so sprightly in welcoming the new Prime Minister, and for her children to be gathering at Balmoral on the advice of those who have medical care for Her Majesty. This is quite a significant moment. And it is a matter of great concern for that family and, of course, for the nation and for other nations who look to the Queen as their head of state or as head of the Commonwealth, because undoubtedly this is a difficult time, and for the family who now need to focus on being with Her Majesty at this time, it is a very difficult thing for the rest of us to look in and try and wait to find in what direction the current medical situation might take the Queen.
And Alistair, her family, we understand, are all travelling, but do you have any more information? Do we know yet whether her family have actually all arrived, if they are all actually there?
I only know what we have been informed by Buckingham Palace, and it would seem that at this stage, with the clarity that it's quite a long way for many of them to get to Aberdeenshire itself in the north of Scotland, presumably getting there by air and then driving certainly an hour's journey from Aberdeen Airport to Balmoral Castle. But I'm sure each member of their own quiet way will be trying to get to be with the Queen as quickly as possible, in line with the information we're receiving that her position is one that requires the gathering of her family.
And Alistair, what are you able to tell us, or what information do we have about the medical attention that the Queen is receiving? I mean, obviously, there is the NHS, there is medical attention available to all of us, but does she have her own private physician, and would that be who would be treating her at the moment, do we believe?
There is always a doctor available, as you rightly say, and there has been a doctor who's shown particular care and concern for the Queen when she's at Balmoral, who's known her for years and years. But also the Queen, particularly in more recent times, has benefited from a bit of extra oversight from the doctor who she knows from being at Windsor, and it's quite possible that that doctor will be in attendance too. There will be the assistance that, as you rightly point out, people of a certain age do receive, and I think that at the moment at Balmoral, which is a long way away from hospitals and anything like that, but it is a comfortable place to be. The Queen will be very comfortable in a room that, after all, she's known most of her life, and she will be given as much good care and concern as she requires. She's also got members of staff who've looked after her equally for a very, very long time, and they can provide whatever is required to keep her comfortable. And also, it's a place which can quite comfortably house all members of the Queen's family who need to be there, in that they were all with her actually up until quite recently.
And Alistair, we know that Princess Anne, the Earl and Countess of Wessex, the Prince of Wales and Duchess of Cornwall and the Duke of York, all travelling to be with her, all of her children, also grandchildren, the Duke of Cambridge going up there. And we've heard in the last couple of moments the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will also be travelling to Scotland. They are unusually in the country. The Queen will undoubtedly be welcoming all of those by her bedside.
The Queen is a matriarch in so many ways, not just of the United Kingdom, but also of a family. And for her, like for anybody in that position, it's good to have family around. Families are complicated sometimes, but families are what they are. And to any of us in life, and for the Queen, it is very, very important always for her to feel that her family are around. And I think that this is a family that has always gathered on particularly important occasions. And if this is that particular important occasion, it is entirely appropriate that all members of the Queen's family should, if they wish to, try to be supportive at this time.
Alistair Bruce there, our royal commentator. Really good to talk to you today and good to get your insight. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm sure we will return to Alistair if there are any updates. But that news from Buckingham Palace came as the Commons was debating the new Prime Minister's energy plan. Labour's Chris Bryant described the feeling in the House, saying that the Commons feels chilly and sombre, as if the blood has been drained from its cheeks. We wish Her Majesty and her family well. Liz Truss also tweeted to say the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. And the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, also tweeted to say, along with the rest of the country, I'm deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for her recovery. Well, our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, joins me now. And Sam, we were very much focused on what was happening in the House of Commons this morning, weren't we, with the Prime Minister's new energy plan? But this news from Buckingham Palace has slightly changed that somewhat.
That's right. The Speaker of the House of Commons, Lindsay Hoyle, giving MPs an update on the Queen's health as Liz Truss was giving her statement outlining, just 48 hours into the job, possibly the biggest policy that she will set out in her time as Prime Minister, a vast package to help households with their energy costs. Two components. She will ensure that households no longer face a big additional rise in their bills come the 1st of October. Instead, the government will step in and effectively fund the difference between what bills are and what they could have been if that energy cap had been introduced for 2 years. So that's a long period of time, longer than many expected. For businesses, there will be 6 months' help on an equivalent basis, and after that, only the neediest of businesses will receive some support from the state. Lots of unknowns, however, about Liz Truss's policy that will define her. We do not know how much it will cost, and indeed, we don't know the fine print for a lot of it, but we will see in the coming weeks what comes next.
Sam, thanks very much for that. It is 2 o'clock. You're watching Sky News. A reminder of this afternoon's developing story and our top story today. Buckingham Palace says the Queen is under medical supervision after her doctors became concerned about her health. A statement from Buckingham Palace says, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended that she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. Well, it's understood that all 4 of the Queen's children are en route to Balmoral. Also on their way to Balmoral are the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, as well as the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. The new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, responded to the news a short while ago. She said the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across the United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. The Archbishop of Canterbury tweeted, my prayers and the prayers of people across the Church of England and the nation are with Her Majesty the Queen today. May God's presence strengthen and comfort Her Majesty, her family, and those who are caring for her at Balmoral. Well, shortly after that announcement was made, the Speaker of the House of Commons, Lindsay Hoyle, made this announcement to the House.
I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment.
Well, joining me now from Westminster is Sky's royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. Rhiannon, just bring us up to date on the information that we have. The bare bones of it we've just outlined. We don't really know a great deal more, do we?
We don't. I think it's worth stressing that it's highly unusual for Buckingham Palace to share with us this kind of medical information. And so undoubtedly it does raise concerns. And then on top of that, the fact that we know that so many members of her family are now heading up to Balmoral as well. It was around 12:30 that it was confirmed by Buckingham Palace that following further evaluation, they had decided that the Queen they were concerned for her medical condition and that she would undergo further medical supervision. The Palace, though, also very keen to stress that she was still at Balmoral, and that was where she was being treated. There had also been some speculation that there may have been some kind of a fall, and so they wanted to, again, clear that up. That was not the case. And then shortly after that, they told us that, yes, family members had been told of the Queen's condition, and that as a result, we now know that the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall are up in Scotland. Princess Anne is also already up in Scotland because she was carrying out engagements there this week. We also know that Prince Edward and his wife Sophie and also Prince Andrew are now heading up to Balmoral. And in terms of grandchildren, we've also been informed that the Duke of Cambridge is on his way to Balmoral, and in the last kind of few minutes, really, it has also been confirmed by their spokespeople that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are going to be making their way up to Scotland as well. Has to be said, it is a rather long journey. It was a journey that I carried out earlier in the week. It's not necessarily that quick to get up to Aberdeenshire, and often would involve a flight up to Aberdeen and then either a helicopter flight from Aberdeen Airport over to Balmoral, weather permitting, of course, or getting in the car, which is normally about an hour's journey. So it's not necessarily an easy place to get up to, but certainly it appears that the doctors are advising and the Queen's staff are advising that it is best for the family to be there around her, to spend some time with her, to see how she's doing. But undoubtedly, it is, I think, concerning that they have decided to tell us that she is continuing to be supervised medically. Of course, it all comes after yesterday evening. It was confirmed that the doctors had told her to rest because she had to cancel a Privy Council meeting that had been pencilled in yesterday evening, which was due to involve her new Prime Minister, and also she would have been introducing new members of the Cabinet to that important body, senior body of advisors to the monarch. That event would have appeared in the court circular. If it hadn't appeared, if she hadn't been able to carry it out, then of course there would have been speculation about why not. So I think their hand was really forced yesterday in terms of having to tell us that she'd been told to rest by doctors. Often they're reluctant to tell us details like that. But yes, it is, I think, alarming and concerning that they have decided to tell us today that they are particularly concerned about her medical condition. As you will probably not be surprised to hear, we don't know what that involves, and that is fairly common for members of the royal family not to tell us more details than they have to. Of course, over the last 12 months, we have had to get used to the fact that the Queen, at 96 years old, has been struggling with her mobility, and I think it is particularly marked in the last 12 months. If I think back to last October, where she was opening the Scottish Parliament, opening the Welsh Parliament, where she was conducting the baton ceremony at the front of Buckingham Palace and then meeting global business leaders at Windsor Castle. Last October, she was incredibly busy, and then middle of October, she had to cancel a trip to Northern Ireland, and following that, it was announced that she had to spend an evening in hospital and had had some tests. And since then, there have regularly been occasions where the palace have talked to us about these episodic mobility problems. However, it's worth pointing out that as we saw on Tuesday, the Queen has been as determined as she has always been throughout her 70-year reign to carry out the duties that she feels that she is able to undertake. The team around her have been making sure that they facilitate that, and that is why for her it was so important that she saw her 14th outgoing Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, at Balmoral on Tuesday, and then also appointed her 15th Prime Minister, Liz Truss.
And just thinking, Rhiannon, if we think back to what happened last week when we were all looking ahead to the announcement of the new Prime Minister, that it was decided by the royal family, by Buckingham Palace, last week that there was a decision made that the new Prime Minister would be travelling to Balmoral, whereas what has happened up to now has been very much that the royal family have on the day said whether the Queen's mobility is good enough for her to carry out engagements or meet people. So it perhaps was clear last week that her mobility was not good over a period of time, if they were able to perhaps look ahead to the fact that the following week she would not be really in a position to travel down to London to carry out this duty.
I have to slightly disagree, because that was not the messaging that we were hearing from the palace. What they were saying was that because she is suffering from these episodic mobility problems, they didn't want to say that she was definitely coming down to London and then on Tuesday morning have to change the plans. And in essence, they didn't want to do that because ultimately the Queen, yes, she's head of state, but she wasn't the only important person on that day. And so everything from the palace, as in what they were telling us, was that they wanted to make sure that firm plans were in place so that everybody knew what they were doing on Tuesday and there didn't have to be any last-minute change of plans. Of course, it was, I think, still a shift. We had heard earlier in the summer that actually the Queen was more than happy to come down to London and potentially carry out that appointment, if not at Buckingham Palace, then at Windsor, which we know that she prefers and she is much more comfortable there. But I think in the end it was probably down to that medical advice. And as we have spoken about, ever since we had this news announced, nearly almost 2 hours ago now, the medical team around her will have been very important over the last 12 months in terms of giving her guidance. If anyone's got anyone who's in their 90s in their family, you can't necessarily tell a 90-year-old woman what she should be doing, but certainly giving her that guidance of what was sensible. And I think we have definitely seen that happening. But on the other hand, the Queen has undoubtedly been deciding what she wants to do. And we've seen that in some of the more lighter and more upbeat events that she's definitely decided that she didn't want to miss out on. So, for example, the Windsor Horse Show and also the Chelsea Flower Show. But I think these photos that we saw on Tuesday, they were striking. And the first thing that I thought was, actually, this was more the image of a grandmother there in her Balmoral tartan skirt and her cardigan. I'm told that is very much what she would usually wear in Scotland. Yes, she might be having a new Prime Minister to visit, but why should she change her attire? But I think the look was more grandmotherly than head of state. And I do think that when people saw particularly that image of her next to the fireplace, I think it did, for some people, ramp up a level of concern. But what is interesting is that I was actually talking to some photographers who were based up in the Highlands over the summer, and they have taken photographs. Has to be said, these photos have not been published, I suspect because of where they're taken and potentially seen as being intrusive. But in these photographs, you can see the Queen dressed very similarly to what she's wearing there, sometimes with a headscarf on, out in the grounds with her dogs and not with a walking stick. And so it appears that whether it was because Tuesday was a busy day or whether there has been a deterioration in her health, a marked deterioration in health in the last 48 hours for other reasons, it does seem that Tuesday certainly took it out of her.
OK, Rhiannon, thanks very much for now. Let's just remind you of the breaking news that we're bringing to you this lunchtime, that there has been a statement from Buckingham Palace about the Queen's health, saying, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. Well, joining me on the phone is the royal author and historian Sarah Gristwood. Sarah, good to talk to you today. This does seem to be a significant announcement, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I mean, the palace does not usually comment on the Queen's health, but also I think there's several signifiers there, if you like. There's the word concerned, but crucially, there is the fact that key members of the royal family, Prince Charles, Prince William, and as we now know, Prince Harry, are flying to Aberdeen. This really, I hate to say it, this is not looking very good. But I mean, no one knows, of course. The fact is that with anybody's health, certainly someone in their 90s, even the doctors can't tell what is going to happen. And I'm sure we all hope that this will just have been the wear and tear of the last few days, and that the Queen will recover from it. But to me, the real key is that those key members of the royal family have flown to Aberdeen.
Indeed. But as you point out, at 96, until as recently as Monday, she was still carrying out a significant number of duties.
Indeed, she was. I mean, we have obviously seen a great many, signs over the last year or so, perhaps one might say since the death of Prince Philip, that her health is not what it was at 96. Why would it be? But this, I'm afraid, does have a slightly different feel to things that we've heard or seen before.
She is up at Balmoral. It's where she does spend her summers. What does Balmoral mean to the Queen?
It's been her happy place, her escape. I mean, if anything, let's use the euphemism, were to happen, I'm sure the Queen in many ways would be happy to think that it was there, among the place that she calls home, I think. Windsor Castle is the home of the monarchy. Buckingham Palace is its office, but Balmoral has been very much the home of the Queen's heart. When the royal family are at Balmoral for this long summer break, they're in a kind of different place, and for the Queen particularly, a happier place than many of the others that she has to visit.
And what kind of staff would she have there? What kind of medical attention will she have there? Do you know?
Oh, I'm quite sure that she'll have the best possible medical attention. Obviously, the Queen's doctors will have, any doctors necessary will have flown to her. Obviously, even in a royal household, there is a limit to the amount of emergency medical attention that can be given. It all does depend to exactly what the Queen's medical situation is at the moment. Clearly, as far as we know, they have not thought of taking her to a hospital. That could mean one of several things: that it's not necessary, that it's unsafe, or just that because of the nature of her problem, it's not really appropriate. But Balmoral, I mean, I think remote as it is by most of our standards, I'm sure that they would get to her there anything that could be done outside a hospital.
And why do you think that they have made this announcement, Sarah? Do you think that they felt they had to, perhaps if members of the royal family were all travelling because they were concerned that perhaps they maybe felt they had to say something? It's
a bit, that is the question really, isn't it? What's chicken and what's egg? Whether it was that they made the announcement, as you say, because other members of the royal family were flying up there and they had to. That was too visible, if you like, for them not to comment, or the other way round, that they made the statement because the Queen is really in not a very good position, and that's why the members of the family are flying.
OK. Royal author and historian Sarah Gristwood, really good of you to join us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Well, let's talk now to the Queen's former Scottish Communications Secretary, Louise Tate, who joins us now. And Louise, you've been close to the Queen, close to the royal family for many, many years. You were one of the last people with her when COVID struck. What do you know will be happening at Balmoral at the moment?
Well, thank you. There are a number of things that will be happening. As we know, members of the family, it's most important that members of the family have been informed and can be with Her Majesty if they're able. And clearly that's something that's happened or happening. There is a large staff at the estate run by the Factor, and everything being done to make sure that everything needs to be facilitated will be facilitated.
What do you read into the fact that all of her family are coming to her bedside?
Well, Buckingham Palace have always been clear that they generally do not give a running commentary on members of the royal family, and particularly regarding health. I think it's quite significant that members of the family are travelling to Balmoral. Mention was made, it is, by some people's standards, remote. It's rural, but it's not always the easiest place to get to. The weather can play a big part in that. We saw that earlier this week.
In terms of flights and in terms of people just being able to physically get there, you mean?
Physically get there. It takes some time, and if a helicopter journey from Aberdeen is not possible, then clearly it's a road journey, which means 45 minutes, 50 an hour by road, and it's all time.
How important do you think it is to the Queen that she is actually at Balmoral? We just heard from Sarah Gristwood, who talked about it being the home of her heart.
It's a very important place to most of the family, I would say, but especially to Her Majesty the Queen and Prince Philip. It was a place they spent a lot of time over the years. It's the place that, until COVID, that they spent most time in one place. And many of the activities they enjoy, the walking and the barbecuing and all the leisure time that they have together at Balmoral is really special.
The fact that she has always had these long holidays there, is it what is special about the place? The fact that it is away from duties, because presumably she still has to carry out duties while she is there. Is it just that it is the place of the family rather than the place of the job?
Well, I think it's all very well understood that Her Majesty continues to work wherever she is, and the environment that Balmoral affords is being able to plan a day where you can do the red boxes, deal with the official government business of state, and then perhaps look forward to something more outdoors later in the day. So it's a matter of, I think, pace and just being able to spend time with family in an intimate place like Balmoral. It's very atmospheric. It is a castle, but it's quite an intimate castle, if you like. And it's always a very lively place to be, with members of the family coming and going and different guests. And it's always, as I understand it, been a very, very happy place.
And from your knowledge of I mean, I presume that you're still in contact with people who are still working with the Queen. Has she been able this summer to make much of the environment there? Has she been able to get out and about and get the fresh air?
Well, I have to confess that that's not something I've been keeping an eye on, just the summer I've had. But as far as I'm aware, yes, she has been able to enjoy some outdoor pursuits. That's my...
What kind of team does she have up there around her?
What kind of what, sorry? Routine?
What kind of team does she have up there around her?
Well, many of the familiar people that you'll see at Buckingham Palace, private secretaries, and they have their teams with them. The equerry is in attendance. There's always an equerry, or the official equerry, or an equerry in waiting. And of course, there's the team who are resident at the estate. And they are all very much involved in the daily life of Her Majesty, be that official or unofficial.
And in terms of medical assistance, Rhiannon was pointing out to us a short while ago that there's always a royal doctor on hand. I mean, would it be that the Queen would need to travel to hospital should her condition worsen, or do you think the medical attention would come to her?
Well, I think that's a matter for the medical professionals. There is a medical household, and that relates to whichever part of the country Her Majesty is in, or members of the royal family are in, and they are routinely involved in many things around the court. And so if the decision was made to go to hospital, that would be a matter for the professionals, absolutely.
OK. Louise Tate, the Queen's former Queen's Scottish Press Secretary, very kind of you to join us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the news about the Queen's health came as Liz Truss, the new Prime Minister, was announcing her cost of living package in the House of Commons. It was announced in the Commons, and in response, she tweeted, "The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, joins me now. And Sam, this announcement, as it did coming in the House of Commons during this energy speech this morning, came as quite a surprise to the House of Commons.
That's right. Liz Truss, in her first major policy statement, nevertheless overshadowed by the announcement by Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker of the House of Commons. Now, it was clear in the moments leading up to that announcement that there was something going on. We saw Nadhim Zahawi, a new Cabinet Office Minister, briefing Liz Truss. We saw Keir Starmer being handed a piece of paper by Angela Rayner, his deputy. So the atmosphere in the Commons changed pretty rapidly, but it was only a few moments later that MPs and the nation found out what was going on. Lindsay Hoyle said, "I know I speak for the entire House when I say we send our best wishes to the Queen. She and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at the moment. There is no more. We will update the House accordingly." Now, you've heard the words just there of the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. Of course, it was less than 48 hours ago that she became the Queen's 15th Prime Minister, the first Winston Churchill, Liz Truss now the 15th, succeeding Boris Johnson on Tuesday. And we have had some messages from other senior politicians as well. If we look at Keir Starmer, he says, "Along with the rest of the country, I am deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for her recovery." Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister of Scotland, said, "All of us are feeling profoundly concerned at the reports of Her Majesty's health. My thoughts and wishes are with the Queen and all of the royal family at this time." The Liberal Democrat leader, Ed Davey, said, "The whole nation's thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty, the Queen and her family, as we all hope and pray for her full recovery." I've talked to a number of MPs privately. There is a great deal of concern, many best wishes for the royal family being issued, and everybody here in the House of Commons and across the Houses of Parliament waiting for news to see what happens next.
OK, Sam, thanks very much for bringing us up to date on the political reaction to what is happening. Well, let's talk now to the historian and author Anthony Seldon, who joins us from our Westminster studio. Hi, Anthony Seldon. Good to talk to you. What do you make of today's announcement?
Well, it's obviously worrying, isn't it? I mean, we don't know, and we shouldn't speculate what it means, but it's serious enough for the children and grandchildren to come up by her side. We haven't seen that that I can recall before, so we know it's serious. And it's bringing closer that moment, and it's preparing us for what will be a moment of absolute extraordinary importance. This country is a monarchy. We're not a republic. The Queen is the head of state, and she is the linchpin that holds the country together, all parts of the United Kingdom. She is the continuity in our nation. Prime ministers come and go. Sam Coates reminded us that she's seen 15 heads of government, but just one head of state. So let's hope, obviously, that there's a long time to go, but it's preparing us for what will be the day of all days in our history. Not since 1952, 70 years ago, did the country face such a moment.
And it's a moment, as you say, a remarkable monarchy, a remarkable reign that we marked at the Platinum Jubilee in the summer. And this is a woman who has given her whole life to this role and still, only 2 days ago, was fulfilling it fully.
Absolutely. She pledged 70 years ago that she would serve for as long as she was alive, and she has held good to that. She is the epitome, the outstanding example of selfless service. Somebody that the whole of the country, politicians, everyone can look up to and admire. She has been as good as her word. She has been completely faithful to service to the country and to the Commonwealth. She's also the linchpin that holds the Commonwealth together. So, I mean, the country will come through when the sad day comes, a long time in the future, we hope. But it will be extraordinary. That's all we can say. As historians, when we look back at what was promised to be the second Elizabethan age, that was the promise when she succeeded her father 70 years ago, George VI. And people were harking back to an Elizabethan age akin to the first Queen Elizabeth I from 1558 to 1603. And of course, she's easily eclipsed the longevity of Elizabeth I. And she has personified Britain across the whole world. That is a core reason why people look to Great Britain. It is the monarchy more than the come and go administrations and prime ministers. So it'll be a big day.
And I think, when we look at big milestones throughout her life, in the last few years, as her health has slowly deteriorated, and after the death of Prince Philip, there were a lot of people who would perhaps have thought it wasn't beyond the realms of possibility that she could step aside. But this is something that she clearly decided not to do, that, as you say, this was something, a role that she felt she had to fulfil. Absolutely.
I mean, she is a woman of faith, her Christian faith and principle. She's a woman of her word, and she gave that pledge that she would serve. And even though her son, Prince Charles, is ready and waiting and fulfilling some of the duties that the monarch has fulfilled, and I think he will go on and be an excellent monarch, will really step up to that job. Nevertheless, she doesn't want to hand over more than the very minimal duties that she feels that she has to, and that included, of course, the state opening of Parliament, but very significantly, not the acceptance of the resignation of the outgoing Prime Minister, the 14th of her reign, Boris Johnson, and the incoming of the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. They went up to Balmoral. That's saying a great deal about what Britain is, the kind of country that we are, that the head of government at that moment of intense pressure for them, forming their cabinet, dealing with all the crises, gets on a plane and travels a round trip of 1,000 miles. That's saying how important the head of state is, the monarch, to the very fabric and the constitution of this country.
And should there be any doubt as to how the rest of the nation feels about the monarch, we only have to look to the crowds that gathered at the Platinum Jubilee and the events that were held and the enormous warmth that was shown at those public events by people in the UK towards Her Majesty.
Yes, and polls show the continuing extent of that popularity. Monarchs throughout history have not always been popular. Elizabeth I wasn't. Victoria went through periods in the 19th century of considerable unpopularity when she withdrew following the death of her husband, Albert, and she went into mourning for a long period. None of that with Queen Elizabeth II. She was straight back in action and showing the country that she was going to carry on, despite the intense grief and pain that she must have felt. She was putting her duty to the country first. Remarkable, quite remarkable.
Indeed. Anthony Selden, for now, we will pause with you, but we will return to you in a short while. Thanks very much for joining us. Let's just remind you, if you are tuning in our way, of the latest that we're hearing on the Queen's health. A statement has been released from Buckingham Palace today. They have said, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. And then we also heard a short time after that from various royal palaces that the Queen's children, Princess Anne, the Earl and Countess of Wessex, the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall and the Duke of York are all travelling to be by her bedside. Some of them, we believe, were already up there in Scotland. Princess Anne was up there already. Also hearing that some of her grandchildren, the Duke of Cambridge and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, also travelling to be by her bedside. And those two bits of information together do convey that there is obviously concern in the royal households about Her Majesty's health. Well, joining us now is Emily Nash, the royal editor of Hello magazine. And Emily, this does appear to be a significant day, doesn't it? And it does appear to be a worrying development about the Queen's health.
Well, unfortunately it does. And we've seen so many times over the years rumours going around that something was going to be announced. But actually, this morning, seeing the House of Commons, the two party leaders being handed notes, and the expressions on their faces really brought home how much of an impact concern over the Queen's health will have on the country as a whole. And the fact that the palace are obviously not doing much to allay people's concerns. We're being told the Queen is comfortable, but the fact that other members of the family are around her suggests that it's very serious indeed.
Do you think it's likely we will get further updates?
I think we would all hope for further updates. They'll come in due course. Obviously, the palace don't want speculation around what's happened. I've been told that reports that she'd had a fall were wider than mark. But I think it's key that they want the family to be around her, and in due course, we'll find out more.
It's a difficult balancing act for the royal palaces, isn't it? Because they, on the one hand, wish to preserve her privacy and her dignity, but on the other hand, as a monarch of the country, there is a certain amount of knowledge that the public need to know.
Absolutely. And, you know, everyone feels invested in the Queen in some way. You know, she's the only monarch most of us have ever known. She is so integral in our country's identity that this is deeply unsettling for a lot of people. So it's right that we are kept informed. Obviously, there is medical privacy there, which is she has as much right to as anybody else, of course. But, you know, I think at this moment, people's thoughts are very much with the Queen and her family.
And in terms of the Queen's popularity, we saw it on the streets during the Platinum Jubilee. But for you at Hello, do you find that still there is great appetite for people who wish to read about the Queen, who wish to have more information about her?
Absolutely. She is so loved by people across the country. Our readers, obviously, in particular, very keen on the royal family. But the Queen in particular, whether or not you're a monarchist, engenders such respect from people across the board. You know, people respect the fact that she has done her duty throughout her entire life. She has not allowed various crises get in the way of her taking her red boxes every day. We saw her appointing her 15th Prime Minister earlier this week. There is a huge amount of respect for her.
And for her family travelling up there, a really, really worrying time.
Absolutely. I was due to be covering the Well Child Awards this afternoon, which the Duke and Duchess of Sussex were attending. They are now en route to Scotland. So, you know, there's no doubt about it that this is a huge moment for the royal family.
OK, Emily Nash, Royal Editor at Hello, thanks very much for joining us. Well, let's bring in the royal author of The Queen and Elizabeth and Margaret, the intimate world of the Windsor sisters, Andrew Morton. Andrew, what are your thoughts today when you've heard these two bits of information we've had from Buckingham Palace, one about the Queen's health and two about the other members of the royal family travelling to be with her?
Well, it's reminiscent of the last weeks in the life of Prince Philip, where Prince Charles and other members of the royal family visited him in hospital. So this is very, very serious indeed. And obviously we all travel in hope, but we all expect the worst.
How significant do you think it is that she's at Balmoral while she appears to be particularly ill? It's always been an important place for her, hasn't it?
You're absolutely right there. When I was researching my book on the Queen, I spoke to some of the great and the good of Edinburgh and beyond. And they have a committee on what to do in the event of the Queen's passing in Scotland, how it should be handled. So it's all been thought through and arranged. And it's in its own way, it's kind of, you stand back in awe at the way that people have organised this.
And in terms of writing your book and researching the Queen's life, I mean, she is a 96-year-old woman who's led virtually her entire life, certainly from her early 20s, in the public eye. You would imagine that there's possibly little we don't know about the Queen, but is that the case?
Well, I think that the Queen has surprised us all by the way that she's handled, for example, the COVID crisis. Her "We'll Meet Again" speech really underpinned her sense of duty, but also her pragmatism. She's a member of the war generation, and I think that comes shining through in her behaviour. Never explain, never complain could be her motto.
And in terms of what she provides to that generation, a figurehead of behaviour. Were that to be lost, that would be an enormous loss to the country, wouldn't it?
Well, as one of your other contributors said, the Queen is the only person most of us have ever known as head of state. And we've seen her triumphs and her tragedies over the years. We've walked with her. And in that sense, she's part of our own lives. And, you know, when Diana died, we talked about the stiff upper lip giving way to the trembling lower lip, and in a way, the Queen has always represented the stiff upper lip, and someone who, you know, we all respect for her sense of duty and her sense of family as well, which, you know, is often forgotten about.
Well, indeed, and as Anthony Selden was just saying to us a short while ago, monarchs are not always popular, but she has been universally popular, but at the same time managed to also raise a family.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's gone through some bumpy patches. Let's not sugarcoat it. As she said herself, 1992 was her annus horribilis. Her reign started off with great expectation after the coronation in 1953. There was talk of a new Elizabethan age. That soon turned to sour talk about the monarchy, about the political elite, the failure of sewers and so on. And then we get into the swinging 60s, and she was, to a degree, overshadowed by her glamorous sister. But she's someone who does the marathon. She's not in it for the sprint. And over the years, whether there's been vicissitudes amongst members of her family, she's always been the one that people turn to for support, and they turn to with respect.
And that would be something that you know, interestingly enough, as you say, that the country would feel the loss of, but certainly as a family, they would feel the loss of, were she not to be there.
Well, the very fact that the Sussexes are flying in from abroad shows you the severity of it, because they've done their utmost to avoid being in a room with other members of the family.
Indeed, yes. So we've heard that news in the last couple of hours, that they are going to be travelling up there along with other members of the royal family. Andrew Morton, historian and author, thank you very much for joining us for now. Let's go back to our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. Rhiannon, for people who are just tuning in, just a reminder of the news that we're bringing you this afternoon on the Queen's health, that following further evaluation this morning. Buckingham Palace released a statement saying that the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. She is comfortable and at Balmoral. And Rhiannon, we know that she has had members of her family, all of her children and some of her grandchildren travelling to Balmoral to be with her.
Yes, Jane, I think it's right. We should probably recap on everything that we've heard in the last couple of hours. And it was just after 12:30 that we were told that her doctors clearly had concerns for her, so had decided that she needed medical supervision. And then shortly after that, the palace confirmed that family had been informed of that decision that the doctors had made. And we heard about this procession of members of the family, so children and grandchildren, who are now either at Balmoral. So we understand that Prince Charles and the Duchess of Cornwall and also Princess Anne are already up there. And we now also have Prince Edward and his wife Sophie, Prince Andrew heading up there, and grandsons Prince William and also Prince Harry and Meghan are now also making their way up to Scotland. It's worth, again, stressing that it is highly unusual that we should have this kind of update from Buckingham Palace, and that is why, undoubtedly, it is causing a great deal of concern. And the fact that all of her family members are also travelling up to be with her and see how she is. The first inkling that we got that something wasn't quite right with the Queen's health actually came yesterday evening. So at about 6 o'clock, Buckingham Palace told us that after what was a full day on Tuesday, the day, of course, that she oversaw the handover of power between one Prime Minister and the next, after a full day on Tuesday, the doctors had advised the Queen to rest yesterday. And that meant that she wasn't able to carry out a Privy Council meeting. Now, she was going to carry out that via computer, remotely anyway, but it was going to involve Liz Truss, her new Prime Minister, and also welcoming new members of the Cabinet to the Privy Council, which is that senior body of advisors to the monarch. That, of course, would usually appear on the court circular, and the fact that you have so many people within Westminster who were expecting to be involved in it, I think their hand really was forced in terms of having to tell us that the Queen had been advised to rest. But then I think the fact that they've gone further today is unexpected and is a step further than we've seen in the past. She has had a remarkable 70-year reign, and I think for many people it has been easy to forget that for 6 years she's now been in her 90s. We've still been so used to her soldiering on, continuing with those duties, never giving up, still committed to that sense of service and duty. And again, we saw that on Tuesday, didn't we? She was very firm that she was the one who wanted to be there at the centre of that important handover of power, just as she'd been on 14 other occasions. Yes, the whole process had to be moved up to Balmoral because she was unable to travel down to London. But I think for all parties involved, it was important to see that the Queen was involved, that she again was carrying out that key constitutional role, that sense of continuity. Because I think what will be unsettling for many people today, this news will be unsettling, and that is because many people up and down the country still see her as a really important symbol of stability and continuity. And that's exactly what we saw on Tuesday. Continuity. The Queen, again, as monarch, carrying out those important duties.
And Rhiannon, just reminding our viewers of the statement that we received from Buckingham Palace saying, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remains under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. Rhiannon, just bringing you back in, I mean, when we look back over the Queen's lifetime and her health, I mean, she has had one or two ailments, but a remarkably healthy woman throughout her entire life.
And I think that is why the last 12 months have been, in some ways, quite difficult for many people to comprehend. Yes, during her 70-year reign, it's been incredibly rare for her to to suffer from any great sustained period of ill health. There's been the odd cataract operation, there's been the odd issue that she's had maybe with her knee, or we saw probably about 6 years ago, she on a rare occasion used a walking stick. But I think there has been a marked change within the last 12 months. I've been thinking back to 12 months ago, where in the October of 2021, she was incredibly busy. At the end of September, she had planted a tree on the Balmoral estate with the Prince of Wales. She then went on to open the Scottish Parliament, accompanied by Prince Charles and Camilla, but the Queen still very much leading proceedings there. She then went on to also attend a Battle of Britain service with Princess Anne, and then subsequently opened the Welsh Parliament. It was around that time that we started to see her using a walking stick, but she still carried on and carried out a baton relay event at Buckingham Palace, and then subsequently hosted a whole range of global business leaders for the Global Investment Summit that happened at Windsor. However, the day after that, she was due to go to Northern Ireland, and at that moment, something changed. I was told just as we'd landed in Northern Ireland that actually the Queen was not going to be able to carry out that duty. She'd been advised to rest at home. Subsequently, in the coming days, it was announced that actually she had been taken to hospital and she'd had to undergo tests. And then in the following months, we then saw that she was unable to attend Remembrance Sunday. And I think for many of us, that was a moment when we had a bit of a wake up that actually these duties, these fixtures within her annual calendar, which are so dear to her, don't forget, she has, after all, been a military wife, a military mother, and never would have given up going and placing her wreath, or at least witnessing her son place that wreath on her behalf. She kept carrying on. But last November, she simply wasn't able to do it because she had a problem with her back. And so we've had to get into this new pattern of seeing that the Queen, yes, there is no doubt that she has continued to want to carry out her duties however she can. And everything has been changed and adjusted to try and make sure that she is able to do that. And those advisors around her have been doing a good job to try and adjust, make sure she doesn't have to walk so far, or make sure she's not standing up for so long. But actually, there still have been moments where it's simply been too much. And one of those was the state opening of Parliament, where we saw that for the first time, our constitution had to really shift and change, adjust in a way that we hadn't seen previously, as the responsibility was handed over to her two councillors of state, so the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Cambridge, to carry out that responsibility of opening Parliament. And I think at that moment, we also again appreciated that now there is very much a sense that it's been a common sense approach over the last 12 months to make sure that still the duties are carried out, and we all have to adjust, a sense that the family have adjusted. They have been there ready to step in when they've needed to, but actually helping us as a country to adjust, helping the world to adjust to the fact that the Queen isn't always going to be able to carry out those key roles as we've seen her do so. The Platinum Jubilee was a key moment where, for the Queen, she made it abundantly clear by surrounding herself by certain people on the balcony who she believes are the future of the monarchy. We saw her on the Thursday and then on the Sunday, most closely supported by, first of all, on the Thursday, the members of her family who continue to be working royals. It was a pat on the back for those who, day in, day out, continue to carry on those responsibilities. But also, on the Sunday evening, the most striking and telling images of that Platinum Jubilee, we had the Queen with the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall to one side of her, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge and their children to the other side. And that was her firmly saying, this is the future. This is my family. I love them. I trust them. And you, as a country and as a Commonwealth, should believe in them too. And we have had this sense that while she has obviously been very proud and still wanted to carry on with those duties, she has also been handing over where she needs to. And over the Platinum Jubilee weekend, she certainly did that. On the Thursday, we saw her out and about, and we saw her on the balcony, but it was too much. So the Friday and the Saturday, it was over to the family to take over. I think it is worth recapping for anyone who is just tuning in the news that we had just at 12:30 this afternoon. And it was unusual news from Buckingham Palace, in which they said, after a full day yesterday, Her Majesty has this afternoon, this was yesterday's advice, Her Majesty yesterday accepted doctors' advice to rest. And then today at 12:30, they announced that doctors were concerned about her health and had recommended that she remains under medical supervision. In terms of what we're hearing from the palace, there is now very little, apart from we have been told that the Queen remains comfortable and that she is still at Balmoral. And that is why we now have members of the family all heading to Aberdeenshire to see their mother and their grandmother. Now, in terms of what we've heard from Clarence House, they confirmed very quickly, actually, that the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall had travelled to Balmoral. We know that the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall have been in Birk Hall. For those of you who don't know that part of Scotland, it's very close to Balmoral, which of course is in Royal Deeside. Birk Hall is the Prince of Wales's residence and probably only about a 10-minute drive. And there's been reports in the newspapers, certainly over the summer, that there's been more meetings maybe between Prince Charles and the Queen, with son heading over to see mother on a regular occasion. We also know that Princess Anne is already in Balmoral. She has been up in Scotland carrying out a number of engagements over the last few days. And we know that heading in that direction, also the Queen's other children. So Prince Edward is going to be joined by Sophie, his wife, and also Prince Andrew. He's heading that way, and also the two grandsons. So Prince William and Prince Harry, along with Meghan, now heading to Balmoral to be with the Queen as she remains under medical supervision.
Thanks very much for that, Rhiannon. Let's just get the thoughts of the former royal correspondent, Jenny Bond, who joins us now. Jenny, this is clearly a serious moment, isn't it, for the Queen and for the royal family? What are your thoughts at the moment?
Well, I think Rhiannon has summed everything up very eloquently and comprehensively. But yes, I've been reporting on the royals for more than 30 years. And when I saw that statement at lunchtime, my blood did run cold, because it's so unusual for Buckingham Palace to issue a statement like that expressing the concern of her doctors. Clearly something fairly catastrophic has happened in the last 36 hours, because the Queen was really looking quite well when she appointed Liz Truss as Prime Minister on Tuesday. She had her walking stick, but she looked relaxed up there at Balmoral, which is one of her favourite places. And she had that dazzling smile, but something clearly very grave has happened. And seeing the whole family make their way up to Balmoral does make us fear for the worst, I'm afraid.
The fact that all of her family are there around her, or who are indeed trying to get up there to be around her, will be an enormous comfort to her, won't it?
I think it will be, yes. She's a much-loved grandmother and mother and great-grandmother. And one small consolation, I suppose, is that Harry and Meghan have cancelled their engagement in London and are heading there as well. They had no intention on this brief trip to the UK, as far as we know, to meet the rest of the family. So perhaps in this crisis there will be some ending of the feud, some unity, some discussion amongst the younger members of the family, which would be something of great comfort to the Queen, I think.
In terms of Her Majesty and not particularly liking fuss, the fact that we are all endlessly speculating about her health and have been rolling on it, one would imagine that she would have viewed it with a certain amount of wry humour.
Well, she's always been very private about her health and very stoic about it, until actually recent years, when she has let it be known she has these mobility issues. And she said at a meeting with some defence chiefs that she says, well, look at me, I can't move, you know. She was quite open about it in her older age, and she is 96. And yet that mobility issue was clearly coming and going, because it literally is only a few weeks ago that somehow or other she managed to get on her horse again. But that was a few weeks ago. So something, as I say, something very grave has clearly happened in the last 24 hours or so.
But as you say, before this last 24 hours, despite the fact that clearly she did suffer from mobility issues intermittently, she was well enough to greet the new Prime Minister on Monday.
Yeah, and she had her dazzling smile. She has a lovely smile, even to her old age. It really lights up her face. And she was well enough to do that. But any big event like that, as we've seen in recent months, as with the Platinum Jubilee, she does a sort of major event, and then she seems to feel exhausted the next day, which she did yesterday and was ordered to rest. But then I am speculating, but something else has happened, which has caused the whole family to rush up to Balmoral to be at her side. And I'm hoping that we will get further news from the palace. I think they will try to be as open as they can, and hopefully we might get an update later today.
Her Majesty is 96. She is remarkably well for a person of that age, but we've seen a gradual scaling down of her royal duties over the last few years, and that's definitely happened a lot quicker since the passing of Prince Philip, hasn't it?
Yes, we've been in a period of transition. We've seen so much more of Charles and William taking on the responsibilities, both of them being consulted about major events and crises in the family, you know, what to do with Prince Andrew and all that. They are consulted about it. So we've seen almost a triumvirate, really, in the last weeks and months. And I think that has eased things. People are used to seeing Prince Charles take the place of his mother. And also the Queen has been very clear that she wants Camilla to be Queen Camilla. And I think by making that announcement, which she did during the Platinum Jubilee weekend, she showed that she wants the transition to King Charles to be as smooth as possible. And she removed quite a major obstacle there by making her wishes clear.
And she's also made it very clear, and we saw this during the Platinum Jubilee, that the royal family following her, those who are active royals, those who are funded, and those who will play an active part, is to be very much slimmed down.
Well, I think that's always been Prince Charles's wish, and the Queen has gone along with that. And as Rhiannon was saying, yes, the balcony scene crystallised that the immediate family, the immediate heirs are the core of this family. And that's how it's going to be. And I think that's in the wishes of the people, really, to see the royal family slimmed down, a bit more accountable, and things are going to change.
Things are going to change, but the great thing is the lack of continuity, which of course she has provided over all of these years, and that we saw such a huge public outpouring of joy over at the Platinum Jubilee in the summer.
Yes, but I do think that the transition we've seen, this gradual transition, the handover of powers, as at the state opening of Parliament, for example, Prince Charles taking her place there, has attuned us all, the public, to seeing Charles act in locus monarch. And I think that will give an element of continuity that might have been missing had it been much more sudden. So yes, I think the Queen's enormous strength has been the continuity and stability she's provided over 70 years. And I do think that when the time comes and she is no longer with us, we will all recognise that much more clearly. But the transition has been slowly taking place and has eased things. So I don't think it's going to be as brutal or brusque as it might have been.
It's a two-way street, though, isn't it, Jenny? She has continued to carry out her role, but equally will presumably have drawn strength from the warm public support that she has had and the fondness with which she is held in people's hearts.
Yes, I think she recognised that. I think that's why the Platinum Jubilee, she made a monumental effort on the last day, having opened the party and then been feeling too tired to continue it, really, and she rested at Windsor. But she made that decision to travel from Windsor almost at the last minute and stand on the balcony to thank people. Because, I mean, as Prince Charles said during that weekend, what gets the Queen up in the morning? It's you. It's you, because she wants to serve you and she loves the affection you show. And the other thing that has kept her ticking along all this time, as my colleague Robert Hardman said in his book, she enjoys being Queen. And I think she has thoroughly enjoyed being Queen for 70 years.
That's a really good point, isn't it? Because so much is made of the fact that she considers it a duty, she considers it her role, and it is something that she does because she has to. But the fact that actually it's also something that actually she's drawn great pleasure from it is important, isn't it?
Yes, I think Robert is absolutely right in saying it is what makes her tick, and she knows she's good at it. She knows she is loved for it, and not just in this country, but around the Commonwealth. She knows she is respected and admired, and has had a popularity rating which any politician would covet and die for, quite frankly. And she has achieved that over 70 years. She has had this more or less 70% popularity. It's an enormous achievement.
And in terms of the family who follow her, I think it will be hard for them to really think that they can hold anything in place of people's hearts quite as much as she had.
It will be, when the time comes, an extraordinary act to follow, an impossible act to follow, really. And I think Prince Charles will recognise that. But his time will come. And personally, speaking quite personally, I think he has the makings of a very good king. I think he's a decent man. And he's had many, many decades of training for this role that will become his. And I think he'll do it well.
Jenny Bond, former royal correspondent, thank you very much. Very good to talk to you. Well, let's return to our royal commentator, Alistair Bruce. Alistair, thanks very much for joining us again, Alistair. We have had no more information, have we? But let's just reflect on what the information we know so far, that the Queen is comfortable and is at Balmoral, and that her family are with her. How significant do you think this announcement is today by Buckingham Palace?
It is very significant. It is very clear that this is a profound moment in the Queen's life. And for members of her family to be coming back to be at Balmoral with her. They were all there only recently to celebrate what must have been a wonderful family holiday. It is where the family all love to be together. And clearly, as a result of seeing the Queen looking perfectly robust and able as she invited Liz Truss to become her Prime Minister. And then within a day, we have learned that she was unable to take on the duties of swearing in the Privy Council members and the new members of the Cabinet. And that certainly made us concerned. But now to hear that she is in a degree of some alarm for those who are medically responsible for her is a sign that this story has reached a point which I think anyone who contemplates the age of the Queen at 96 can't be that surprised about. She is robust in so many ways, and yet in her own way, this is clearly a challenge, and the family will be aware of precisely the nature of that challenge. And I think we must all understand that families will want to be present and supportive at a time when there is a huge amount of pressure on the situation that the Queen currently faces. And I think for the nation, of course, it is a story of our head of state. There's not a person really who can't recall the Queen being part of the nature and life of the United Kingdom. Also for people around the world for whom the Queen has been a stationary, present and deep keel through the storms of time. And so all of us are just wondering how the Queen is and wanting her to be as comfortable as possible. And, you know, she's up at Balmoral, and we see the pictures there of her last year when she planted a tree to set off what turned out to be the most wonderful Platinum Jubilee for her. We've seen glimpses of her taking part in engagements recently. And there's been a sort of deep expectation that the Queen will be eternally able and well. But this is clearly a time that is profound for members of the royal family to be gathering at Balmoral, some of them taking the journey from different parts of the United Kingdom to get there. This doesn't happen unless the medics themselves, who know how these things read better than anybody else, have recommended that this is what should happen now.
In the last short while, Alistair, we've heard word from Wales's First Minister, Mark Drakeford, who said that the Queen's deteriorating health would have prompted an afternoon of sober reflection and anxiety for households across Wales. And it's certainly something that is being reflected across the country. He said, of course, we will be wishing all sympathy and understanding with members of the royal family who are gathering at Balmoral. And what do we know of this gathering, Alistair? We know that the Queen's children and some of her grandchildren travelling to be with her. Do we know if all of her children are with her at the moment yet?
It is a family home. They all know it well, and it's an important place for all their lives, really. They've all wanted to gather and be, obviously, with the Queen. It's a perfect house for the family to gather around the Queen at this challenging time. And when I say perfect, it's been the centre of all the great holidays that the family have had. And whenever you dream and think of what it is that's important to you as a person, family is so key in that. And especially so for the Queen, who in this very august position, so elevated as she is, to have the chance to be at that family home now when she's feeling below par, and the fact that that is where the family have decided to gather as quickly as possible under the advice of the doctors. And I think that in its own way, for the Queen, she's surrounded by everything that she recalls and remembers. She's always been full of memories of the Second World War, when she was up with her parents and watching her father have to deal with the fact that the nation of which he was king, and at that time emperor, was at war. And I do think that her life has been so extraordinary because, you know, here we have a Queen at a time when the world is not peaceful anymore. And she started her reign soon after the Second World War. And it really has been the most extraordinary 7 decades when broadly the United Kingdom broadly has prospered, broadly has been in a period of peace. And Balmoral has been the focus always where she could go and be with her family. And it's only appropriate that so soon after the family holidays have ended and children have gone back to school, those who are free have decided to come straight back up and be with the Queen at this time.
Yeah, and Alistair, we have some footage that we can show our viewers now of the Prince of Wales and Duchess of Cornwall, Charles and Camilla, leaving Dumfries House this morning, apparently on their way to Balmoral. This was shortly after 10:30 this morning, so we can see them there travelling to be by her side, and one would imagine that they will be by her side already. Alistair, just remind us what we know about the Queen's health in recent months.
Well, the Queen hasn't been in her best of health for some time. The nation was gathered to mark the Platinum Jubilee of her reign. And in so many respects, I'm sure the Queen would have loved to have played a greater part. At the Chelsea Flower Show, she played a part in being amongst all those who had gathered at that sort of most summary of British occasions. And I'm sure it was quite a strain for her. You know, she hadn't been in one of these buggies that, after all, her mother, Queen Elizabeth, Queen Mother, used to use a lot in her later years. But I think she managed to bring her usual charm and joy to the event and to give. It's always for her a matter of giving, but you're asking about her health. And we know that in older age, most people have taken a break, have retired for some years. But the Queen has been rigorously determined to continue always delivering as head of state and doing whatever she can. And I think that it was a great cause of anguish to her that she was unable to do more during the Platinum Jubilee. There was that period when she was affected by her mobility issues and couldn't go to St Paul's Cathedral, something which I was convinced would be of the most profound importance to her personally. This moment when she handed out George Crosses to the National Health Services of the 4 parts of the United Kingdom was again really important for her because, it was an honour created by her father, carried through her reign. And here towards the end of it, she's passing it to people who've done so much to look after the United Kingdom when people have been facing medical difficulties. And of course, for her, she's now facing her own. She's being attended to by her doctors, and members of the royal family are gathering, as you say.
And mentioning the Jubilee, it struck me, I was down there as you were, covering much of it, and being down on the Mall, and obviously people hadn't been gathering for quite a long time because of COVID. The crowds were huge, and there was just such a warmth of emotion towards the Queen. You could almost feel it, couldn't you?
Well, when she walked out on that balcony and was facing what she must recall from balcony appearances back into the Second World War and throughout her reign, a nation responding to what she is, not so much in her mind who she is, but what she is as this symbol of the United Kingdom as head of state in the monarchy that we have. And she has, without doubt, upheld what it means and what soldiers have served and what people in their own ways have been called to do in her name. And, she has always given of herself. And I think she sort of probably, when we think about it, plucked up quite a lot of courage and strength to receive Liz Truss and say goodbye to Boris Johnson a few days ago. Because if we are to understand that she is in some difficulty at the moment, then I would imagine that it's all part of putting a brave face on life and doing her duty, which is what she always has done.
And of course, also in the last couple of years, she lost Prince Philip, and despite mourning him during a period of COVID, that brave face, as you say, and carrying on with her duties was still at the forefront, wasn't it?
Well, I don't think there's a person anywhere who doesn't understand how powerful mourning can be, how deeply moving it is to lose someone that you deeply treasure in a family or who you are married to. And because she was absolutely in love with him from the moment she first clapped eyes on him, people watching this will know in their own life of people that they are madly in love with, and to lose them, particularly when you're doing such a separate job, because the Queen's job is not, being Queen is so separate from everybody else. Somebody put it once that nobody can be with the Queen without benefiting from it. And in that, there is a sort of burden about carrying that through life, that people, when they come, take great joy at being close to her, but also, in a way, she has to be separate from everybody by the nature of what kingship is. But, she was always able throughout life to be distracted by horses in particular, not least her racing. And she was terribly keen always. And I bet even today, she will be given updates on how her horses are and what they're up to. And that will fascinate her. She took regular phone calls from all the people looking after her horses. And you're showing some footage now of the Queen when we had the privilege as the armed forces of presenting our loyalty to Her Majesty in Edinburgh. And it was the only occasion, actually, during the Platinum Jubilee that the armed forces were able to express a personal act of loyalty to the Queen. And it was very intimate in that it was a very small ceremony, and she was utterly delighted by it. She smiled from beginning to end, and she took in the usual rituals of ceremonial, and she was as much a part of it as she ever is. And she loves those moments. I think she knows how soldiers, sailors, airmen and women are bonded to her personally by their act of loyalty and by their oaths of allegiance. And when each of the armed forces came up to her, the Royal Navy with the Royal Marines, the Army and the Air Force, all of it meant a great deal to her. And she goes on knowing every single day of her life what is going on to the armed forces. And right now, as the armed forces face challenges, she is still the emblematic and figurehead focus of all loyalty for those people who serve. And I think, people throughout the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth have seen her sense of continuity, her desire to always be present. And right now, she's not feeling 100%, and members of the royal family have been gathered to be with her at what appears to be a very critical time.
And you mentioned that the military being important to her, and also the Commonwealth, as you just mentioned there, that is something that has very much defined her reign and something that she has stuck with the importance of throughout.
You can be something as a monarch, or you can actually live it fully. And the Queen has entirely lived fully the concept of what it means to be head of the Commonwealth. She watched her father shape the idea of that leadership in an assembly of free independent nations who choose to have a collective head and to meet in order to celebrate shared values. And the Queen has kept abreast day by day with the good times and the bad through the Commonwealth story, and has provided, I think, as perfect an emblem of good grace and fine behaviour as any organisation could choose to have as their head. And for the Queen, that has never stopped. And I will not be proved until someone tells me, but I'll bet you that even yesterday, the Queen will have had her red boxes, and in those boxes would have been details, despite the fact that people are still coming back to work, of what is going on in different nations, particularly the details of the new government. And of course, with her 15th Prime Minister, there's quite a lot of mechanics of government that the head of state needs to take part in. And all of that plays its part in, I think, making the job such a rich one and an interesting one for the Queen, and that she absolutely loves it and is fascinated by all the challenges she faces. From the very moment she was told her father had died in February 1952 until today, she is fixed on that role. It is not one that ends at any point. It continues all her life. And right now, our thoughts are with her as her family gather.
Alistair, thanks very much. Well, let's now bring in royal historian and author Dr. Anna Whitelock, who joins us now. And Anna, just as Alistair was saying there, the fact that a lot of people will be really feeling very strongly for her family today. And we heard from the First Minister, Mark Drakeford, that it's an afternoon of sombre reflection and anxiety for many.
I think it is. I mean, it's obviously a moment of profound sort of national, crisis, but it's certainly a national moment of wobble. I think the nation and the world kind of holds its breath for the announcement. But of course, first and foremost, it is a private family event. And the family, of course, are travelling to Balmoral to be with the Queen, which is, of course, what she would absolutely want and what anybody would want. Balmoral is also a place of great peace for her. She likes being at Balmoral. But yeah, I mean, it's a very poignant moment. We're in the twilight hours, I think. And, we wait and we wait for that announcement. But there is a sense, I think, in the United Kingdom, we've just got a new Prime Minister. We lost one a couple of days ago with the outgoing Boris Johnson. There's a bit of a national mood of what next? And I think, having seen the Queen appoint Liz Truss at Balmoral, the pictures of her in the paper, certainly looking smaller and shrunken, but smiling and a sort of twinkle in her eye, holding on to that stick. But the news, turns quite dramatically. And and now we just wait. And of course, it's been an extraordinary reign, 70 years, 15 prime ministers, her 15th just the other day, her first Winston Churchill. Are really quite remarkable. And I think whether you're a monarchist or not, whether you think the thing is, the monarchy is something that's outdated or a great thing in our society and for our country, I think there is a great sense of, gosh, for most people. They haven't known any other monarch than the Queen. She's been around for 70 years. She's kind of, she's on our stamp, she's on our coins. Gosh, what now? I think that's the sense for most people.
Anna Whitelock, she is up there at Balmoral. It's where she normally spends her summers. It's a place that's been really dear to her. There is a poignancy, isn't it, to the fact that this is the place that her family are now coming to see her.
It is. I mean, it's where the family have spent great, happy times. I mean, at the death of Prince Philip, there are pictures of the family released at Balmoral. So, yeah, it's a special place. It's a place where the Queen, I think, would want to be, actually. So, in that sense, she is in the place that she would want to be at this time.
What do you make of how the royal family is, I suppose, pivoted over the last few years? We've seen the Queen step back slowly from royal duties, but also seen this sense coming from Prince Charles that he wants to see the royal family coming behind her, behind him, to be much smaller. Oh, I'm afraid we've lost Anna Whitelock, but that was the royal historian and author Dr. Anna Whitelock talking to us on Sky News.
Just keep saying that we've lost programming. A very good afternoon. This is Sky News live from Buckingham Palace, which says that Her Majesty the Queen is under medical supervision after her doctors became concerned about her health. A statement from Buckingham Palace says this. Following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended that she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. Well, all of the Queen's children are thought to be at her side at Balmoral. The Duke of Cambridge is on his way to Scotland, and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, Prince Harry and Meghan, have cancelled their appearance at an awards ceremony later on today, and they're going to join the monarch and the other members of the family in Scotland. The new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, has responded to the news. She has said the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. That from the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. Also, the Archbishop of Canterbury tweeted, "My prayers and the prayers of the people across the Church of England and the nation are with Her Majesty the Queen today." It continues, "May God's presence strengthen and comfort Her Majesty, her family, and those who are caring for her at Balmoral." And the Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, gave this statement to MPs.
I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment.
Well, the Queen's former Communications Secretary, Louise Tate, joins us now. Louise, thanks again for speaking to us again. Just talk to us about what do you think will be going on at the moment in Balmoral?
Well, I think as Alistair Bruce has just said, Balmoral is a perfect house for a family together, and that's clearly what is happening. There will be state staff, I'm sure, in attendance, as well as Her Majesty's official team, the formal team from Buckingham Palace. It is as we would perhaps consider a holiday home. It does have that feel to it, and it has that slight informality. So clearly, it's a difficult time, but there is a good, solid team of people who are both there in their capacity as estate staff and the more official side of state business around her.
But in terms of those staff, compared to the numbers of people that would perhaps surround her when she's down in Windsor or Buckingham Palace, it is a lot more pared back, isn't it?
The business of state has to continue, so there is enough staff there. facilitate that and make sure that all the daily duties of our head of state are covered effectively. And it's a seamless transition. Wherever the Queen goes, the business of state continues, and there are always the right people around her to advise and consult as needed.
I mean, of course, she is the Queen. She has duty and she has staff around her. But is there space at Balmoral for privacy, for her to have time away from everybody and just to be actually on her own?
I think it's if that was her choice, then it is there are so many ways to spend your time at Balmoral, and the royal family traditionally make very good use of so much of the outdoor space. But it's also, like I said, it's a very intimate house, and if she wanted to be on her own, I'm sure she's that's quite a possible thing to accomplish. Yeah.
I suppose what I'm getting at is that when a family member is ill and other family members come and join and be with them, is there an opportunity for that family to just be together as a family, or is the fact that she has a duty and the fact that she is the monarch mean that there will always be staff members around?
But it is a family, and this is family time, and I'm sure that will be respected, no doubt.
Yeah. How important is Balmoral to Her Majesty?
I'm often asked that question, and in my opinion, it's very important. It was the place, I think I said before, where up until the pandemic and I moved to Windsor, it was the place where she spent longest at any one given time. I think it's about 3 months of the year, which is a long time. And I think she is, and as many members of the family, very, very fond of Scotland. They feel great affinity for Scotland, and the Scots, they understand what it takes to live and be custodian of quite a significant part of rural Royal Deeside. And I think they take that responsibility of being that custodian very, very seriously. But it's also a place where they can relax and enjoy. Up until recently, Her Majesty used to be often seen riding around the estate, and was often spotted by different people, members of the public who came to spend time on the estate, as you can. In Scotland, there's no trespass law in Scotland in certain parts of the estate, and that was a routine thing. Many members of the public will recount coming across the Queen and other members of the family, well, just out for a walk or a picnic.
And it's a place where she's felt that freedom, I suppose, and it's not a freedom that she's really enjoyed much in her life.
I think, yes, she enjoys a great deal of freedom. She's well, all the family are often cited by local people. They're generally left alone to go about whatever activity they're enjoying at the time, be that in Ballater or something on the estate more widely. Socialising, obviously, there's some fixtures in the calendar like Braemar Games that is dear to the heart. And it's a place where they can really relax and get away from it all. But we've heard that term remote. It's rural, I would say, rather than remote. It's not the easiest place to get to, perhaps, from London, but it's a beautiful rural location. It's a very atmospheric place, and it's somewhere that I think she's enjoyed throughout her life.
And although the Queen does stay very much apart from politics, doesn't she? And we certainly don't know her views. She has taken a keen interest, hasn't she, in the constitutional affairs of Scotland and in what's happening in the local community up there.
Well, I think that's, as you might expect. She is head of state. She's always taken as far as I understand, taken a lot of interest in local things. They're very involved with the Women's Institute and that kind of thing. She often attended a jumble sale I think it was a jumble sale, forgive me, at Crathy Kirk. So she's been a very active member of the local community in that way. And you'll see a lot of the shops in Ballater have the royal warrant.
Louise Tate, who was the Queen's Scottish Press Secretary, thanks so much for giving us a flavour of what the Queen's time up in Balmoral means to her. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're back here at Buckingham Palace. We're going to go to Downing Street now
I think
talk to our political editor, Beth Rigby. And of course, Beth, this news comes on the day of some pretty important political news. But of course, that is now being, for obvious reasons, being overshadowed.
That's right, Dermot, and we got a sense of something very worrying happening, actually, as the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, made that statement in the Commons on energy bills. She was in the Commons, Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, on his feet at the dispatch box. And there were tweets coming out from MPs in the chamber and people in the gallery, the journalists watching what was going on, and something was happening because the Prime Minister was being urgently briefed by her Cabinet Minister Nadhim Zahawi, and then Angela Rayner, the Deputy Labour leader, was passed a note, and then she passed that information on to Sir Keir Starmer, who was at the time at the dispatch box. The Labour leader then leaving the chamber, and he returned a little later, and he had changed into a black tie. After the announcement was made from the palace about the Queen's condition, the Speaker then made a statement to the Commons confirming that, and he said, "I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say we send best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen. She and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at the moment. There is no more. We will update the House accordingly." Now, Dermot, since then, both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the opposition, as well as many other dignitaries, have sent their best wishes to the Queen and the royal family. The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, tweeting, "The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." And Sir Keir Starmer tweeted, "Along with the rest of the country, I am deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for her recovery." And so with that, the statement continued, but obviously the news of the energy package now overshadowed by concerns over the Queen and her health.
And Beth, of course, Downing Street and Buckingham Palace will be working closely together in keeping each other informed about Her Majesty's health.
Yes, that's right. They will, of course, be in contact and keeping each other informed. And the Prime Minister did return, though, to the House of Commons to continue in that debate on energy bills. You'll remember there was a pledge from Liz Truss to cap energy bills for the next 2 years for households at £2,500 a year on average. So that was her big statement, her big first statement as Prime Minister. But obviously now the situation with the Queen far, far more important for the Prime Minister at this current time.
And of course it was only 2 days ago that the most recent picture we saw of Her Majesty was with Prime Minister Liz Truss.
Yes, Dermot, she was the 15th Prime Minister that the Queen has greeted, and we saw those lovely pictures of them as Liz Truss was anointed Prime Minister by the Queen. Typically that ceremony happens in Buckingham Palace, but of course the Queen on her annual holiday in Balmoral, it was decided that it was uncomfortable for her to make the journey to London, so both the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson and the current Prime Minister Liz Truss journeyed to Balmoral, and we saw those lovely pictures of the Queen smiling as she welcomed Liz Truss. As I said, she is the 15th Prime Minister that the Queen has seen into office, and that was but 2 days ago that we saw the Queen looking well, welcoming Liz Truss to the role.
And Beth, tell me just a little bit then about, people will want to know the details of this energy package.
Sure, Dermot. Well, this was Liz Truss's big first announcement as Prime Minister, and what she has done is she has pledged to cap energy bills at £2,500 on average for the next 2 years for households. There's also an additional package of support for businesses that will run for 6 months with a 3-month review to sort of see how it could be extended beyond that 6-month period for the most vulnerable businesses, but I'm afraid there was no detail today on what the package for business looked like. In terms of the financing of this, we know that it will be funded through borrowing, but I'm afraid to say that the government, despite announcing the biggest intervention, we think, in peacetime from a government, much bigger than the furlough scheme, and that cost around £55 billion a year. We don't have any costings on how this will work. The Prime Minister saying that that will be outlined later in the month in a fiscal statement by her new Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng. And from Labour's point of view, they made the argument that firstly, this reduction on bills, you remember they're meant to go up on average to £3,500 a year in October. This cap or freeze comes in on the 1st of October at £2,500. Labour pointing out that that's still £600 a year more on bills than the April cap, which is what they were proposing to introduce, and also took aim at Liz Truss for choosing to fund this through borrowing, which ultimately the taxpayer will, over perhaps many years, have to pay back, rather than the Labour's preferred choice, which is a windfall tax on excess profits of energy companies, estimated to be coming in at £170 billion. So Labour want the companies to be taxed. The Liz Truss point of view is that she needs the companies to invest in renewables, more oil and gas, fracking. She said that she will lift the ban on that in order to try and secure in the long term energy security for the UK. And she set it as her target that by 2040 the UK should be, rather than having to rely on imports to heat our homes and keep the lights on. That gets more complicated and unpredictable going into the winter when there are issues around supply of gas from Russia. A hard winter in Europe might mean that we are potentially struggling to get supplies imported. So she wants more energy security for the UK. Of course, that is a decade plus programme, but that is her aim. And in the short term, support for bills. Labour say it's not enough, as do the Lib Dems.
14, 15. OK, Beth, many thanks. Beth Rigby there live for us in Downing Street. But as Beth was saying, that news, that important, hugely important announcement about the energy support package, the energy price cap being overshadowed by the news that was announced about 12:30 this afternoon by Buckingham Palace, that the Queen is under medical supervision at Balmoral, of course, as Beth was saying, where Liz Truss and Boris Johnson went to visit her 2 days ago. She's under medical supervision there because there are concerns for her health. She is understood, though, to be comfortable. All the senior members of the royal family are either at Balmoral now or are on their way there. Her 4 children and her grandchildren, we understand. Well, Ashish Joshi is here with me at Buckingham Palace at the moment. And Ashish, this is clearly a moment of the utmost significance, the utmost concern.
That was the word used by the Queen's own physicians. And it's the first time we've heard her doctors use that sort of language. And the fact that her closest immediate family have been called to her bedside at Balmoral will tell you that the doctors have thought now is the time for them to be there just in case. And this is what it is. We can't speculate on the Queen's health, but what we can do is listen to the words of her doctors and look at events as they unfold. Families don't get called to the bedside of someone who doctors have a concern for. But we also understand at the same time that the doctors stress she is comfortable. This is a woman who is 96 years old. As far as we know, and because doctors swear that oath of confidentiality and she is the Queen and the head of state, we aren't privy to her medical records. We have absolutely no idea exactly what is wrong with her. We do know she's a 96-year-old woman who enjoyed, up until perhaps last year, a very full life. That's been scaled back. She's scaled back on her royal duties, the number of people she meets, and her other. But she's kept going in other ways. She continues to enjoy the company of her family. She enjoys the estate. So all of that has continued. The only thing we've seen visibly, Dermot, over the last year is her mobility. That's been impaired. as you might expect with somebody who is 96 years old. Other than that, we know very little about her health, but we do know that now doctors are saying, and they've not used this word before, they're concerned.
But you mentioned duty there, and as she pared down the number of engagements that she took part in, she kept the core ones there right up to last Tuesday.
Yes.
2 days ago, very important, the transition of power between prime ministers, when she accepted Boris Johnson's resignation and then asked Liz Truss to form her next government.
Yes, and invited them to Balmoral. So she continued with her duties as much as she could, but she took the advice and guidance of her doctors and physicians who told her she needed to scale back. And we saw that, didn't we, in June with the pomp and pageantry surrounding the celebration. I did. I was here, and it was incredible to see this outpouring of affection and the understanding and acceptance from the public that the Queen wanted to make all of those appearances at all of those events, but couldn't. She had to pick and choose. And that's only to be expected for somebody who is of that age. So there is an understanding on the part of the public, and there is also an understanding on the part of the Queen herself that at her age, she has to scale back. She has to do fewer duties than she would possibly like to do. She's had a full life. She's been on, for 70 years, every single day for those 70 years as Queen, as head of state. And that is a very long, and the pressure she must be under all the time. It was time to step back.
Mm. And the sadness she must have been feeling since last year when her husband, Prince Philip, passed.
Yes. And again, that was an indication of just how much the Queen means to the British public. It was a tragedy losing her husband, but ultimately it was that picture which is seared in everyone's memory of her alone at church, sitting there without her husband of so many years by her side, a constant companion. And that was another reminder, if one were needed, of just how much the Queen means to all the people in this country. And it's important to understand that it hasn't always been an easy association with the British public, but the Queen is brilliant at re-engaging, remodernising, refreshing, and making these connections over and over again. And she does that so well. But certainly, you see the people here who are gathering here, she means a great deal to so many people. And that's why you've seen so many expressions, so many outpourings of concern for her on social media, for example, all the politicians and the clergy and heads of state and everyone just wishing her well. And, she's in good hands. She's with her doctors who know her very well, and she's surrounded by family.
With her family, that's the important thing. And as you mentioned, the international interest, the world's press here gathering at Buckingham Palace for the latest on Her Majesty the Queen. Let's go to Balmoral. Our Scotland correspondent James Matthews is there, and as Ashish was saying, we understand that all the senior members of the royal family have either gathered there at Balmoral or are on their way. James, just set the scene for us. Tell us what you know about the movements of the senior royals.
There hasn't been much movement at the gates of Balmoral itself, Dermot. They are on their way via Aberdeen Airport, but in terms of this location west of Aberdeen, there hasn't yet been much coming and going. I would expect that to change in time. The first sign today that anybody had an inkling that things aren't great was Prince Charles's non-departure from the Balmoral estate. He was due to attend a public event in Lanarkshire. The helicopter that would have transported him went in, but we understand it didn't leave with him on board. So that was the first sign locally that all was not as it should be. Then, of course, there was that statement from the palace talking about concern for Her Majesty's health. The statement said that she is comfortable. And of course, this is a part of the world. This is an estate, Balmoral, at which she is extremely comfortable, which she enjoys at this time every year. She is spending summer holiday this year, as she has done throughout her life. And people, who come across her, people who meet her and deal with her, they say that it's where
She is happy. Scotland is part of her soul, they say. People who have seen her recently, in recent days and weeks, they talk about her being in good form. On Tuesday, when she met and appointed Liz Truss as Prime Minister, they met, of course, in the drawing room. I'm told that in the preamble to that meeting, it was in the drawing room, lit by a fire, big drafty room. They were obviously keen to keep it warm for the Queen. She was in good humour, smiled for her press secretary and press photographer who took those pool images that you saw of the Queen on Tuesday. She had a big smile for them, joked about the weather, talked about how dark it was. You'll remember on Tuesday it was bucketing down here. Liz Truss's plane couldn't land for something like 20 minutes because of the conditions. The Queen remarked on that too. The press secretary and photographer, they had a joke about it. She was in good spirits. She was jovial. Waited around 2 or 3 minutes for Liz Truss to arrive. Had a big smile for the incoming Prime Minister, and thereafter she sat back down. She was using a stick that day, but we've seen the pictures. She was all smiles. And again, people who were there and who met her in person said that she was in jovial mood. But clearly her condition has changed since then, and we have this statement from the palace that there is concern for her health, but that she is comfortable behind the gates of the Balmoral estate. James Matthews in Balmoral, thank you.
Well, we're joined now by the broadcaster and royal commentator Wesley Kerr for reaction to today's breaking news. And just to remind people who are just joining us, Wesley, there was a statement released earlier on today saying, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. What was your reaction to that statement?
It's a deeply concerning statement. As it happens, I was with some friends when I saw that, and one of them actually burst into tears when we saw that statement. So obviously, something has happened in the last couple of days, which has concerned the doctors, and she has excellent medical team, Her Majesty, some up there, some down here. I think this is a concerning situation. But I suppose it's good not to speculate in detail about what's happening. She may be our revered head of state, but it's a human being. Her family gathered, her family concerned. So in some ways today, words are superfluous. It's a day for thoughts and indeed for prayers, that whatever happens is peaceful, that this amazing journey that we've been on with this remarkable woman born in 1926, the pledge she made when she was 21 to devote her whole life to our service. My goodness, she's fulfilled that pledge. I hope there'll be some more years, but it's a very worrying situation at the moment, and I know that there'll be thoughts and worry really across the world today, across this country and across the Commonwealth.
Wesley, a number of times there you mentioned a key word that was in that statement from the palace this morning, concern. And given what we know about Buckingham Palace and how they communicate the Queen's health to the public, that is not a word we've seen before. So explain to us the significance of this statement. And as you said, we should not speculate, but people are watching and waiting to find out what happens, because this does feel, because of that word and that statement, that this is a significant moment.
And indeed by the fact that members of the family are converging on Balmoral, which is rather reminiscent of what happened at Sandringham, I'm afraid, in January 1936. Towards the end of the life of Her Majesty's beloved grandfather, George V. So obviously there has been a serious medical incident, I would have thought, but the fact that the statement is from doctors speaks of concern. The family are converging, but
Wesley,
I think
I just want to explain to our viewers, I don't know if you can see the pictures that they can, but this is a plane coming in to land at Aberdeen Airport. It's from Arya Nolholt. We understand that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, Harry and Meghan, are on board that plane. They were due to attend the Well Child Awards in London tonight, but they have had to pull out of that event and have headed straight up to Balmoral. They've just landed there at Aberdeen Airport. We understand those are the two senior royals on board that will then get in a car to go to Balmoral. Please pick up on what you were saying, Wesley, just so I can explain to the viewers what they're watching.
I was at that airport the day that Princess Diana died, so I've got very powerful memories of that airport when Prince Charles went by plane to Paris. So it's some way from Balmoral. That's one reason why it would have been inconceivable for the Queen to come to London earlier in the week to invite the new Prime Minister to take office. So I think there are going to be emotional scenes at Balmoral. And I think the family will be hoping and praying that for good news, and the doctors will be doing their best. But this undoubtedly is a significant and worrying series of developments. But it is just remarkable to see these pictures, how active Her Majesty has been this year, considering all the health concerns. That this is in Scotland in the summer. She was determined to be there for Holyrood Week, the traditional week of ceremonial. I saw her at the Chelsea Flower Show, those pictures of her in the buggy, and it was a very, very happy visit for her. So although she was in the buggy, she walked to the buggy unaided. She was particularly pleased that day to be given a bouquet of roses, which were named after her beloved husband, Prince Philip, and she took those with her in the car. So, but that was a very happy day. She's because she was in a buggy, she was quite comfortable and relaxed, not worried about mobility, and she spoke to lots of people that she'd known over the years. I mean, so just to take that event, that's an event she's been attending since 1947. So Her Majesty is such a fixture in all our lives. I do pray for positive news. But what an amazing woman, what an incredible life that she has given to us, a life of service and duty, and I hope it continues.
Yes, many people watching will echo those thoughts. Wesley Kerr, thank you very much. Just to explain what you're watching there, these are live pictures from Aberdeen Airport. An aircraft has just landed from RAF Northolt. We understand that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are on board. They are making their way to Balmoral to see the Queen. The Queen's four children, Charles, the Princess Royal, the Duke of York and the Earl of Wessex, we understand, are either with the Queen or on their way. They will be joined by the Duchess of Cornwall and the Countess of Wessex. We understand that the Duke of Cambridge is on his way as well.
Well, joining me now is the historian and author, Sir Anthony Selden. Very good to talk to you, Sir Anthony. Now, any statement about the health of the monarch is pretty rare, and the fact that this statement contains the word concern is very worrying.
Well, it is, isn't it? Because the palace is very cautious and wouldn't be using that kind of language if indeed they weren't worried themselves. So it is very concerning and it's unusual, as is the mass movement of the children and the grandchildren up to Balmoral. Whatever it's about, it's not good news.
I'm just going to pause there. Do stay with us, Sir Anthony. We're just looking at those live pictures from Aberdeen Airport. As we've seen an aircraft landing, we of course know that the senior members of the royal family are travelling up to Balmoral to see Her Majesty. We thought initially that perhaps Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, may have been on board the aircraft. We have now been informed that it does contain Prince William, the Duke of Cambridge, and also the Countess of Wessex, Sophie, and Prince Edward. So William, Edward and Sophie, we understand, to be on board that aircraft, then will be making their way. It's a bit further to travel to the royal residence at Balmoral to be with Her Majesty the Queen. And just as we are, of course, Sir Anthony, in the platinum year of the second Elizabethan age, I mean, it really is such an important moment.
It's a moment that is absolutely massive. Prime ministers come and go. They're here today, they're gone tomorrow. There have been 15 who've served under the life so far of Her Majesty, and it reminds us that the head of state is the permanent feature of the British Constitution, who holds the country together, and the Prime Minister, the mere head of government, who we lavish so much attention on, that they do come and go. The monarch is the permanent figure, none more so in British history than Elizabeth II. No one knew when she came to the throne in 1952, succeeding her father, George VI, that it would be anything like such a long monarchy. No, that was unseen. The previous queens, Elizabeth I and Queen Victoria, served long periods themselves, but nothing like as long as Queen Elizabeth II. So utterly defining, and very rare to find someone who has a memory of George VI, her father, as the monarch.
And it is strange you mentioning that point, illustrating just how ephemeral, in contrast, I suppose, that the political careers of our prime ministers are compared to the reign of our monarch. That that change, that's here today, gone tomorrow, as you put it, nature of prime ministers, happened just 2 days ago in Balmoral. We were all watching similar shots at Aberdeen Airport, carrying one prime minister in and another one out.
And looks like the same planes, doesn't it? Yes, I mean, isn't that an interesting reminder of the fact that we are a monarchy, we're not a republic in Britain, and the mere fact that the new Prime Minister, on her first day, made that 1,000-mile round trip underlines the importance of the monarchy, of the way that Britain runs its constitution, and it was extraordinarily significant. But it's also very important that she has kept bouncing back. When Queen Victoria lost her husband, Albert, Prince Albert, in the middle of the 19th century, she went for many years into mourning and retired. The monarchy became very unpopular, whereas the Queen, who lost, as we were hearing, again being reminded of the loss of her own husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, showed extraordinary fortitude and fidelity to her promise that she would always serve, and she has come back and she's had a very busy year since.
Sir Anthony, thank you very much indeed. Sir Anthony Selden there, the historian and author. As we watch pictures live from Aberdeen Airport, as you will no doubt be aware now, senior members of the royal family are flying up. They're flying in, many of them have been in London, and I think we just saw disembarking, coming down the steps from the aircraft, the Duke of Cambridge. Prince William, also understood to be on board that aircraft, are the Earl and Countess of Wessex, Edward and Sophie. Our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, joins me now live, and we can see then the gathering of the senior royals, and still a way to go, though, to get to Balmoral, Rhiannon.
That's right. So just to confirm, a couple of moments ago, we first of all saw some close protection officers leaving that plane, closely followed by the Duke of Cambridge, who took a bit of time to pause and speak to a woman who was wearing a high-vis jacket, ready to welcome them. And then we saw the Earl and Countess of Wessex get off the plane, and followed by Prince Andrew. And now we can see those Range Rovers heading off towards Balmoral, a journey that I took the other day, that actually the outgoing and incoming Prime Ministers took the other day. It's around 40 miles, 50 miles between the airport and Balmoral Castle. I have to say, they are just single, it's a dual single lane roads, so it can take a bit of time to make that journey, especially if you get stuck behind farm vehicles or caravans, as is often the case as you're heading through Royal Deeside and into the Highlands. So as you can see, this has been quite a long journey for them. We heard at around 1 o'clock that members of the royal family were heading up to Scotland. So they've obviously had that flight to Aberdeen, and now they will be transferred by car. Obviously, they would have been able to get there quicker if they were using helicopters, but the weather, as was the same on Tuesday, is looking a little bit temperamental, and so obviously they've decided that the best way to get them there as quickly as possible is to take them by road. But I think the fact that we are seeing members of the family gathering undoubtedly is one of the reasons why this announcement from Buckingham Palace has understandably caused alarm and concern. And also, it has to be said, a great deal of speculation. And I think the palace will be very, very conscious of that, which is why in some ways it's unusual that they've given us this much information so far. So the fact that at 12:30 they decided to release that statement in which they said that following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended that she remain under medical supervision. And then subsequently telling us that, yes, family members have been informed and family members are on their way. They know that will have worried people. And now the problem for them in some ways is the vacuum, as we all now fill time, as it were, as we all now hope that the Queen is okay. And also, of course, they're not going to share every detail of what the medical practitioners are concerned about. But I think it is worth reminding ourselves that actually it was only on Tuesday that we saw the Queen, again, front and centre, carrying out that key constitutional role. Then, on Tuesday, our eyes were trained on Aberdeen Airport as you had one Prime Minister coming in, followed by successor, and then heading to Balmoral to meet the Queen. I've said this quite a few times already since that announcement was made, just over 4 hours ago now, about the Queen's health. And these pictures remind me of the fact that that was only 12 months ago. And there has been this shift and this change in terms of the Queen's mobility, in terms of her health, and in terms of what she's been able to do. But in essence, over that 12 months, we've also seen her family really rally round her. And it was actually in Jordan, what was it, back in November last year, the Queen hadn't attended the Remembrance Day service on the Sunday. Prince of Wales was in Jordan the following week. And I said to him, how is the Queen? How is she doing? People are understandably concerned. And the Prince of Wales, it has to be said slightly reluctantly, answered the question, but said to me, things get more difficult when you're 95. It's hard enough when you're 73. And I think there's been this appreciation from the family that they have had to step up when the Queen wants, and they have been more than happy to do so. And now we see them gathering with her at Balmoral, a place where no doubt they all have such wonderful memories of spending time with their mother and grandmother.
Rhiannon, many thanks. Rhiannon Mills, our royal correspondent there, as we see that aircraft on the tarmac at Aberdeen. For those of you just joining us, this is Sky News. We are live at Buckingham Palace. And in the past few hours, it has been confirmed that Her Majesty the Queen is under medical supervision after her doctors became concerned about her health. All of the Queen's children are now at her side or on their way to Balmoral. Prince Charles was seen leaving Dumfries House in Ayrshire to travel to Aberdeenshire. And the Queen's grandchildren are also gathering by her bedside. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex are also on their way after cancelling an engagement in London this evening. And in the past few minutes, as you were just seeing, an aircraft landed at Aberdeen Airport carrying the Duke of Cambridge and the Earl and Countess of Wessex. Other members of the royal family were either already at Balmoral or have arrived by different means. Now, in a statement, Buckingham Palace said, and this was released just around about lunchtime, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended that she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. Well, the Prime Minister was notified in the House of Commons as she was making a very important statement about the cost of living rescue plan, about the energy price cap. Well, the House of Commons Speaker, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, gave this statement.
I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment.
Well, Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, then tweeted this message. She said the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. It continued, my thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. There was also a message on Twitter from the Archbishop of Canterbury. He said, my prayers and the prayers of people across the Church of England and the nation are with Her Majesty the Queen today. The message continued, may God's presence strengthen and comfort Her Majesty, her family, and those who are caring for her at Balmoral. Well, let's go live to Balmoral now and talk to our Scotland correspondent there. James Matthews is there. And James, what is the latest?
Well, we're expecting arrivals, Dermot. There is much coming and going at Aberdeen Airport, clearly, as the Royals head towards the Balmoral estate behind me. So far, we know that Prince Charles is on the estate, but the others we expect to arrive in due course, either by helicopter or by road. It's a well-travelled route from Aberdeen Airport along the A93 west towards the Balmoral estate, a place where the Queen comes at this time every year. And it's interesting that Harry and Meghan are due to arrive. That, of course, was not on their schedule to begin with. They were due to attend an awards ceremony in London this evening as part of their mini European tour. They had been invited, it was reported, several weeks ago to attend a big sleepover which is held on the estate. The Queen issues this invitation to grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Also, they had been invited to spend time here with Prince Charles, but that wasn't on the cards until the news broke earlier this morning. So clearly, in these circumstances, perhaps soap opera is taking second place. But we're expecting arrivals here. The Queen is said to be comfortable despite this concern for her medical condition. She was in good spirits on Tuesday. I know from those who were in her company that when she met Liz Truss, she was in fairly jovial mood. She had a smile for her press secretary and photographer who took those pictures that you saw, those stills on Tuesday of the incoming Prime Minister. She commented about the weather. It's bucketing down here in Balmoral right now. It was bucketing down there, and she commented on the dark skies over Aberdeenshire. So she was in good form on Tuesday. She has been out and about in recent weeks. She has been seen picnicking with her lady-in-waiting at Glenmick, one of her favoured spots. She has a cottage called Inchnabobbert at Glenmick. She's been seen there having a spot of lunch. She's been seen walking the corgis as well on the Balmoral estate, also lunching and picnicking at her mother's old fishing hut on the banks of the Dee. So she has been active, out and about with the corgis, with and without a stick. And those who saw the Queen in recent weeks told me that she actually looked happier, healthier than she had done perhaps a couple of weeks ago. So, notwithstanding events over the past 36 hours. So there is concern, clearly, and Nicola Sturgeon, Scotland's First Minister, she's added her thoughts, tweeting that she was profoundly concerned for Her Majesty's condition. But as is stressed in that statement, she is said to be comfortable in a part of the world that she enjoys. This is the annual summer holiday fixture, and, the Queen, they make the point here, those around the Queen, that this is the place in which she sleeps the longest, continually anywhere. That 2 to 3 months on the Balmoral estate, and it's always a matter of regret for her when she has to leave, actually, because of the time of year. The leaves are turning. It's a beautiful time of year in this very picturesque part of the world. And there was a couple of years ago that I'm told the engine was running. She was about to make the trip back down south. The cases were packed. She was gazing out the window with a look of regret at what she was leaving behind, and commented to somebody in close proximity that, you know, I'll have to stay here a bit longer next time. So it's a place she loves, a place where she is very comfortable generally every time she comes here. But clearly, right now, there's concern. Her children, grandchildren are on their way to be in the company of the Queen. We would expect these arrivals at some point over the next half hour to an hour and possibly into the evening.
And just to say, we're hearing from Downing Street from the Prime Minister's spokesperson that Liz Truss has no plans to travel to Scotland today or tomorrow. James Matthews, thank you.
Well, we are joined now by the royal broadcaster and photographer Helena Chard to react to what is unfolding this afternoon. Helena, just to remind people who may just be tuning in, a spokesperson for the palace today said that following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. The Queen's close family have been informed, many of them arriving in Scotland to be with her. The Duke of Cambridge just landing at Aberdeen Airport a few moments ago. Can you tell me how you reacted when you heard this statement? Because it's being seen as very significant.
Hello?
Helena, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. I'm here, yes.
Yeah,
Because
Helena, I'm sorry. I'm
else.
afraid we've got a few problems with the line here, but I'll just ask you your reaction to the statement that was released by Buckingham Palace earlier on today.
Thank you. It's so good to join you. To begin with, my thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and obviously her family at this time. I think many other people, my colleagues, and broadcasters, we're shocked. You know, everyone has heavy hearts. But I think something deep in me is it was a reminder to really to remember the joy and the courage that she's given the nation. And she's given an enormous amount of strength to everyone. And I think what she's given is huge. And that is why it will affect a lot of people, not just here, the Commonwealth, but also internationally, because there's a great love.
We understand that from the Reuters news agency that Prince Andrew, Prince Edward have arrived in Scotland as well. As I said, we've just seen the Duke of Cambridge. We understand the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, who were due to be in London at an award ceremony, have cancelled that to head up to Balmoral. Can you just talk me through the significance of what we're seeing unfold?
It's a huge, I mean, this is huge for everybody at the moment. And I'm speaking with you, which is great, but I have to say I do hear people in the background, which is my foreground at the moment. So apologies if I'm not answering what you've asked me. I mean, this is hugely significant at the moment. Hugely significant. The fact that we have, I do apologise, but there's lots of people talking with me.
Okay. I'm afraid our communication lines just aren't great at the moment, so we'll leave it. What we'll do is we'll try and sort them out and come back to you a little later on this afternoon. Apologies, royal broadcaster and photographer there, Helena Chard. Just to remind you, if you're just joining us, of what you're watching unfold this afternoon. We are keeping a close eye on events at Balmoral today. Royal family members gathering there to see the Queen, who is under medical supervision this afternoon. A statement was released by Buckingham Palace earlier saying, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. The Queen, of course, at Balmoral for her annual summer break. She is on holiday there. We saw her just on Tuesday with the outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson and the new Prime Minister Liz Truss. She officially gave Liz Truss an invitation to form a government, and we had that official picture of the Queen with the new Prime Minister. That is the last we have seen of the Queen in public. I'm going to hand over to Dermot Murnaghan now, who has the latest from Buckingham Palace.
OK, Sarah Jane, many thanks for that. Yes, here at Buckingham Palace, the world's press are gathering for any news that emerges about Her Majesty's health. I want to go to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. He's in the central lobby at the Houses of Parliament. And Sam, of course, on today, politicians should have been digesting that energy support plan unveiled by Liz Truss and her government this afternoon. Of course, that was interrupted. We saw in the House of Commons itself as the news spread, and that now everyone, all the politicians are digesting the situation with the Queen's health.
That's right, Dermot. It was about 20 minutes into Liz Truss's statement to the House of Commons, her first big statement as Prime Minister, the biggest policy she might ever announce, just 48 hours after the Queen made her Prime Minister, that we got some indication that frankly, something was up. Nadine Zahawi, a Cabinet Office Minister, was seen conferring with her in her place at the dispatch box. A few moments later, Keir Starmer was handed a piece of paper by Angela Rayner, his deputy, suggesting that something was up. He then left the chamber, came back wearing a more sombre tie. And it was moments after that that the Speaker of the House of Commons issued a statement alerting MPs to what was going on. He talked about how the whole House's thoughts and prayers were with the royal family. Liz Truss, as you were saying earlier, has sent a message wishing the Queen well. Other party leaders have also sent their wishes. Keir Starmer said, along with the rest of the country, I'm deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for her recovery. Nicola Sturgeon says, all of us are feeling profoundly concerned at the reports of Her Majesty's health. My thoughts and wishes are with the Queen and all of the royal family at this time. And Ed Davey, who's the Liberal Democrat leader, the whole nation's thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty, the Queen and her family, as we all hope and pray for her full recovery. Liz Truss, now the 15th Prime Minister that Her Majesty the Queen has seen. The first, Winston Churchill, really just 2 days into the job of Prime Minister after going up to Balmoral to see the Queen, to kiss the hands and take on the job at this critical moment for the country, now facing more questions about how she's going to deal with her energy supply, but other issues, I think, on MPs' minds. The mood here in the House of Commons and across the Houses of Parliament is sombre and fretful. We are waiting for more news here, MPs finding out what's going on.
And Sam, just to confirm, we understand the Prime Minister, from her spokesperson, has no plans to travel to Scotland.
That's right. I think Liz Truss at the moment staying put here. She has an incredibly packed political agenda for now. We await further news, at which point things may change, but if that news comes, but we will wait and see what happens. Liz Truss, for now, keeping her plans very much in place. This would have been one of the biggest days of her premiership. Now, of course, other things on MPs' minds as we wait to find out what's going on from Buckingham Palace.
OK, Sam, thank you very much indeed. Sam Coates, our Deputy Political Correspondent, Deputy Political Editor in the House of Commons there. Let's talk now to Stephen Bates, The Guardian's former royal correspondent. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Bates. Tell us in your reaction to the statement, which is all we've really got to go on, issued just after 12 o'clock today by Buckingham Palace, that doctors are concerned about Her Majesty's health. She's under medical supervision, but she remains comfortable, and added in the facts that senior members of the royal family, her immediate family, her grandchildren and their partners are travelling to Balmoral.
Yes, well, there are two parts to that, aren't there? The first is the concern of the doctors. It sounds very much as if it's more than a mobility issue, which is what they've been saying over recent months. And it's also significant, I think, that the royal family is gathering at Balmoral. They don't normally gather around a bedside under normal circumstances. They stoically get on with their own duties and jobs. So I think there's obviously a deep level of concern about the Queen's health, and it's entirely worrying, and coming at a time of political turmoil, all the more difficult, I suspect, not only for the palace but also for the government.
Yeah, and in just on the health side of the equation, in recent days and weeks, while at Balmoral, we know Her Majesty cancelled an attendance at the Highland Games that she loves so much, and of course yesterday, a meeting of the Privy Council.
Yes, and that was a significant thing as well. She doesn't like to cancel significant events in her diary. And so maybe that was an early warning that her health was in more difficulty than expected.
And in terms of political turmoil, of course, the most recent picture we saw of Her Majesty was playing her constitutional role, that all-important handover of power between prime ministers, accepting Boris Johnson's resignation and asking Liz Truss to form her next administration.
Yes, it's something she's done frequently in the past, increasingly frequently over the last few years. She knows all about the constitutional priorities and proprieties. Liz Truss being her 15th prime minister, Truss born in 1975, her first prime minister, Winston Churchill, born in 1874. So 100 years difference, quite a spread, and quite a spread, of course, because of the longevity of her reign.
And what longevity and activity, and it has been said, it's been said for many years now, hasn't it? And especially as Her Majesty went into her 90s, that would she ever consider stepping aside, as we've seen in so many other countries, in the Netherlands, in Belgium, in Spain. We've seen it with popes, that as they age, they step aside. But the Queen took that duty so very seriously.
Yes, it's abdication, I think, has not crossed her mind. They've tried it once, the royal family, and it didn't agree with them. Yes, as she said on her 21st birthday, however long her life was going to be, it was going to be a life of service. And while she could keep going, even into her mid-90s, she was determined to keep on doing it, still going through the red boxes every day, still meeting a range of people, admittedly cutting back on official duties and public appearances, but still out and about, still meeting people, as you can see there, and apparently really enjoying herself up in her favourite place up in Scotland.
And still, as you say, when we talk about her engagement with the issues of the day, still on Tuesday, we understand having a conversation with Liz Truss about the difficulties that the government and the country is facing.
Well, yes, she knows better than anyone what the political situation is, and she's seen more political crises come and go than most politicians have had hot dinners. And I assume that she didn't rehearse the famous or infamous speech of Liz Truss when she was a Liberal Democrat calling for the end of the monarchy. She certainly changed her mind about that, the Prime Minister.
Well, I'm sure Her Majesty's met a few people like that, particularly when they accepted their honours. Stephen Bates, thank you very much indeed, former royal correspondent with The Guardian.
Now, we continue to watch events at Balmoral. The Queen's former Scottish Communications Secretary joins me now, Louise Tate. Louise, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon here on Sky News. The statement we received from Buckingham Palace earlier on today, concerning, to use a word that was in that statement, but also quite surprising given we saw the Queen just on Tuesday receiving the new Prime Minister.
Yes, I think that that was something that was very clear that the Queen was very determined to go ahead with, as is characteristic of her. But I think that when the announcement was made about the Privy Council, then that would inevitably raise, people would be concerned that that was not usual for her. And perhaps that's why they felt the need to just clarify the situation regarding the present state of Her Majesty's health.
Louise, you'll know better than anyone as a former communications director for the Queen, just how important words are and just how rare announcements are about the Queen's health. Can you talk us through what you think is the significance of this statement from Buckingham Palace today?
Well, Buckingham Palace have always said that they would never, and it has been proven, never give a running commentary on matters of health. And I think we saw that when the Duke of Edinburgh was unwell. But they necessarily feel that there is a duty of being honest and just about the situation. And I think it is significant because it's not something we're used to seeing from Buckingham Palace. But clearly they felt it was necessary, and probably I think it was the right thing to do, given that we've got these significant family movements. And without clarifying the situation, it would have been led to speculation, especially when family were not appearing at events that they were scheduled to be at in attendance.
Yeah, Buckingham Palace will not give a running commentary, and there is now this void period, isn't there, from the statement going out. We are now keeping an eye on the gates of Balmoral. We know that the Duke of Cambridge is on his way. We saw him land at Aberdeen Airport. We understand that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are on their way as well. Can you give us an idea of the kind of coordination that will be going into getting all the senior royals in one place to see the Queen this afternoon?
Well, they all have diaries, busy diaries. They've all got commitments. They are, possibly, some of them, I'm not sure, but it could have been out of the country, for instance. So that doesn't seem to be the case this time. And it's important that, as you might imagine, for any family member who's ill, that family tries to gather. But there are logistical challenges, and things have to be rearranged and hastily rearranged. But clearly, that's a priority to do that, and they seems to be managed to accomplish that. And it's helpful that the Prince of Wales, or the Duke of Rothesay, as known in Scotland, was already at Birk Hall, it would seem. So there are some logistical challenges, but they can easily be overcome. There is the challenge of the weather, as we know. Helicopters are difficult often, so they'll be finding the best and most efficient way to get people where they need to be around Her Majesty at Balmoral.
We are, of course, talking about the Queen, but we're also talking about a mother and a grandmother, and they are the royal family, but they are a family. So looking at what is happening, people fear the worst but hope for the best. When a loved one is ill, particularly an elderly relative, you will want to be with that relative. The royal family, in that regard, no different to any other.
No different to any other, I would say. It's entirely reasonable that these are given the message of concern that you would want to be with your loved one at this time, and that's clearly what they've cleared the diaries and made possible this afternoon.
Nobody wants to overreact and nobody wants to speculate. So let's just talk about Balmoral and why the Queen is there. She goes there every summer. Can you talk to us about the significance of Balmoral to the Queen?
You broke up a little bit there, but I think you're asking about how important Balmoral is to Her Majesty. I think it's important to many members of the royal family. The Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall, or the Duke and Duchess of Rothesay, as they should be known in Scotland, they spend a lot of time at Birk Hall. Someone once said to me that they consider it their marital home. So it is somewhere that is dear to the heart of Her Majesty. We heard James Matthews talking just before there about it's one of our favourite places, and it is such a beautiful, beautiful place, and it changes with the seasons. No 2 days are ever the same, and it's a lovely family place. It really is, and it's. Having been there so often myself, I've seen just how relaxed members of the family are when they're there.
And with that in mind, and the family gathering there today, the Queen is there because it is her summer break. There were thoughts that she would travel to Buckingham Palace to invite the new Prime Minister to form a government in Liz Truss, but it was decided that she would stay at Balmoral for what we told were reasons of mobility. We take the palace at its word, but we do wonder what may have been going on behind the scenes. As you said, the palace will not give a running commentary, and it's reasonable to assume that perhaps things may have been going on with the Queen's health that she did not want in the public domain. Is that a reasonable thing to assume?
Well, you know, the continuity of monarchy and government are two things that are clearly very important to this country, and both Her Majesty and the Prime Minister, both Prime Ministers, fulfilled their constitutional roles. To me, the place was not as important as the people and the offices. You could, perhaps there were some indications that that her health was not quite as robust as we might have thought. But it is speculation. Somebody was going to have to move one way or the other. Somebody was either going to have to come to London, or London was going to have to come to Balmoral. And I think it was common sense to me, really. It was. And of course, she is the Queen. If you're invited up to Balmoral, I cannot imagine an outgoing Prime Minister or an incoming one refusing that invitation from the Queen. Just a final question while I have you, if I may, Louise Tate, former Scottish Communications Secretary for the Queen. In the statement released by Buckingham Palace earlier today, it says the Queen remains comfortable at Balmoral and is under medical supervision. With regard to the Queen's health, does she have the same medical team that will travel with her around the country, or does she have a specific team in Scotland and another one in London? I'm just trying to get an idea of what level of care is at the Queen's disposal. Well, as you might imagine, there is a medical household. I don't think that's giving away any secrets. And there are people locally. That applies to Sandringham, London, Windsor, Edinburgh, Holyrood, and in Aberdeenshire. So there will be a team of people who she's familiar with, and that's perfectly normal. That's perfectly usual, and that is not a new thing at all.
Louise Tate, we really appreciate your time this afternoon, reacting to the news that the Queen is under medical supervision at Balmoral. As you've reiterated, it's important not to speculate and overreact. But as someone who knew the Queen well, we really appreciate you taking the time today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Sarah Jane. Well, as Sarah Jane was saying, that statement released by Buckingham Palace at about 12:30 today grabbed not just the attention of everyone here in the United Kingdom. We saw what happened in the House of Commons while Liz Truss was making a statement. The new Prime Minister was making her statement about supporting people through the energy crisis. You could see the reaction on politicians' faces, but there's been international reaction as well. The eyes of the world now are on Balmoral and, of course, Buckingham Palace. Dominic Waghorn, diplomatic editor, is here with me now. And as I say, as we just even look around us here, Dominic, the attention of the world is now focused on Buckingham Palace, on Balmoral, waiting for news.
Yeah, not just British news crews, but a lot of foreign media here as well, Italians and others waiting here. One Italian journalist asking me for advice about where she should go in the British Isles during this extraordinary day, and a lot of tourists, of course, gathering amongst British people, waiting outside the palace for news. I was just at the Italian embassy, where the outgoing Italian ambassador, Raffaele Trombetta, was giving a lunch to diplomatic correspondents as he leaves the country at the end of his term in office. And he gave a toast to the health of the Queen. And he admitted this is unusual for a foreign diplomat to do so. Obviously, British diplomats do that all the time, but for a foreign diplomat, an ambassador, to do so, I think, reflects his concern and the concern of many others who'll be watching this, because, of course, the Queen, deeply loved, revered around the world by not just British people, not just in the Commonwealth, but particularly, I think, by diplomats and world leaders and politicians who she has advised and been wise counsel to over the years. She's met or spent time with 13 out of 14 of the presidents in her 96 years on this planet, and a lot of them have said how useful she's been, the advice she has given them, and I think they will all be watching closely, as we all are, to hear what news may come later today and a further update on the Queen's health. And we've been used, obviously, to concerns about her health. We've been used to her cancelling her attendance at events. Obviously, back in June, she was on the balcony over there for the first day of her Platinum Jubilee weekend celebrations. And the next day, obviously, then had to cancel her attendance, or felt she, I think under medical advice, felt she wasn't up to going to St Paul's Cathedral to attend the Thanksgiving, the Jubilee Thanksgiving service. So we've been used to these sort of periodic bouts of concern, but I think we're on a different level, I think, with this, where the fact that her doctors are concerned is what is causing concern amongst so many of us.
And Dominic, you talk of the international admiration for Her Majesty because of her knowledge, her longevity, the advice you mentioned that she's given so many world leaders. She's seen them come and go. She's seen heads of state come and go, particularly when we mention countries like Italy. And that admiration international is about the role, isn't it, as well, about the symbolism, the steadiness, the stability that she offered to the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I mean, constitutionally, she is that source of stability and continuity for the British because she is an unelected head of state. We have the advantage constitutionally of having just one head of state who has the job for life, and therefore the dirty work of politics is left to the politicians in a smaller house down the road in Downing Street. And that's been the way for centuries now. And I think other countries have looked at that with some envy. And others obviously feel that they have a better way of running things. But the great strength to the British Constitution is that you have this head of state who's above the fray, above the political fray, if she's able to remain so. And obviously the Queen has been expert at doing that for decades. And so that's given her a sense of being a source of strength and stability and continuity. But that's also given her an extraordinarily long period of time in which she's been able to observe politicians here, but also then use that experience to advise politicians elsewhere. So many American politicians, presidents have said that her advice has been invaluable. Her wisdom drawn from those decades of watching politicians closely, advising them in her weekly audiences with prime ministers and the rest of it. That's given her something that is invaluable to presidents that come and go. Those years of wisdom have made her invaluable in terms of the advice she's been able to give them.
And I suppose the other main international role she's been playing is, of course, as head of the Commonwealth. And she is the monarch who oversaw the transition from empire to Commonwealth.
She did, and in 1947 in South Africa, I don't think many viewers will remember this, it's going back a long way, but she gave this speech on her 21st birthday when she was in South Africa. She'd been there part of a 3-month tour with her parents, and on the occasion of her 21st birthday, it was decided she should give a speech, an address to the entire empire. And in that speech, she talked about how her life would be devoted to the service and the duty of service to the entire great imperial family, as she put it, to which we all belong. That imperial family then, as you say, became a Commonwealth. But that commitment to the imperial family, to those millions of people around the world, I think underlined that even at the age of 21, she saw her job that she didn't know was going to be hers, but she saw her role as princess as not just to her subjects or the subjects of her father at the time on the British Isles, but to subjects across the British Empire as it was then and their Commonwealth now. And she has kept true to that pledge throughout her reign. And that's what has made her such a globe-trotting global celebrity. You know, she invented the idea of a sort of global figure going out and bringing all the pomp and bling and the majesty of her office to so many people. And we have to remember, you know, she was the first to do that. We've seen popes do it, we've seen presidents do it since, we've seen Hollywood superstars do it, but she invented that kind of idea of travelling the world and globe-trotting, and for that I think she has been hugely celebrated.
And it's hard to believe, isn't it, when you talk about the number of presidents, the number of prime ministers that she's given advice to and learnt from. When we go back to the start of her reign, she was dealing with the titans, with someone in her 20s. She was dealing with, Eisenhower and Winston Churchill.
Yeah. She's met all the American presidents, apart from Lyndon B. Johnson, so all of them, going back to Eisenhower. as you say. And Winston Churchill took her under his wing and was kind of a mentor to her, and saw that's a huge part of his job, to look after this young princess and bring her through and advise her on affairs of state. She was so young when she became queen, and before that as well as princess. And yeah, she was able to observe and learn from these great global figures, these as you say, titans of global politics. And that gave her, I think, huge counsel and wisdom to draw on in the years to come. And that's why she's so revered globally, because of that, and also because she's been queen for so long. She's been this extraordinary figure of stability and continuity. And that's why we're all looking on so intently and with such concern. And also why it's a very difficult job for the palace courtiers and the doctors to keep us informed and to not create a kind of void of information, but tell us enough so that we're not overly concerned, tell us what's going on accurately. So I think we have to sort of bear that in mind. It's a tough day for them as they work out what's going to happen next.
Dominic, thanks very much.
I just want to bring you a bit of breaking news. We understand that senior royals are either at Balmoral with the Queen or heading there. The Duke of Sussex is, we understand, heading to Balmoral, but sources are telling Sky News he is making this trip by himself. The Duchess of Sussex is not travelling to Balmoral to see the Queen. Sky News sources telling us that Prince Harry is making the trip alone. It's understood Meghan will remain in London but will not be attending the Well Child Awards. These are awards supporting the Well Child charity that the Duke of Sussex is a patron of. They are due to take place in London tonight, but neither the Duke or Duchess will be in attendance. The Duchess, we understand, could potentially join Prince Harry in Scotland at a later date following this change of plan. But as it stands at the moment, the Duke of Sussex is travelling to Balmoral alone to see the Queen. We saw his brother, the Duke of Cambridge, arrive at Aberdeen Airport a little while ago. He is in a car heading to the gates that you see on your screen right now. We will keep across the arrivals of the senior members of the royal family as they happen here on Sky News, all of them gathering around the Queen as her doctors say they are concerned about her health. Well, joining me now is the historian and author Sir Anthony Selden. Sir Anthony, I just want to get a sense of how you're feeling about the news we're watching unfold this afternoon, the significance of it, the weight of it.
Well, I think, like most people in the country, a sense of anxiety, a sense of not knowing what are we to make of it. How ill is she? What could have happened? She looked in good form when she was with Liz Truss, the incoming Prime Minister. So a sense of bewilderment, but also a sense of impending anxiety and foreboding. If it doesn't happen now, she is 96, she can't live ever, and it will be the most profound moment in my living memory. She's been my queen all my life, and that will be true of the great majority of people in the country. She's such a presence that we almost overlook her. 15 prime ministers have come and gone, but there's only been one monarch. She's always there. She's there at the moments, like most recently COVID, when the country is deeply perturbed, and she manages to find the words, harking back to the Second World War, that provide some consolation. She is the comforter in chief of the nation, but she's also the binder in chief of the nation. She is the person who holds the different nations of the United Kingdom together and all parts of the country. And she, of course, talks to us beyond political parties. She has, as we've just been hearing, no political affiliation at all, and therefore she's able to speak to people who are of all different political persuasions and none, because she can truly speak for every person in the entire country, whatever age, whatever background, whatever social, economic class. She is there for all of us, and we will miss her deeply on a personal and a national level when she goes. It will also change Britain's standing in the world.
So many people will be tuning in to Sky News, watching and waiting. I think you described it perfectly there, with a sense of anxiety, because, as you said, the Queen has always been there for the majority of the country. 70 years of service, she has always been there. So it feels like if anything were to happen to the Queen, it would be a real shift in this country at a time when the country is struggling in such uncertain times. I think this is why people are feeling it so keenly today, Sir Anthony Seldon, and really just watching Balmoral for further news.
Yes, I think that is right. I mean, there was never going to be an ideal moment for her to be seriously ill, if indeed she is, as appears to be the case, in a worrying condition. There's always trouble in the nation in one corner or another, but this is obviously with the cost of living, the fuel, inflation, NHS, the war in Ukraine and more, and the prospect of COVID coming back with a new variant. She is a comfort. She's the nation's granny. She's somebody who we all have at the back of our minds, who is a constant. She goes on, and come rain and sunshine, night and day, autumn and summer, she's always there. And in a sense, we've taken it so much for granted. And if and when she is plucked away, it will be emotionally and psychologically very significant for all the people in the nation who care for her. And that is, as polls would show, vast numbers. So on every level, personal, psychological, as well as political and diplomatic, international, this will be one of the great moments. Whatever else happens in the 21st century, this will be one of the defining moments of the 21st century.
Sir Anthony Seldon, thank you so much for speaking to us here on Sky News. I know you're going to stay with us for a little while longer as we watch those gates of Balmoral. As I said, the Duke of Cambridge has landed at Aberdeen Airport. We understand that he is in a car on his way to Balmoral. We also know, we've learned in the last few minutes, that the Duke of Sussex is travelling to Balmoral alone. The Duchess of Sussex, as we understand at this present time, is not making the journey to see the Queen. That may change, but sources telling us at the moment the Duke of Sussex is on his way alone.
Thanks, Sarah Jane. Well, let's find out if there's anything to be gleaned from the politicians. Live to Downing Street, our political correspondent Joe Pike is there. And Joe, what is the latest from there?
Well, Dermot, Liz Truss's official spokesman has confirmed she will not be making the trip up to Balmoral. I think it would be a surprise if she did so. Certainly, though, there has been a sense here in number 10 in Whitehall in Westminster over the last year or so, that although the central constitutional role that the Queen plays as head of state has not changed and will not change, the way she has carried it out, the way she's undertaken that role certainly has. We saw that at the state opening of Parliament early this year in May, where the Queen's speech was actually delivered by her son, the Prince of Wales, Prince Charles, with the Duke of Cambridge, Prince William alongside. And we also, far more importantly perhaps, this week saw that changeover of Prime Minister, Boris Johnson tendering his resignation, Liz Truss accepting an invitation to form a government not a mile away from here, where you are, Dermot, at Buckingham Palace, but both incoming and outgoing Prime Minister making that 500-mile trip to Royal Deeside, to Aberdeenshire, this private, secluded castle home of monarchs back to the time of Queen Victoria, where the Queen and her family are now gathering. And also last night, I think significantly, a Privy Council meeting which was due to take place virtually, the Privy Council being a group of senior government advisors, That meeting wasn't cancelled but postponed because the doctors, we were told by Buckingham Palace, had advised her to rest. That would have been the moment Liz Truss would have taken an oath to be the First Lord of the Treasury, a title she has alongside Prime Minister, and the words First Lord of the Treasury are the only words on the door of number 10. Now, there's not some huge constitutional problem with that being delayed, but I think it was a sign. I think it's also important to reflect that the Queen has and continues to provide wisdom and counsel to prime ministers, and does that so well partly because of her longevity, because she has provided continuity. It is astounding that she has been talking to, knowing, having audiences with prime ministers right back to Winston Churchill, people like Churchill, Eden, Macmillan, who are now figures in the history books, who historians debate over the decisions of, who school children, university students learn about. Those were people that the Queen advised at very challenging times, times of crisis, times of change. It is so significant that she has provided that role over 7 decades, and in the 10 decades, of course, in her life. And I think what is so important in the role politicians, certainly here in Westminster, are feeling about what she does is she provides this very familiar face that we all know, and yet she remains an enigmatic figure too.
Joe Pike, in Downing Street, many thanks.
Just want to bring you reaction to today's news. Obviously, we've had that statement from Buckingham Palace. We've just had this from the DUP leader, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, who said there would be an outpouring of emotion across Northern Ireland at the news that the Queen is under medical supervision at Balmoral. Speaking in Belfast, Sir Geoffrey said, "We are all watching with increasing alarm and concern about the news that is breaking. Our thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty the Queen and the royal family as they gather at Balmoral." I know across Northern Ireland there will be an outpouring of emotion right now. While we continue to wait for news from Balmoral, we've had nothing from Buckingham Palace since that statement earlier on today. Let's bring in the former editor of OK magazine and royal commentator Martin Townsend. Beg your pardon. Martin, your reaction to the news earlier on today that the Queen, there is concern about her health.
Yeah, I mean, she is sort of 96, and there are going to be concerns about her health, but it feels like quite a significant moment with the family. Obviously, close members of the family flying up to Balmoral to be with her, and it feels like I think we're all sort of hoping and praying, hoping for the best, really, and but it feels like a very significant moment, doesn't it?
It does. We don't want to speculate, we don't want to overreact, but the fact that Buckingham Palace felt the need to put out this statement today when we'd seen the Queen just on Tuesday, that last time we saw her publicly, the official photograph of her inviting the new Prime Minister Liz Truss to form a government, the fact that just a couple of days later they felt the need to put this statement out saying that they were concerned, that is significant, that carries weight.
Yeah, it certainly does carry weight. As I say, I think we can't really speculate at this stage. I mean, the Queen is a remarkable woman. She's a remarkably strong woman, but obviously she is, advancing in years, and so at times like this, the whole nation is concerned. I mean, there's an atmosphere around, of people just hoping that that it will be good news rather than the opposite, and but it feels like a significant moment, and I think we've known the Queen all of our lives, and she feels like someone we all know. We've all grown up with her over the decade. She's always been there for us. She's like the guiding light of the nation. And, so there's a kind of collective at the moment holding of breath, I think, across the nation. And we can't speculate, and we would just hope that, that it's perhaps better than we thought. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a time for people to reflect and send their well wishes. As you said, nobody wants to speculate or assume the worst, but people very much, as you said, watching and waiting with bated breath. I was speaking to the historian St Anthony Selden earlier on, who said she's the nation's granny. As you said, Martin, she has always been there. And I just wonder how the public have seen the Queen in recent years in terms of we've just had those phenomenal Jubilee celebrations where if the monarch's popularity was in any doubt, you just had to watch that weekend of celebration and goodwill from the nation unfold.
Yes, goodwill from the nation and goodwill from the entire world, really. I mean, they were extraordinary events, absolutely amazing. They demonstrated that the monarchy is, you know, is as healthy and strong as ever. And the most amazing display of pageantry and something that we could all unite around and be proud of. And the most extraordinary summer. And exactly as you would expect from a woman who has just done everything with such style, everything with such amazing dignity. You know, we knew that it would be great, but it was even greater than we expected it to be. And, you know, all of those things, all of those memories are going through people's minds of the summer. And as I say, you know, as we wait for, you know, whatever news, you know, hopefully good news, but we just don't know. You know, we'll all be individually and collectively reflecting on the Queen and how much she means to us all. And she is like the nation's grandmother without any shadow of a doubt. We all feel we know her. I mean, isn't that extraordinary from somebody, you know, the head of the nation, that we all actually feel a connection to her, a really strong emotional connection to her. And I think that's fantastic sort of testimony to her, you know, the way in which she's conducted herself and the way in which she's worked for us all over the years.
The Queen, a dedicated servant of her people, as I said, on Tuesday, carrying out official duties. We understand that she has been receiving state papers every day at Balmoral on her holiday, as she does day in, day out, some 2 to 3 hours of reading of state papers she does a day, which is perhaps why it took people by surprise, this statement this morning. As I said, we saw her fulfilling official duties on Tuesday. But the Queen, from what we know, is a pragmatist. For a number of years now, she has been shaping the future of the monarchy. She has been whittling down the senior royals to a tight group that will continue her legacy. Yes.
I mean, I think she has prepared the monarchy so brilliantly for the future. I mean, to my mind, I mean, obviously there are challenges, you know, to the monarchy from the outside, some from the inside, and you know, we've seen the sort of slight buffeting of the monarchy over the years, actually, not just in recent times, but throughout it all, the Queen has led so steadfastly, and she has strengthened the monarchy. Is an argument for saying, I know that people sometimes say, oh, well, the monarchy's, you know, having a rotten time or whatever, but my argument would be it's never been stronger, actually, and much of that is due to her steadfastness, to her refusal, really, to sort of to change her path, to just carry on doing what she does. And what you were saying earlier about the fact of her keeping on top of her papers, and you know, she is the most avid reader of newspapers. As an ex-newspaperman, I'm so delighted she set such a great example. And you know, she wants to know what's going on in the world. She's always been like that, and it's no surprise that she's been like that this week as well, and across her communications. She is an amazing, remarkable woman, absolutely amazing.
Martin Townsend, former editor of OK magazine and royal commentator, really good to speak to you this afternoon. Thank you for your time.
So, Jane, thank you. Well, joining me now is Simon Morgan, who served as a Royal Protection Officer to Her Majesty the Queen and other senior members of the royal family from 2006 to 2013. Thanks for joining us, Simon Morgan. And Simon, well, we know that the Queen's doctors, her medical staff are concerned. We're all concerned.
It's certainly an unprecedented move with regards to announcing what the doctors said today and then seeing senior members of the royal family move from where they are actually up to the Balmoral estate. You know, that is something that we haven't seen before, so we naturally have to look at what is actually going on here.
And the Balmoral estate, we know that you know it well, the Queen knows it well. She loves it. She's been going there all her life.
Very much so. It's the Queen's summer holiday, you know, and kind of over the years of my time, it was always extended by a couple of days each year because, you know, she felt very much at home there and could very much do kind of what she wanted to do away from the prying eyes kind of the public. So it's very much a favourite palace of hers. And certainly the Prince of Wales also stays down the road in Burke Hall. So, yes, it is very, very popular. And certainly now to see other senior members of the family come up will actually put the spotlight onto the Balmoral estate.
Simon, tell me a little bit of your experience working with Her Majesty. What is she like to work for?
She's great to work for. As a boss, you couldn't wish for someone better. Fully understands your role as a protection officer, knows why you're there. And whilst you're trying to work in and around her, she's actually working in and around you to make your life easier, which, you know, as a principal is sometimes unheard of. So, you know, a fantastic person to work with, but, you know, understands why you're there. And that is really key for us.
Can you give me an example? Tell me how she worked around you. That sounds quite extraordinary.
You know, when you're in certainly a royal walkabout, you know, you'll be very much watching the crowd, looking for what you expect to see and what you don't expect to see. You know, and if you're standing at a certain point because you're uncomfortable with something, you know, the Queen would actually kind of walk around you, you know, knowing that you're not comfortable with that, you know, rather than trying to walk in front of you. So she very much reads the situation, but, you know, has had protection all her life, so she understands how it works, and that's, you know, very important to us.
And that's interesting what you say, because she also understands her connection with the British people, and not just with the British people, with so many millions internationally. That must have given you the jitters every now and again, I suspect.
Certainly a royal walkabout is the most challenging aspect of your job as a protection officer. You're putting a senior member of the royal family, in this case the Queen, you know, right in front of the public domain. And, you know, you've very much got to be on your game for that particular 10, 15, 20 minutes, however long it lasts. But, you know, the royal family fully understand that they have to and want to go and meet members of the public, understand what their lives are like, what their needs are, and just generally talk to them. I mean, thankfully, in my time, we didn't have the selfie phenomenon, which my colleagues now have to deal with. But, you know, nonetheless, people wanted face time with the Queen, and they wanted to talk to her, and she would listen and talk back. And you, as a protection officer, have to manage that.
But, Simon, you did get to witness that legendary wit, I imagine, up close and personal.
Yeah, very much so. You know, like I said, a great person to work for, a great understanding, and a very much a high level of wit. You know, one time, whilst up on the Balmoral estate, you know, the Queen came around and said, you know, are you going to follow me this time? As if we wouldn't. You know, we were ready to go, and she was just kind of edging the bets as to who was going to go first. But yeah, a tremendous understanding of people.
And I'm sure you'll join us, the entire nation, and so many millions of people around the world, in wishing her all the best. Simon Morgan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're watching Sky News. It is just after 5 o'clock. If you are just joining us, we are monitoring the health of the Queen. We are keeping an eye there on the gate at Balmoral. A statement released by Buckingham Palace earlier on today saying that her medical team are concerned about her health. She is comfortable, and senior royals, her children and grandchildren, are gathering at Balmoral to be with her. It is just after 12 o'clock in Washington. We've just had this from the White House. President Biden has been briefed on the health of the Queen. He has been briefed on the health of the Queen, and a statement from President Biden says that his thoughts are with the Queen and her family at this time. So that's the President of the United States briefed on the health of the Queen and sending his thoughts to the monarch and her family. Well, it has been confirmed today by Buckingham Palace that the Queen is under medical supervision. Behind the gates you see there at Balmoral in Scotland. Her doctors became concerned about her health, and Buckingham Palace decided to release a statement around lunchtime today. All of the Queen's children are now thought to be at her side in Balmoral or on their way there. This is the statement following further evaluation this morning. The Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. Well, Prince Charles was pictured earlier today leaving Dumfries House in Ayrshire to travel to Aberdeenshire. The Queen's grandchildren are also gathering. A little later, a plane landed at Aberdeen Airport. This was carrying other members of the royal family, including Prince William and Prince Andrew, we understand. We have also learnt this afternoon that Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, is on his way to Balmoral. We understand that he is travelling alone. Like his brother, Prince William, he is not travelling with his wife, the Duchess of Cambridge, remaining in Windsor, and the Duchess of Sussex, we understand, remaining in London. We have heard from a number of world leaders today and senior political figures. The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. That is from Liz Truss. If we can just go back to that live shot of Balmoral, cars arriving there. We did see the Duke of Cambridge arrive at Aberdeen Airport a little earlier on, getting into a car to head to Balmoral, but cars arriving there, unsure at this point who is in them. Our correspondent James Matthews is there, so we'll try to find out a little more. But let's just return to some of the tributes that are being paid to the Queen and the well wishes being sent to Scotland as we continue to monitor the monarch's health. The Archbishop of Canterbury took to social media earlier saying, "My prayers and the prayers of the people across the Church of England and the nation are with Her Majesty the Queen today. May God's presence strengthen and comfort Her Majesty, her family, and those who are caring for her at Balmoral." Well, those cars that you just caught a glimpse of going in the gates at Balmoral, we understand, were carrying members of the royal family, senior members of the royal family. Prince Edward, we understand, was in that car. Let's bring in James Matthews, who's there at Balmoral, for a little more. James, it's all very fluid at the moment. We know that some senior royals are at Balmoral already, a number still arriving. So, you know, it's very much in flux at the moment. But what do you know about what's happening?
Thanks, mate. Prince Edward was in at least one of those vehicles that we've just seen, a convoy of 4 in total. It's unclear at this stage if it was somebody else. It's unclear, but clearly there will be arrivals over the course of the next few hours into the evening. Edward certainly in one of those vehicles. The Duke of Cambridge we saw arriving at Edinburgh Airport, so if he wasn't in that particular convoy of 4, he won't be far away. Prince Charles was already on the estate, of course. He has been there. He's actually been there in recent weeks. Today, he has spent several hours behind the gates of the Balmoral estate. He's been in the company of his mother on and off over the past few weeks. You'll remember that on Saturday, he took her place at the Braemar gathering. And on Saturday itself, I know that before that outing in the late afternoon, he had been in the company of his mother for several hours. His mother, of course, who was in good form in recent days and has been in recent weeks in a part of the world where she feels very comfortable. It is, she enjoys privacy, she enjoys the opportunity to be herself with her family away from the public gaze, and that is a large part of the attraction for her here at Balmoral. People close to the royal family talk about her being comfortable, having picnics, enjoying barbecues with the family, doing the washing up and so on. It's a secluded part of Aberdeenshire where she enjoys privacy, and at this time in particular, perhaps something that's the family around her will value. So we've seen arrivals. Prince Charles was already inside Balmoral. Edward is here. Indeed, Prince Charles, the presence of Prince Charles at Balmoral was the first indicator today that things weren't quite right. He was due to attend an occasion in Lanarkshire. It was a royal visit. That was cancelled, and that was the first indication that perhaps there was something rather more pressing for him and his time closer to his home in Balmoral. So there will be arrivals by car. Aberdeen Airport, the route between Aberdeen Airport and Balmoral, the A93, is a well-worn path for the Royals, particularly at this time of year. So we're expecting to see more. Harry will be among them as the evening progresses, and we'll see more arrivals here. But in that convoy of 4, the family has begun to gather. Edward was in that convoy, possibly others will confirm in due course.
James, for the moment, thank you.
Well, here outside Buckingham Palace, the world's press are gathering, and many tourists and visitors standing outside the gates of Buckingham Palace awaiting news. Let's speak to our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. And Rhiannon, at the moment, we have simply that statement concerning the Queen's health and the knowledge that so many members of the royal family are gathering at Balmoral.
And yes, interesting, Dermot, there that you should talk about the crowds gathering outside of Buckingham Palace. Of course, at any time of year, you're going to have a crowd there. Tourists always flock there when they come to London. But I think it is a reminder that for many, this news will come as a great concern, not least because it is hugely unusual that the royal family should decide to allow the officials at Buckingham Palace to give us any real details about the Queen's health. So I think the fact that, around 12:30 this lunchtime, that we were told that doctors were so concerned about Her Majesty's health that they recommended that she should stay under medical supervision. Immediately, I think for those of us who follow the royal family closely, it did set alarm bells and it did raise concern. The palace also saying that at the moment she remains comfortable and she is at Balmoral. There were some suggestions that potentially she'd had a fall, but they were quick to kind of shut down that speculation. But also very quickly, they told us that the family had been told that she was deemed to need this medical supervision, and also that they were heading to Balmoral, which again, of course, only elevates those concerns for the Queen's health. In some ways, though, I think what is quite a shock in terms of hearing this news is the fact that it was only, on Tuesday that we saw the Queen front and centre once again carrying out one of her key constitutional roles. And certainly in the last few weeks, it was being made very clear that the Queen was determined that she would still be the one who would be there to say farewell to Boris Johnson, her 14th Prime Minister, as he tendered his resignation, and then subsequently welcome her 15th Prime Minister, Liz Truss. Of course, it was decided, as has sometimes been the case, that plans and logistics would have to be changed because the Queen, or doctors decided ultimately that the Queen wasn't able to make that journey down to London, that simply it would be foolish for her to do that. And so they wanted to make sure that a plan was in place to make sure that the Queen knew what she was doing and also her outgoing and incoming Prime Minister. But it did mean that we have got those photographs, very recent photographs of the Queen beaming from ear to ear as she met Liz Truss and began what is a very important relationship, of course, for any new Prime Minister. I think also for both the outgoing Prime Minister and palace officials, and no doubt the Queen herself, it was important that we saw her that day. We haven't actually seen the Queen carrying out any public official duties since July, when she visited a hospice with Princess Anne. And on that occasion, as we have seen quite frequently over the last 12 months, she did have that walking stick with her, a reminder that there have been those mobility issues certainly increasing over the last 12 months. But in essence, I think the palace and Number 10 are very conscious that for some people at the moment now feels like an unsettling time for this country. When you think about economic pressures, pressures on families, and also, some might say, political uncertainty. We have literally only just got a new Prime Minister. So to see the Queen there carrying out that constitutional role, even at the age of 96, I think for some across this country, yes, not everyone agrees with a hereditary monarchy, but for some up and down the country, she is still this symbol of stability and continuity. And that's exactly what we again saw her on Tuesday, continuing her duties as we've seen her carry out throughout her 70-year reign.
And Rhiannon, in terms of the senior royals, the members of the family that are either at Balmoral or travelling there, so we understand her 4 children, Charles and Andrew and Edward, are there or on their way there, and their partners, and also Prince William and Harry. But do we understand that Meghan will not be travelling with Harry. What about the Duchess of Cambridge?
Yeah, so we were also told that the Duchess of Cambridge also isn't going to be there. Their 3 children this morning started their new school. You may have seen those pictures of them going for a settling-in afternoon yesterday at Lambrook. So I think the decision was made that she wouldn't be making that journey up. And who knows, but subsequently that may have impacted the decision as to whether or not Meghan decided to fly up there. I think it's hugely significant that the family are gathering there increasingly over the last 12 months. I think very publicly we've seen just how much affection they have for the Queen as a great-grandmother, a grandmother, and a mother, and that was abundantly clear throughout the Platinum Jubilee weekend, where for the first time we saw that the Cambridge children really out for any kind of prolonged period of time. There are those wonderful pictures, aren't there, of the Queen on the balcony at Buckingham Palace, talking to Prince Louis, who had his hands over his ears as there was that fly-past. The Queen, of course, more than used to seeing many fly-pasts during her reign. Many people talk about the fact that she is probably one of the most experienced people when it comes to watching military pageantry. But yes, such a lovely image on the Platinum Jubilee of her reassuring Louis in a way about what was happening, and we've so often seen that. And I think it's been interesting over the last few years to see more softer images of the Queen at times. Certainly around her 96th birthday, a photograph was released of her sitting in front of a window at Windsor Castle. And for her 96th birthday and then for her Platinum Jubilee, I think the messaging was, yes, this is a remarkable head of state that, frankly, most of us can't remember a time when she wasn't Queen. But also, this is a woman who has, throughout her life, been balancing those challenges of carrying out her constitutional duties, getting on with the job in hand, but also making sure that she was there to support her family. And look, there have been difficulties, of course, with the family, certainly in recent years. And, of course, back in the 1990s, it was a very difficult time. But, yeah, today the family will all be coming together there at Balmoral, where, don't forget, they all have really fond memories of spending time with the Queen in Scotland. It's a very important place for all of them, where they get to kick back in the seclusion of the wildness of the Highlands and spend time together away from the prying eyes of the cameras and enjoy that countryside life. We've seen that in so many home videos of the royal family and photographs. So, yeah, I think it's obviously a place that they're very familiar with, and obviously all of them wanting to make what is quite a long journey up to Aberdeenshire to be with the Queen at this moment.
Rhiannon, many thanks. Rhiannon Mills, our royal correspondent there. Well, joining me now is Dr. Anna Hemming, who spent 7 years as a resident in-house doctor at Buckingham Palace, looking after the royal family and the royal household. Very good to talk to you, Dr. Hemming. Well, that statement released by the Queen's medical staff, it says it in the statement, doctors are concerned. She is under medical supervision, but remains comfortable. Just dissect that for us and the decision to release that information.
Well, certainly we didn't release information lightly, and I think we just have to remember that the Queen is a remarkable woman and has been with us for a very long time. So we just have to hope that she's very comfortable and that she is with her family, and they can help her if she can recover. They can help her with that.
Yeah, and that is a calculation, isn't it? Medical confidentiality, privacy, but of course she is Her Majesty the Queen. People want to know. People are worried for her, but the other side of the coin is, of course, you don't want to have an intrusive running commentary.
No, and I think that, you know, for her and for her family and for everybody who goes through this process, you know, there are obviously friends and family that are concerned. And when you're a public profile with such a huge profile, that the nation and most of the world will be concerned. But at the centre of this is somebody who's unwell, and they need the peace and the time and the people around them that they love. So the fact the family is going to be with her now, whatever she's going through, is obviously going to be of much comfort to her.
And she's had a normal slowing down of people as they get into later life over the past few, well, decades, I suppose.
Well, absolutely. And I think that being 96 and being a full working royal is an incredible job. So, yeah, I'm actually very pleased that somebody has calmed her down a little bit. And yeah, she's been amazing.
I can't ask you, I know, of course, about specific details of your interactions with her, but you know, what was it like to work with her, to help her? What is she like to talk to?
So the Queen and all of those that work with her are an incredible team, and it's amazing to have been part of that and to help many people through their service and maintain their health. So for me, working with that team was wonderful. It was an incredible experience and something that, you know, 7 years of that I will never forget. So it was wonderful. I would never release any information. It's just not what we do.
But there are specific challenges there, you know, as you mentioned, you know, about keeping the show on the road. I'm sure sometimes you have to do running repairs for the royals.
Well, I think like everybody, you know, we have incidences, things happen. None of us are superheroes, unfortunately. So obviously there are things that need to be done in the course of prevention and protection, and making sure that everything that is undertaken by the royal family is safe. So yes, they do have teams in place in order to do that.
When you say making sure that everything is safe, do you mean just from a medical point of view? Because I've just been talking to a royal protection officer. We know the safety side of that. Where does that interact with the medical team?
Well, I think from a medical perspective, obviously all of the trips, the tours, etc., that the royal family do, that there will be a medical report that is made. But to be honest with you, when you're looking after such an important person and an important family, all of these things just need to be done.
Yeah, I suppose, yes, when you're talking about royal tours, then you've got inoculations, injections, diets, so many other issues.
Absolutely.
Well, Dr. Hemming, very good talking to you. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Anna Hemming there, who spent 7 years working alongside the royal household in Buckingham Palace, looking after their health. And in terms of the Queen's health at the moment, this is what we are hearing, a statement released by Buckingham Palace, the official spokespeople at Buckingham Palace here, saying that doctors are concerned about the Queen's health. Therefore, she has been put under medical supervision at Balmoral after that concern was raised. And as Dr. Hemming was telling us there, she is said to be comfortable. So many statements coming into us, statements of support from the Prime Minister, the new Prime Minister Liz Truss, who was only there 2 days ago at Balmoral to meet Her Majesty the Queen, making that journey back there today. The senior members of the royal family, who we understand are gathering, either have gathered or are on their way to Balmoral.
Well, let's just update you with what's been happening at Balmoral within the last half an hour or so. We understand Princes Andrew and Edward, the Queen's sons, have arrived at Balmoral to be with the monarch, as has Prince William, the Duke of Cambridge, the Queen's grandson. And, of course, after Prince Charles, heir to the throne. Prince Charles, we understand, arrived at Balmoral earlier on today. He has been in Scotland in recent days, so wasn't too far away when that call came that doctors are concerned about the Queen's health. The royal family was informed and the decision was taken that senior royals needed to go to Balmoral to be with the Queen. We understand that the Duke of Sussex is on his way as well. Prince Harry, we are expecting him to arrive at Aberdeen Airport and, like those before him, make that journey to Balmoral. Well, the Queen's former Scottish Communications Secretary, Louise Tate, joins me now. Louise, the Queen today has been described by historian Sir Anthony Selden, I was speaking to him earlier, as the nation's granny. She has always been there, and the world is watching. People are tuning into us today to find out how the Queen is. We watch and we wait, but it's important to remember that she is actually a granny. She's a mama, as Prince Charles calls her, and the family are gathering in Balmoral today. Perhaps you can give us an insight as to what it will be like inside Balmoral. It's a vast estate, it's a big structure, but the royal family and the Queen in particular occupies a smaller compartment, so it will be a very small family gathering in that sense.
Well, as I think I've said before, Balmoral, it is a castle, but it's, in terms of a castle, it's still quite an intimate space. And I think that because they've spent so much time there as a family together, this will be, it's just like it is a home. It is a home, and they will feel that they are coming to that home, but something that's familiar to them, and they know that that's where Her Majesty is very, very happy and always has been. So that I think that they will feel that they are around her in one of her favourite places at this time.
We're just showing viewers an image that was taken not so long ago, about half an hour or so ago, of Prince William driving his uncle Prince Andrew and Prince Edward into Balmoral. They arrived at Aberdeen Airport a little earlier and drove to Balmoral through those gates, and we assume are now with the Queen. We understand that Prince Harry is on his way. Let's go back to how this all began earlier on this afternoon, around 12:30 lunchtime. That statement was released by Buckingham Palace. And Louise, as a communications secretary, what will have gone into that? Because it came as a shock to so many people, because we saw the Queen publicly only on Tuesday inviting the new Prime Minister Liz Truss to form a government. We understand she carried out another engagement later in the day to award a member of her staff with an honour. That was a private matter. You know, we haven't got any pictures of that, but she was very much active until recently. So talk to me about what will have been going on in terms of putting that statement out there and the wording of it. So much thought and care will have gone into it.
Indeed, but I think that given that there was the Privy Council meeting was cancelled, that Her Majesty would not take part in that, and then if the message was to the family to come and join Her Majesty at Balmoral, it would have been very difficult for so many members of the family to make that journey without it being noticed. So I think that it was the right thing to do. It clarified the situation. Inevitably, it'll be seen as a significant move and things will be read into that. But it is a very carefully worded statement, and that's rightly so. And I think that they just tried to avoid speculation as much as they could by giving some clarity, really.
Louise, given that, and given that we know very clearly that Buckingham Palace do not provide a running commentary on anything, least of all the Queen's health, this statement is being seen as significant. When can we expect to hear something else? What kind of update will come? Will any updates come? Because I'm just looking at this screen and I'm mindful of the fact that hundreds of thousands, millions of people across the world are going to be watching those gates. Will the palace be mindful of that, or will it be business as usual in terms of communications?
I think that really it will be business as usual. They are not going to give a running commentary. They're not going to follow the news cycle, unfortunately. This will be dictated by events as they happen or don't happen. So we will just have to wait, unfortunately.
OK, Louise, you're watching and waiting with us, and as somebody who knows the Queen, I can only begin to understand how difficult that is. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us here on Sky News. I'm sure we will speak in the coming hours and days. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, now watching and waiting here at Buckingham Palace as we keep our eyes on the gates of Balmoral Castle. I want to talk now to a professor of British politics and the Constitution at University College London and co-editor of The Role of Monarchy in Modern Democracy, Professor Robert Hazel. Very good to talk to you, Professor Hazel. Now, it's a difficult time for any nation when its head of state is under medical supervision because their doctors are concerned about their health.
Indeed, but this is a contingency which will have long been prepared for, and so people in government as well as in the palace will be rolling out those contingency plans. And there are two things that might happen. The Queen might become seriously ill, and if she becomes so ill that she is incapable, through infirmity of body or mind, of performing the royal functions, and I'm quoting now from the Regency Act, then a regent would be appointed to carry out the functions of being the sovereign in her place, and that would be Prince Charles. So that's one kind of contingency plan, which people will have near the top of their minds. The other is, if sadly the Queen is very seriously ill and were to die, then there are very well-rehearsed plans for a very grand royal funeral known as Operation London Bridge, and all that has been planned for years in advance, and it will be the biggest state funeral any of us have seen for a very long time, and possibly in the whole of our lifetimes.
So as you describe it, and as we understand it, there is never a moment, even a moment, when the United Kingdom is without a head of state, either a king or queen or a regent.
That's right. So the moment the Queen dies, Prince Charles becomes king, although formally that would be declared the next day at a special meeting of the Privy Council known as an accession council. A regency is slightly different in that it has to be formally declared by 3 out of 4 very senior officials. And those are the Lord Chancellor, the Lord Chief Justice, the Speaker of the House of Commons, and the Lord Chancellor. So they will all have been briefed about their role. And if a regency is declared, it can only be done on the basis of evidence, including medical evidence, which will be submitted to them. And if that happens, the declaration is made at a meeting of the Privy Council. And we will all learn then if a regency has been created, and the regent would then be Prince Charles. And he would be regent acting in the name of the Queen, not only of the United Kingdom, but of all the other 14 countries around the world, where the Queen is also head of state. Let us not forget, she's Queen of Australia, Queen of Canada, Queen of New Zealand, Queen of Jamaica, Queen of other places in the Caribbean and in the Pacific.
And Professor Hazel, just give me your assessment of how Her Majesty negotiates this. I mean, it's a rather extraordinary, is it a unique role in terms of the British Constitution and how it has just evolved and the separation of powers?
Well, as everyone acknowledges, she has been an extraordinarily conscientious monarch. She has devoted the whole of her life to public service, worked incredibly hard. The Queen receives state boxes every day of the year, with only 2 exceptions, Christmas Day and Easter Day. Not many people work as hard as she does right through into their 90s. And so she will be remembered not only for her extraordinarily long reign, but also for the extraordinary devotion that she has shown throughout that reign to her public duty. I think I needn't say any more than that. This is very well known. She has been a remarkably conscientious, as well as a remarkably long-serving monarch.
Professor Hazel, Robert Hazel, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, let's bring in our Scotland correspondent, James Matthews, who is at Balmoral. And James, within the last hour, senior members of the royal family have arrived, have gone through those gates to be with the Queen. Talk us through what's been happening.
Yeah, about 20 minutes ago, we saw a convoy driven from Aberdeen Airport, driven in the lead vehicle by Prince William. He was in the driver's seat. Next to him was his uncle, the Duke of York, and in the back were Edward and Sophie. So the family gathering is increasing in size. Among those still to arrive, of course, is Harry, who we expect at some point over the coming hours. Prince Charles, he was there from early in the morning. He had actually been due to take part in a royal visit in central Scotland, but that was cancelled, and that was the first inkling that we had that things weren't quite right today. I can tell you the weather is pretty brutal here at the moment, raining extremely heavily. As you can see, it was raining very heavily on Tuesday when we last saw the Queen in the drawing room of Balmoral when she met and appointed the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. She made that Aberdeen Airport to Balmoral journey, and by all accounts, the Queen was in good form. She remarked on the weather, saying to her press secretary and photographer in the drawing room at the time how dark it was in the skies overhead. She's well used to it, of course, and quite enjoys, actually, this part of the world, notwithstanding the weather. She has been coming here for many years. This is a time of year when she and the family enjoy summer holidays together, and it is a place of family gatherings on a day when we are seeing the family come together. That is a well-practiced routine, albeit in happier circumstances through time. They have barbecues, they have sleepovers. Grandchildren and great-grandchildren are invited to a large family gathering on the Balmoral estate. Harry, who we expect to arrive later today, he and Meghan actually had been invited to come and spend time at Balmoral for that sleepover, the Queen's sleepover, but they were also invited by Prince Charles, Harry's father. That wasn't an invitation that was taken up, but clearly circumstances have dictated otherwise, and Harry will be part of that family group around the Queen at this most difficult time.
James, I think the weather, just about summing it up. James Matthews at Balmoral for us this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Jane. Well, let's talk now to the editor of the Crown Chronicles, Victoria Howard. Thank you for joining us, Victoria. And first of all, your reaction to this statement from Buckingham Palace about the Queen's health, about the fact she's under medical supervision, and doctors are concerned about her health.
It's highly unusual for them to comment in such a straightforward way. We often get from the palace these kind of allusions to something not being right, undergoing examinations or tests. So for them to say she is ill is quite significant, and for them to make a statement about it, that the family are also visiting, hugely, hugely significant. And I think that we can therefore draw the conclusions that this is a very serious situation with regards to the health of the monarch.
And in terms of what they let us know because we're not trying to intrude, but because we are all concerned. They are being very careful about what they've said subsequently, Buckingham Palace.
Absolutely. Of course, they're saying this because it's important that we know she is our monarch, she's our head of state, she's a core component of the constitutional monarchy and the way the government works. So it is important that people are made aware of these things. However, they kind of don't want to give too much away. We only have to think, of course, it was so long ago, but when George VI passed in 1952, the cards were played very close to the chest. The announcement wasn't made for a while, of course, to let the family kind of deal with that initial shock of the event itself. But I do think it's important that we know we don't necessarily need all those details, that the public will just run with those. And of course, you know, they want to keep us assured she is under great medical care. She's got some of the best medical teams around the world. But to give us any further details would probably be inappropriate, as she is a public figure, but of course she has a private life too.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? This is for the family first and foremost. But, I mean, she's not just a national figure, she's an international figure, one of the best known people in the entire world.
Exactly. So there's public interest naturally, and that's why we see many things that with the way the royal family works. For example, the first day of school for Prince George, Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis, we get a little insight into that day. We get a photo released of the event itself, but then they are allowed to go on as normal people as possible, of course, with that kind of royal status hanging over them. It's just important that they do keep us in the loop, though, because not only is she, you know, part of the system, the functioning system of government, people really respect her. She's been our monarch for 70 years. And for them to be kept in the loop after a platinum jubilee that went off so well, she clearly really enjoyed that. Thousands of people came to London to join in those celebrations with her. I think they're just very conscious of the fact of the goodwill that people have for the Queen. So just want to kind of steer it. And I think this is part of that process that's been happening for a while now, with us seeing Prince Charles as this next king. This is, of course, what we all think about when we hear these kind of worrying statements about her health. And it's just the natural progress of life, of course. But many people have kind of been worried about Charles as the next king. So this is them setting that up. And he has been stepping up in terms of duties for a number of months, if not years.
Indeed, a number of years. And we saw that, I suppose, particularly at the state opening of Parliament. And this is being carefully managed, the idea that there is a team, an experienced team.
Exactly. And of course, this sort of plan has been in place for a very long time to deal with the eventual time that the Queen passes. We all know it's been trending on Twitter today. London Bridge is the code name for that plan. And it's just the process, which is militarily precisely organised, that everyone knows exactly what happens and what the processes and next steps are to move with that succession, to keep things going for the British monarchy. So, of course, many people at the palace and within the royal teams are actually former military personnel or are on secondment to the palace from the armed forces. So you can just imagine how strictly controlled and precise all of these plans are.
And Victoria, just tell us a bit about Balmoral itself. We saw Her Majesty receiving Boris Johnson as Prime Minister and then asking Liz Truss to become Prime Minister just 2 days ago. She wasn't able to travel to London for that changeover because of the mobility issues we all knew she had. But Balmoral is the place that is perhaps closest to her heart, and indeed the royal family's heart, and has been for many, many years and generations.
Exactly. So Balmoral was actually built by Prince Albert and Queen Victoria in the mid 1800s, sorry, and it became this gathering place for them during the summer holidays. So for them to continue that tradition, the monarchy loves tradition. The royals do like that kind of reassuring nature of things. So every generation since has returned to Balmoral for this kind of summer gathering and holiday. It's often cited, of course, being located in the middle of the Scottish Highlands as a real place where they can actually relax. There are no cameras around because it's all private land, that they can enjoy their outdoor pursuits without, worrying people seeing them, for example. And they are very much an outdoorsy family, so enjoying walks and hikes, fishing, etc. And it's really just a place they really enjoy, that relaxation time that they just simply can't get in London, partly because of all the duties, but partly because of the nature of the city and the people that are always around them. So that photo of the Queen meeting Liz Truss, she was in her tartan skirt and a cardigan, much more relaxed, much more informal than kind of her usual day wear that we might see. And I think that's just really reflective of the place it holds in their heart. It does feel like a home because it isn't more of an office as Buckingham Palace or Windsor, for example.
Good to talk to you, Victoria. Thank you very much indeed. Victoria Howard there from the Crown Chronicles.
Well, joining me now is the historian and author Sir Anthony Selden. Sir Anthony, it's important to remember that so many people watching today around the world, the Queen is not just the sovereign of the UK, but also of 14 Commonwealth realms in addition as well. This really does have the eyes of the world on it today.
Isn't it incredible? There's no leader in the world who has been there almost continuously since the end of the Second World War. The most photographed, the most famous face in the world. A lot of Britain's place in the world is dependent upon her. A lot of people come to London, including presidents of the United States, to visit her. They're keener on visiting her in Buckingham Palace or Windsor than prime ministers who, for all their strengths, they come and they go. 15 in the life of Her Majesty, and let's hope there'll be more, although Liz Truss would probably hope not too soon, not too many more. So an extraordinary figure. Also just reflecting there that one thing that she does have is that at least she can be assured about the continuity of her family. One of the most enduring anxieties for her predecessors as the monarch of England all the way back to the Norman Conquest in 1066 has been, will there be somebody to succeed? It worried her predecessor Elizabeth I greatly, who died without child, and Victoria did have the Prince of Wales, who became Edward VII, but she was very worried about him and whether he really would step up to the mark and whether he was a little bit too interested in the big things, in the luxuries of life, to take the job seriously. In the end, actually, he did quite well.
Can we talk about the Queen's years of service, 70 years, recently celebrating her Platinum Jubilee? The Queen is a hard-working royal. We're just looking at pictures of her out and about. These are the public engagements that we see. There is so much that we don't see.
Absolutely, and she is, let us remember, the head of state. So the Prime Minister comes to the head of state to be invited to form a government. The Queen isn't invited by anybody at all. She is the sovereign. She is the ultimate authority, although that sovereignty is shared, obviously, with Parliament. But she is the linchpin of the Constitution. She sees all the papers, as we were hearing. She knows deeply, has a wisdom, has an institutional memory, has an understanding of all the issues, all the personalities in this country and abroad, possessed by nobody else. So prime ministers do find it a privilege to listen to her. And if they are wise, and many of them have been, they do listen to her and they do follow that advice. Of course, we'll never, ever know what that advice is because it is a great hidden part of the Constitution that we'll never know what the monarch and the says as head of state to the head of government. But extraordinarily hardworking, and she's kept going. And you know, isn't that remarkable? 70 years still to be working, 36 years beyond the age of 60, when many people have retired. The way she kept going after the death of her beloved husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, that's a contrast, isn't it, with Queen Victoria, who went into hiding after her husband, Prince Albert, died and made the monarchy very unpopular. But the Queen was straight back at us, and she was doing her work in private and in public to keep going, indefatigable, extraordinarily heroic. So the most famous person in the world, and justifiably so.
So, Anthony, you touched on it earlier. The Queen is all most of us, the majority of us, have ever known. This second Elizabethan age we have lived in. Can you put into historical context Queen Elizabeth II? How important and historical figure in the decades to come is this monarch going to be?
Well, enormous because of longevity, the longest serving monarch. Female monarchs are long-lasting. Elizabeth I, 1588 to 1603, and Queen Victoria, 1837 to 1901, 64 years, outdone by the Queen. Of course, we must remember that the earlier monarchs, before the extension of the voting in the 19th century, it was the head of state, the monarch, who had the real ultimate power. And power has passed in the last 100 years progressively to the politicians, to the Prime Minister. So you can't really compare her to, say, Elizabeth I or Henry VIII or Edward III, because they had such different jobs that they were doing. They really were the people who ran the country and terrorized the country, and yet we can contrast her with the politicians who she served with other monarchs abroad, and she has defined the era. In 100 years' time, people will write about the Elizabethan era, and maybe this is the moment that we stop talking about the post-war period, and we see the period as ending with the death, when it comes, of Queen Elizabeth II. So I think an importance politically, but also psychologically for all of us, the fact that she is so important. She is the nation's grandmother, and I think her death will remind us, when it comes, of our own losses and sadnesses, because that's the kind of figure she is, including children. The Paddington Bear at the Platinum Jubilee, just an extraordinary showing, as was the James Bond during the Olympics. I mean, who would think that this lady in her 80s and 90s could keep with it, could keep relevant, even to children?
She has a resonance with so many people, and that's reflected in so many of the messages we're getting here this evening at Sky News from people watching as we watch and wait for an update on the Queen's health from Balmoral. So, Anthony Selden, thank you.
Let's go live now to Downing Street. Our political correspondent, Joe Pike, is there. And Joe, this is quite an extraordinary day. The news of the deterioration in the Queen's health coming on a day that politically could define Liz Truss's premiership.
Exactly, Dermot. Today was perhaps the most significant announcement of Liz Truss's premiership, the most expensive one perhaps, £150 billion. Some estimate this big energy bills package will cost. And it was during a debate on that topic in the House of Commons that Nadeem Zahawi, a Cabinet Office Minister, passed a note to Liz Truss, spoke to the Speaker, Lindsay Hoyle, and also Keir Starmer, the opposition leader, was spoken to. Clearly, from the body language and the faces of these senior politicians, something concerning had happened. And indeed, Liz Truss, Keir Starmer and other party leaders have tweeted messages of concern. Certainly there has been a sense in Westminster, in Whitehall, here at number 10, for the past year, I think, that although the Queen's central constitutional role as head of state has not changed, will not change, the way she has undertaken it certainly has. We saw that at the state opening of Parliament, the Queen's speech, as some call it, where that speech was delivered not by the Queen but by her son, the Prince of Wales, with the Duke of Cambridge sitting alongside him. We also, of course, saw a change this week with that handover of power, Boris Johnson resigning and Liz Truss being asked to form an administration. Normally, of course, Dermot, those politicians would, well, the outgoing Prime Minister would travel from here, from 10 Downing Street, Street, a mile away to where you are in Buckingham Palace, and said it was a 500-mile journey to Balmoral, that private, secluded castle that has been a home of monarchs right back to the time of Queen Victoria in the 1850s. Also, I think, significant that last night a Privy Council meeting was due to be taking place, the Privy Council being this group of senior government advisors. Now, the Queen would have presided over that meeting using video conferencing software from Balmoral. It would not have been a face-to-face meeting, and yet, at the last moment, a couple of hours, I think, before it was due to take place, it was not cancelled but postponed, and we were told by Buckingham Palace that the Queen's doctors were advising her to rest. That would have been the moment where Liz Truss would have taken the oath to become First Lord of the Treasury, a title she holds alongside Prime Minister. First Lord of the Treasury are the only words on the letterbox of number 10 Downing Street on that front door. So these events happening in a different way were signs clearly of a shift. And I think it's also worth reflecting on a role the Queen has provided, not in public, but in private to Prime Ministers, and a role she has continued to provide with wisdom and counsel, that wisdom being particularly valuable partly because of her longevity and the continuity that she has provided as well. Many of the Prime Ministers that she has counselled, supported, worked alongside, often through crises, through times of change, many of them are now figures in history books, figures whose decisions are debated on by historians, by school students, by university students, people like Winston Churchill, but of course Eden, Macmillan, more recently Edward Heath, Margaret Thatcher. The Queen has, through 15 Prime Ministers, provided that continuity, and her advice, I think, is so valued because of her longevity. There has been a change. She is in her 10th decade. She has provided, occupied that role now for 7 decades. If you speak to people in Westminster who have met her, who've known her, albeit briefly, there is this strange mix that she is a familiar face for them and for many of us, and yet still she remains, I think, Dermot, a pretty enigmatic figure.
Joe Pike, many thanks.
Well, joining me now, Dean of Miami Herbert Business School at the University of Miami, John Quelch, who was awarded his CBE by the Queen back in 2011. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon here on Sky News. First of all, how is the news of the Queen's health being received in Miami today?
The Queen is an extraordinarily admired figure in the United States as well as worldwide, and perhaps next to the Pope is perhaps the most recognized apolitical international figure on the world stage. She is extraordinarily admired in Boston, where I was present in 1976 when she visited for the U.S. Centennial, and in all parts of the United States. I think there's a deep affection and admiration for this consummate, quiet leader.
Can you talk to me about your experience with the Queen, your meeting of the Queen back in 2011 when you were awarded the CBE? Talk to us about the day and what she said to you.
Well, it was a magnificent day, and as all of those who are privileged to receive an award from the British monarchy know, you approach Buckingham Palace with the hope that the royal standard will be flying over Buckingham Palace, because that means the Queen is in residence and she is going to preside over the ceremony at which you will receive your award. I think the most important impression and reflection I can give you from this occasion, and I have met the Queen on a couple of other occasions as well, but on this occasion, the curiosity, the attentiveness to responses that I gave, and the feeling that even though she said only a few words to me, that I had had a personal and intimate conversation with her. And this, I think, was one of her great strengths that perhaps is not commented on that often. In order to lead an lead effectively for 70 years, you have to be very conserving of your energy. And I think she developed a capability to lead while saying little, but projecting a tremendous amount of capability and attentiveness, as I've said, to every person who came into contact with her.
A special occasion to meet the Queen, and many would say a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but you have been privileged enough to meet the Queen on a number of occasions, as you say. Perhaps we could just talk a little bit more about how the Queen is seen in America. You touched on it earlier. Given that the Queen has no official connection with the United States, she's obviously Queen of Commonwealth nations as well as the UK, but considering there isn't that link with the United States, why is there such a special affection for Queen Elizabeth II there?
I think because she's such a unique figure. There is no individual in the United States that I can think of who's held a leadership role for 70 years. In a corporation or in any organization, let alone the political arena. So she is a unique and exceptional person in this regard, and that, of course, is part of her fascination. But at the same time, I believe she's admired because she doesn't project drama. She projects continuity and solidity and integrity, and these are all qualities that in many leaders today on the world stage, we don't find sufficient abundance of. So there are qualities to her leadership style and her approach to managing family affairs, if I can go down to that personal level, that I think all Americans and citizens around the world can learn from and take lessons from.
John Quelch, lovely words there about the Queen. John Quelch, who was awarded CBE by the Queen back in 2011. Thank you very much for joining us here on Sky News this evening.
Good evening. This is Sky News live from Buckingham Palace. Senior royals have gathered at Balmoral after confirmation that the Queen is under medical supervision, because her doctors have become concerned about her health. All of the Queen's children are thought to now be at her side in Balmoral. Prince Charles was seen leaving Dumfries House in Ayrshire to travel to Aberdeenshire. And a bit later on, a plane landed at Aberdeen Airport carrying members of the royal family. That included Prince William and Prince Andrew. In a statement, Buckingham Palace said, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended that she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. The Prime Minister then tweeted that the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. She continued, "My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." The Archbishop of Canterbury tweeted, "My prayers and the prayers of the people across the Church of England and the nation are with Her Majesty the Queen today." It continues, "May God's presence strengthen and comfort Her Majesty, her family, and those who are caring for her at Balmoral." Let's bring in our royal correspondent now, Rhiannon Mills. And Rhiannon, do we understand now that all the senior members of the royal family are now at Balmoral?
So it seems that the only person who may well be missing at the moment from Balmoral is Prince Harry, who purely by luck is in this country this week carrying out a series of engagements. So we are still waiting to find out when he is going to arrive. But yes, we saw other members of the royal family arriving in the last couple of hours after having to fly all the way up from here, all the way up to Aberdeenshire. We know that Prince Charles and the Duchess of Cornwall were already in the area. They were already staying at Burke Hall and also due to carry out some engagements in Scotland, both today and tomorrow. So they got there very quickly. Also, Princess Anne, she was also in the area because she'd carried out engagements. But then this afternoon we saw the cars carrying Prince William, the Earl and Countess of Wessex, so Prince Edward and Sophie, and also Prince Andrew, because we heard actually quite early on today that members of the royal family had been informed that doctors had decided that the Queen should remain under medical supervision because they were concerned about her health. And the palace, I think, surprising that they should give us that information in itself, but also further surprise the fact that they decided to announce that members of the family would be gathering up in Balmoral. Of course, the palace, not an institution that likes to cause unnecessary worry, concern or attention. But of course, the fact that we have this statement saying that the doctors have been concerned about her and now her family are gathering is inevitably going to cause worry, and also I think a degree of shock for many of us. You were just seeing pictures there of Tuesday where the Queen very clearly had told her advisors that she wanted to be the one who again carried out the appointment of yet another Prime Minister. Yes, arrangements had to be changed to allow that to happen, but she was still very much front and centre carrying out those constitutional duties. The pictures that we're seeing at the moment actually a year ago, and it does show you just how much things have changed for the Queen. Over the last 12 months, we have seen her carrying out fewer duties, fewer responsibilities, and we have regularly been told by the palace that she was having those episodic mobility issues. But also, I think the palace and the mechanisms that the team around her wanting to make sure that at all times they could adjust the plans and make sure they could facilitate things as much as possible to allow her to continue to carry out her duties. Undoubtedly, this is going to come as a worry to many across the country. But I think for the Queen, certainly her carrying out her duties on Tuesday was once again a sign that that pledge she made when she was just 21 and reinforced this year to mark her Platinum Jubilee, she was and continues to be determined to carry out her duties. And her family, of course, now there to support her in Balmoral.
And of course, Rhiannon, Her Majesty's been at Balmoral all summer, as she has been every summer.
That's right. It's a place that she loves, and you can see why when you travel up to that very secluded part of the Highlands. I went for a look around Balmoral earlier in the summer, and there's a wildness to it. And for a family who we know they love their country pursuits, we know that the Queen is never happier than when she's surrounded by her dogs and also her horses as well. And over the years, many people have talked about how they may well catch a glimpse of the Queen out on her ponies as she's been spending time in Balmoral. But it's also a really important family time for her. And actually in the past, I've spoken to the likes of Prince Edward and Prince William about those family times, because you can't forget, for the Queen, 70 years of remarkable public service, 365 days of the year, always looking at those red boxes full of state papers, but also trying to balance family life. And Balmoral is a place where I think to a degree she felt she could do that. And for all of those family members who we can see there in that car, I think now they will be at Balmoral, where, of course, they've had so many wonderful memories that they have shared with the Queen, but also no doubt catching up with the doctors, trying to get the updates of exactly how she's doing, how she's feeling as we await updates from Buckingham Palace.
And just on the doctors, presumably she has had constant medical attention over the past few years.
Well, I think what's been so interesting about the Queen, and why probably the last 12 months have been a surprise to many as we've seen her, in a way, handing over some of those responsibilities, is throughout her life she has really enjoyed relatively good health, and we've had the odd cataract operation, or she's had the odd issue potentially with walking. About 6 years ago she was seen with a walking stick, but that soon went. And I was always struck by the fact that well into her 90s she's continued to carry out things that many people in their 80s wouldn't be able to do. For example, walking that long length of Westminster Abbey, or walking up those steep steps at St Paul's, completely unaided, completely unassisted. And so for some people, it has been a shock that she has had to hand over some of those responsibilities, has had to at times say, well, I can't do that. I just can't do that today. But she is 96 years old. But I think what we saw on Tuesday was that resolve to do what she can. And her family, increasingly, over the last 12 months, have been there standing by. Of course, we saw it on the Platinum Jubilee weekend. They were all there around her. On the Thursday, she was there on the balcony. She was lighting the first beacon. But then it did take it out of her. She had to relax for a couple of days, rest up for a couple of days. And that was where the family stepped in. But also, I think what's been striking over the last 12 months is the Queen has been showing us that she has got great faith in the future, surrounded by the likes of Prince William and Kate, Prince Charles and Camilla, saying, look, I have real faith in the future, and you should too.
Rhiannon, thank you very much.
Well, crowds have been gathering at Buckingham Palace this evening. News broke at around 12:30 this afternoon. That statement coming from Buckingham Palace about the Queen's health, saying that her doctors were concerned for Her Majesty's health and recommended that she remain under medical supervision, adding that the Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. The Queen may not be at Buckingham Palace, but it is very much a focus for those well-wishers who want to head there and send their best wishes to the Queen. We've had no update officially since that statement. We were informed, though, that the Queen's close family were told, and they have since been making their way to Balmoral. Within the last hour or so, we've seen Princes William, Edward and Andrew arrive. Prince William driving Prince Edward and his wife Sophie Wessex and Prince Andrew from Aberdeen Airport to Balmoral to see the Queen. Prince Charles was in Ayrshire, we understand. He took a helicopter to Aberdeenshire, to the Balmoral estate earlier on in the day before that statement came out. And as we understand it, we are now waiting for the Duke of Sussex, Prince Harry, to arrive at Balmoral. We understand he is making his way there. He is yet to arrive. Well, let's head to Balmoral and our Scotland correspondent, James Matthews. James, despite the weather, which pretty much sums up the mood this afternoon, crowds are gathering at Buckingham Palace. What's happening there at the Balmoral estate?
Well, crowds-wise, not a lot, actually. Yes, it's the tourist season, but on this filthy day in terms of the weather, there's something like a couple of dozen tourists around, many media here, of course, to see comings and goings at the gates of the Balmoral estate. And we saw the arrival within the past hour of a 4-vehicle convoy. Leading that convoy was Prince William at the wheel of a vehicle that had the Duke of York, his uncle, in the passenger seat, and in the rear seats were Edward and Sophie. I think it's fair to say all were grim-faced as they entered the gates to widen the family gathering around the Queen. Prince Charles, as you said, Sarah Jane, was already inside. He has been inside Balmoral for some hours today. He was due at a royal event in the Central Belt, and that's the first inkling that anybody had that things were not as they should be today when that particular event had to be cancelled. He has substituted, of course, for his mother over recent weeks. Last Saturday it was the Braemar gathering. She would normally attend that. It's one of the events here that is a big draw for the royal family. The Queen particularly enjoys the children's sack race. It's an event that she would typically attend, but not this year. Prince Charles attended the Braemar Highland Games. He also spent some time with his mother on Saturday, several hours, I'm told, and he has been here for a few weeks, as has she. I mean, she's here for a couple of months every year at this time of year. It is the base of her summer holiday, and those around her make the point that in terms of where she will continuously sleep in the one place, this is it, Balmoral. She spends 3 months in the one place, in the one bed, and it's a place, of course, that she's very fond of. She has changed her routine in accordance with her declining health. Normally she would attend Crathie Kirk every Sunday. COVID, of course, changed that in the initial months, but ever since COVID, she's not attended church. Charles has gone to the nearby Crathie Kirk, but for the Queen, the minister has crossed and worship has taken place within Balmoral Castle itself. In the months of COVID, it took place inside one of the large rooms inside that property, with some distance between the Queen and the visiting minister. She has looked relatively well. People who have seen her in recent weeks lunching with her lady-in-waiting at Inchnabobbert Cottage at Glenmick, picnicking at her mother's old fishing hut by the River Dee. They say that when they've seen her out and about, she's looked fine and relatively healthy, healthier, I'm told, than she did in the past couple of months over the course of the Platinum Jubilee and so on. She's been walking the corgis, walking with a stick and without. And of course, we saw her on Tuesday, the last time we saw her publicly, when she appointed Liz Truss as Prime Minister. The people who were in that room before the Prime Minister arrived, the press secretary and press photographer, they speak about her joking about the dark skies over Balmoral, dark skies that she has become well used to in a place where she has that she has enjoyed, despite the regular inclement weather. But it's a dark day here, weather-wise. There is concern, clearly, not just among the royal physicians, but the family as well. I was here 25 years ago, almost to the day, Sarah Jane, when there was another very dark day when Princess Diana died. I remember Prince William, Prince Harry as young children walking up this particular road, taking a look at floral tributes. They will be reunited behind the gates of the Balmoral estate in the next few hours, assuming that's when Prince Harry arrives here, probably via Aberdeen Airport. So a family gathering. They're used to family gatherings here in good times and in bad.
Yeah, that's a sobering reminder, James, of what we are watching unfold. As James Matthews has been saying, the majority of senior royals are behind those gates at Balmoral with the Queen. We are just waiting for Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, who we understand is making his way at Balmoral to be with his family. The world is watching and waiting for an update on the Queen's health, but important to remember at this time that it is a family that is dealing with the ill health of a mother and a grandmother, 96 years of age.
Thank you, Sarah Jane. Well, here at Buckingham Palace, yes, indeed, we're watching and waiting. The world is watching and waiting because although Her Majesty the Queen and the members of the royal family are at Balmoral, it's here where you get the information from 6 hours or so ago when that statement was released about the concerns about the Queen's health, the medical supervision that she is now under. Well, as we wait, I'm joined now by Dick Griffin, one of the Queen's former Royal Protection officers. Good to talk to you, Dick.
Hi, Dermot.
You spent many, many years here. Just how long in total did you work in Royal Protection with the royal family?
Oh, gosh, I was there like man and boy, 32 years.
Was that all in the Queen's service? Or
no, I came in initially on the uniform side after the Michael Fagan break-in, and after a year I was transferred to, as he was, Prince Edward, to take to Cambridge University for 3 years, and then I was promoted and spent 13.5 years looking after the Duke of Edinburgh. And then 1999 I was promoted and moved to Her Majesty the Queen for 14 years until I retired in 2013.
My goodness me.
So 30 years with them.
And you must have been reluctant to retire. Just tell me your thoughts at this time after that statement. It was a real jolt for everyone.
Oh, I mean, it's devastation. I mean, I was lucky enough to be so close to them, and I was probably as close to them as some of my own family. So to hear such sad news, while we pray to God it'll turn out good news, it's not looking good, so I'm prepared for the worst.
Indeed. Tell us about Her Majesty. I mean, you were in a privileged, a lucky position, as you say. What a wonderful job to have. Talk to me about the relationship you built up with her.
Well, you're lucky enough to, the protection officers who work with her, like all the personal staff, you do build up a very special relationship with her. And after all, you're always conscious of the fact that she's the Queen and you work for her, so you never step over the line. But she's so considerate. She wants to know all about your family, everything you do in your off-duty time, anything you've got. And we talk about, sometimes you're in the car for hours and hours, and occasionally at Balmoral you go out on a picnic with her, and sometimes just the two of you. And you just talk about everything under the sun, and it was just wonderful, wonderful times.
No sense then of boss and employer, and much, much more than that.
Well,
Head
no.
of state, your Queen and subject.
It was clearly Your Majesty and Mum, but somebody asked me this afternoon, I was giving a talk to a U3A group about my life with the Queen, and somebody asked me, has the Queen ever shouted at me? I said, yeah, several times. And 9 times out of 10, and there was a good reason for it, and we got over it and we moved on. But no, I was just so lucky to spend that time with her.
And what about Balmoral? You say spending, many happy months up there over the years during those long summers, the barbecues.
Well, Balmoral was, I was so lucky because probably I retired in 2013, and 2008 I was planning to retire and had a job lined up and everything. And went and spoke to the Queen in private and told her I was thinking of retiring in 6 months' time. And she promptly took me out into the hills and had a picnic and sent me down in the blanket and spent an hour persuading me not to retire and to stay on for another 5 years and be the policeman for a Diamond Jubilee year, a Platinum Jubilee year. And, so I had to ring my wife up and say, guess what, dear? I'm not retiring, I'm staying on for another 5 years.
And being the Queen, she had the power to do that. I mean, were there any rules within the Met at the time that you had to retire at a certain age?
Well, strangely enough, there used to be. A chief inspector, you had to retire at the age of 56 or 57. They changed it slightly, and for me carrying on, I carried on until I was 62, which is probably a bit long in the tooth. That's why I thought in 2013 I'd better retire, otherwise the Queen will have a 70-year-old protection officer.
Got to ask you about those sticky moments. I mean, you mentioned one of the most memorable, the most difficult, when the barriers were breached, so to speak, at Buckingham Palace. Not just that, Michael Fagan ended up in Her Majesty the Queen's bedroom. What was this, 1981?
82. I was part of the team that came in as a result of Michael Fagan, and it was a catalogue of errors. The alarms around Buckingham Palace were completely out of date. They'd go off 30, 40 times a night, so the police had to switch them off and rely on the army and the police to deter intruders. As it happened, Fagan found a blind spot, climbed over the wall, climbed up a drain pipe, got into the stamp room, which gave him access into Buckingham Palace. And of course, 3 in the morning, the staff were all asleep, there's no one around. And all he was after was alcohol, cigarettes, food. And of course, and he did it twice. That was the amazing part. When he was interviewed, he said, this is the second time I've broken in. And of course, on the second time, he found his way. He didn't realise, there's not a sign on the Queen's bedroom door, the Queen sleeps here. It was sheer chance. And in he goes, sits on the Queen's bed. Now, you can imagine if it happened to you and I, we'd wake up alarmed. And the Queen woke up, who are you? And she initially thought it was a member of staff. And quickly got dispelled by that. And fortunately, he said, well, who are you? And then, what do you want? And then he said, well, I want somebody to eat, want somebody to drink. And the Queen was able to call the police. And fortunately, a footman, Paul Wybrew, arrived on the scene and took him out.
I mean, worrying as that incident was, it's a real insight into Her Majesty's character, isn't it? Just how calm she stayed. There she is, alone with a stranger in her bedroom, and she kept calm and she talked him down.
She did. She talked him down, and she had the presence to get on the phone, ring the... she initially rang her footman, but she couldn't get through to him, so she rang the palace switchboard. Can you get a police officer sent to my room? Kept calm. And in fact, it was so calm that the switchboard operator didn't realise, thought it was routine. Rang the sergeant in the control room, who said to one of his policemen, can you go up to the Queen's apartment and see what she wants? and no urgency. Smarten yourself up before you go, and that's why it probably took him 15 minutes to get there.
Well, Dick, thank you very much indeed. I know you're going to stay with us during the course of the evening, so we'll chat more later.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, in the past few minutes, President Biden's press secretary has given her reaction to news of the Queen's condition.
The president has been briefed and will be updated throughout the day on the concerning news out of the United Kingdom about Queen Elizabeth's health. His and the First Lady's thoughts are with the Queen and her family today. The president also conveyed to Prime Minister Truss during a previously scheduled video conference this morning that he and Dr. Biden are thinking of the Queen, her family, and the people of the United Kingdom.
So that's President Biden conveying his thoughts and prayers to the Prime Minister Liz Truss in the wake of this news about the Queen and concerns over her health. Just to update you, if you're just joining us, Palace spokesman released a statement earlier today saying, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. As a result of that statement, the Queen's close family have been gathering at Balmoral. We have been monitoring the comings and goings, and as far as we are aware, it is just the Duke of Sussex still to arrive. However, he may have arrived unbeknownst to cameras, but that is the situation we understand at the moment. Well, the Prime Minister was notified in the House of Commons of the news. This was as she was briefing MPs about her cost of living rescue plan. Then the Commons Speaker, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, gave a statement.
I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment.
Hoyle addressing the House after the Prime Minister and the Labour leader were informed of the development from Buckingham Palace. It was quite the dramatic moment in the House of Commons, effectively politics being suspended for the day. Let's go live to Downing Street. Our political correspondent Joe Pike has been following events. Joe.
The moment, Sarah Jane, when the atmosphere changed in the House of Commons chamber. The first sign of that was Nadhim Zahawi, a Cabinet Office Minister, passing a note to the PM, also speaking to Lindsay Hoyle. Keir Starmer, the opposition leader, also spoken to. By the body language and by their facial expressions, we knew something concerning was clearly happening. And then, of course, we had the statement from Buckingham Palace and Lindsay Hoyle's response. No response clip on camera from either of the main party leaders. Liz Truss remains working here at Downing Street, her spokesperson saying she has no plans to travel to Scotland. But Liz Truss has put out a message of concern, I think, on Twitter. She has said this: the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, tweeted, along with the rest of the country, I am deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for her recovery. I think it's worth pointing out that party leaders like Keir Starmer and now Liz Truss will have sensed in the last year a changing in how the Queen does carry out her central constitutional role as head of state. We saw a change in how the state opening Parliament happened, with the Queen not present, not reading her own speech, but her son, the Prince of Wales, doing that. We also, of course, Sarah Jane, saw a change this week with the handover of power. One outgoing Prime Minister tendering his resignation, the incoming Prime Minister Liz Truss being asked to form a government. They did not travel 1 mile from here, from Downing Street to Buckingham Palace. Instead, 500 miles they travelled to Balmoral, to that private, secluded castle, which has been a home for monarchs back to the time of Queen Victoria in the 1850s. Certainly, there was also a sign last night when the Privy Council meeting that the Queen was supposed to be leading and chairing was postponed. That would have been happening virtually using video conferencing software, the Privy Council being a group of senior government advisors, but that did not happen. Now, there's no big constitutional problem because that is a delay, but it was perhaps another sign. I think it's also important to reflect the very important role the Queen clearly has provided and continues to provide to Prime Ministers, providing wisdom and counsel, which is valuable partly because of her longevity, because she has spoken to known Prime Ministers through significant times of change, significant times of crisis, and many of those figures, if we talk of Winston Churchill or Anthony Eden or Harold Macmillan, many of those people who've long since left this earth are now figures in history books. People whose decisions historians, school children, university students debate over. It is a sign of her longevity that she's been providing that role for 7 decades, that she is in her 10th decade. I spoke to one cabinet minister in the last few minutes who said it's important to stress the government don't know anything. Buckingham Palace are in charge. They will remain in charge. And this cabinet minister certainly said that the government will know as soon as the rest of us do, as soon as any update comes from Buckingham Palace. If you talk to politicians who've met the Queen and have some sense of her, what they speak of is warmth, a familiar face, but also, Sarah Jane, I think it's important to stress, she remains a bit of an enigmatic figure, and the fact that she is now surrounded by her family in her private residence, where she has relaxed with family over decades, feeds into that picture of the Queen.
We have some very important news. Buckingham Palace has just announced that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died. She was 96 years old. The Queen died just a few moments ago, the announcements at Balmoral. She was the longest reigning monarch in British history and the world's oldest head of state. Her eldest son and heir, Charles, the former Prince of Wales, is now the King. Now, if you're joining us, this was the news in the last few moments. Buckingham Palace has announced that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died. Our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, joins me now. Rhiannon, your thoughts?
So it has just been confirmed via social media, their website, in which the royal family have said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. They add the King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. This will clearly come as devastating news for the royal family and millions of people across the United Kingdom and around the world. Queen Elizabeth II was a much-loved and respected monarch and a truly unique figure on the world stage, a head of state without equal, admired not just here in the United Kingdom, but across the globe by members of the public, politicians and religious leaders. Many of us will simply not remember a time when she wasn't our head of state, and she was a constant figure in every aspect of national life. From becoming Queen when she was only 25, she then went on to become Britain's longest reigning monarch and displayed this unwavering commitment to her country and her Commonwealth throughout what was a truly record-breaking reign. Now, her dedication to that constitutional role was never questioned, but for her family were just as important to her as a devoted wife, mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. And their admiration for her was always so clearly seen when she was surrounded by her family, when we saw those moments of great national celebration and reflection. It's worth saying that for many, her reign will forever be defined by what was a selfless sense of duty. But it wasn't about her own personal power, privilege, or entitlement. This was a role that she felt that she was born to fulfill. Her quiet and restrained demeanour was always guiding her family and the United Kingdom through what was an extraordinary period of social and political change. But throughout all of that, she was always conscious of keeping the monarchy relevant, and while respecting as well and upholding important traditions, she often showed this adaptability that many will now credit with securing the future of the institution. It is worth saying that her old age really should not detract from the enormity of this news and the huge constitutional change that her death now brings. For nearly 70 years, she was this symbol of stability and continuity, and for so many, always a figure of national pride who really embodied those values of public service and duty well into her 90s, and as we saw this week, until the very end. Now, the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth realms will witness a period of reflection and constitutional change, which many of us will never have experienced in our lifetime, as we now mourn the death of Queen Elizabeth II and witness the succession of her son as the new king.
And Rhiannon, we last saw Her Majesty the Queen in public, of course, just 2 days ago, when she asked Liz Truss to form her government, to become her 15th Prime Minister.
It was remarkable. We saw, until the end, really, that determination to simply carry on with her constitutional duties. And no, she wasn't able to travel down to London to appoint her 15th Prime Minister, as she had done with all of her other prime ministers throughout her 70-year reign. But she wanted to make sure that she was seen by members of the public to be continuing on with those constitutional duties. And we saw that in practice there, the Queen reaching her hand out to appoint Liz Truss as her 15th Prime Minister. I think that is why this announcement of her death will be such a shock to so many. But over the last 12 months, there is no doubt that we have seen a gradual slowing down, a gradual change in the duties that she felt that she was able to carry out. I think it was important for her to be seen to carry out that handover of power between prime ministers, because we hadn't seen her in public for quite a long time. She'd obviously travelled up to Scotland, where she was enjoying her summer break. Previously, the last time that we saw her was when she visited a hospice, accompanied by Princess Anne, and that was in July. And we saw with her, she was there, once again, carrying that stick, because we know over the last 12 months, she was having difficulty with her mobility, the palace often describing it as episodic mobility problems, which did mean that sometimes she wasn't able to attend certain engagements. But I think what was striking there is to see Princess Anne alongside her. And that has been a theme that we have witnessed right throughout the last 12 months, is the family being there to make sure that when she felt she was able to go out and meet the public, as she has done, as she did right throughout her 70-year reign, they could support her and they could be there in any way that they needed her. And of course, we had the Platinum Jubilee just months ago, the first British monarch to ever mark that remarkable milestone. And we were wondering around that weekend how much we would be able to see her because of the difficulties that she'd been having. But I think you could see that she wanted to make that effort. She knew the crowds once again had come out to mark that milestone moment with her. But also that Platinum Jubilee was so central in the Queen showing her wishes for the future. There alongside her were those central key members of the royal family that she knew she was passing on those responsibilities to. The Prince of Wales, the Duchess of Cornwall, the Prince of Wales, it has to be said, now our new king, and to the other side of her, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge and their 3 children. In those images, there was a very clear message from the Queen, a sense of future-proofing the monarchy, as she did right throughout those 7 decades, saying, this is my family, who I love very much, who I trust, who have shown already how committed they are to you, the public, how committed they are to the country and the Commonwealth, and you should trust them when it comes to me stepping back from my responsibilities. Today, of course, though, the family will be around her. They have all travelled to Balmoral to be alongside her as now we mark her death.
Just to repeat that statement released a short time ago by Buckingham Palace, that the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. And Rhiannon Mills, our royal correspondent, is still with us. And of course, Rhiannon, this is the way things work in Britain, in the United Kingdom. With her death, we now have a king.
We do. We have a hereditary monarchy. And this, I think, is something that will potentially come as a shock to some across the country. As soon as Queen Elizabeth II took her last breath, we had a new king, and that is her son and heir, formerly the Prince of Wales, and now King Charles. We do wait to find out what name he takes. There is a potential that he may change his name to a different regnal name, but we await that announcement in the next hours, days to come. But in the coming days, we will see the pendulum swing in many ways between mourning the death of Queen Elizabeth II and the welcoming of a new king. We are going to see spectacular pageantry that many of us have never witnessed before. The Accession Council is where he will be made officially the new king, where he will be sworn in. That will gather at St James's Palace. We wait to see exactly when that will take place, but that will formally mark his succession, and we will witness him taking his oath, and it is at that moment that he will be proclaimed as king. I think what is striking is that at a time when most people would have retired, he is now stepping into a role that he's spent his entire life preparing for. And we have had a very long time to get to know him as the Prince of Wales, and now we will adapt to him as our new king.
Rhiannon, thank you very much indeed. Let's look at the moment that the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was formally announced. This is the short statement being brought to the gates of Buckingham Palace. Fixed to those gates and the statement, as you can read for yourself, saying that the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral and will travel shortly to London. That, in actual fact, as Her Majesty has passed in Scotland, Holyrood Palace. And these are the scenes at Buckingham Palace here in London. The crowds gathering. They've been gathering all afternoon since the initial statement from Buckingham Palace concerning the Queen's deteriorating health was announced, that doctors were concerned for her, but she was comfortable. During then the course of the afternoon, the senior members of the royal family gathered at Balmoral, the Queen's summer residence. She's been there, as she has been every summer for the entirety of that period, where she received 2 prime ministers in a day just 2 days ago. Here, the crowds gathered, and the most significant change, of course, the flagpole above Buckingham Palace, where the Union flag has now been lowered to half-mast and will remain at half-mast during the period of mourning, as we remember the life, the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II in this her Platinum Jubilee year. Rhiannon Mills, our royal correspondent, is with me, and as we take in these scenes and the enormity of what has happened and what is happening, Rhiannon, 70 years on the throne, as I mentioned, the Platinum Jubilee, the vast, vast majority of residents of this kingdom, of residents of the planet, have known no other Queen of Great Britain and Northern Ireland than Queen Elizabeth.
She truly was a unique figure, and the enormity of this moment, not just for this country, but also the world, should not be underestimated. Probably one of the most recognisable women around the world, and a woman who, without fuss, carried on those duties right until the very end. And in some ways, how better for her to bow out than in a week where we saw her carrying out her official duty. We don't know how difficult it was for her on Tuesday to be able to stand there and accept the resignation of one Prime Minister and then appoint another. But you can't forget that it was when she was just 21 years old that she made that lifelong commitment, saying no matter how long or short her life would be, she would always serve her country and Commonwealth. And that was also a pledge that she reinforced when we saw her mark Accession Day to start her Platinum Jubilee this year, where again she pledged that she would continue to carry out that official role. And yes, increasingly her family have stepped in to support her. But ultimately, there is no equal to Queen Elizabeth II. What is remarkable is when you look back and think that this was a young princess who was born in 1926 and wasn't expected to be queen. And then there was this twist of fate when her grandfather died and then her uncle abdicated, her father then became king, and then immediately she was his heir at the age of 10. And it was during, I think, those formative wartime years that really shaped that stoic sense of commitment and selflessness that we continue to see throughout her 70 years. Of course, there was also the twist of fate that her father would die so young in his 50s and she would become queen at just the age of 25. And you have to think back to 1952, at the time when it wasn't a woman's place to rule, it wasn't a woman's place to be in positions of power. She ultimately had to prove herself to the country, to the world, to courtiers, to politicians, that she was more than capable of the job in hand. And throughout that remarkable 7 decades, we would see how she would, yes, respect the traditions of this institution, but would make sure that the monarchy was seen to be adaptable, changing with the times, relatable. And I think you look back at the pictures of her coronation and you see just how young she was, such a beautiful, glamorous young queen, and literally the weight of the country on her as her young son watched on, now our new king. And she talked about what it was like, that moment where she became queen, and the fact that, speaking about her father's death, there's a documentary called Elizabeth R. from 1990, and speaking about her father's death, she said, "In a way, I didn't have an apprenticeship. My father died much too young, and it was all very sudden, taking on and making the best job you can. It's a question of maturing into something one has got used to doing and accepting the fact that here you are and it's all fate." And throughout that remarkable reign, we saw that she was always committed, despite the world changing around her, despite witnessing the most extraordinary political, social, economic change. She would continue to try and make sure that that institution was reacting to what was happening around her.
Just on the here and now, we understand that an announcement, a statement will be made by the Prime Minister in Downing Street very shortly. And let's just reflect on what an extraordinary week it has been in the history of the entirety of the United Kingdom. The passing of our head of the state after 70 years on the throne, 2 days after a change of Prime Minister. We really are in a moment of constitutional upheaval and transition, and this is the statement also posted formally on the gates of Buckingham Palace, where in the past, of course, that device has been used for much happier news. You'll be more familiar with it, I suppose, to announce the birth of royal babies over the year. This the saddest of news being confirmed on the gates of Buckingham Palace, that the Queen, I'll read it to you again, the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. And we also caught a glimpse there, another sombre symbol of the flag fluttering at half-mast, the Union flag flying at half-mast above Buckingham Palace here in central London. And, as I say, not too very far away from Buckingham Palace, over in Downing Street, that lectern, which just 2 short days ago, or 2 long days ago, because the whole focus has changed, was used by a new Prime Minister to announce that she had just returned from Balmoral and had been asked by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II to form a government to become her 15th Prime Minister, is now in place for a much more sombre occasion, for the reaction from that Prime Minister to the announcement of that death of the monarch. A monarch who, in actual fact, that is the last picture we have of her, of Queen Elizabeth asking Liz Truss to become, as I say, her 15th Prime Minister, just too long days ago. Let's talk to our royal contributor, Alistair Bruce. Alistair, simply your thoughts.
The Queen's death marks the end of the Elizabethan era that we've all lived through. And I think what's been wonderful is that she started serving the nation at the age of 25 as Queen. And literally up to 2 days before the angels called her, she played her part as sovereign. And I think throughout it, she has smiled with us, she has been sad with us, but she's always led us. And as she went to her coronation with Prince Philip at her side, she dedicated her life to do precisely what she has now done. And I don't think any nation could ask for more. And I know that one of the last things she would have wanted to achieve was a tidy and sensible transition to the new king. And that will be happening privately. It will have been a private family time today at Balmoral. But almost immediately, the process of the constitution into which she stepped in 1952 will, in its own way this year, move forward to take the crown that she carried from her father onto her son. And I think that it is the example she's always given, not only as Queen, but also as head of the Commonwealth, in massively changing times, that he will always have as a guide. But you're right, Dermot, we wait, of course, for the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom to, at this moment of transition, give guidance to the nation in that point of political leadership that she holds, so that the king, who takes on the constitutional position of sovereign, can pass into this new position he holds, so brilliantly passed to him with the death of the Queen.
And it's hard to adjust to, Alistair, isn't it? The king, because that's what happens. There is no interregnum. The transition is instantaneous. We now have King Charles, if he decides to stick with that name, King Charles III.
When Churchill spoke to the nation soon after the Queen acceded to the throne at the early death of her father, he said that he, like many of his generation, would once again be able to sing God Save the Queen. And of course, he remembered the time of Queen Victoria. But undoubtedly now, with the return of a king, there are many in our sort of parents' and grandparents' ages who may well still be alive to sing God Save the King again, as they did in 1952. And it is, Dermot, a continuity. It is a tapestry of time. And the crown weaves its way in and out of the strands that we throw before it. And that is the way in which history is held together by a kingdom's monarch. And it is part of the continuity that the political processes must come and go, the arguments must take place, Parliament must exist and show the anguish and hopes and disappointments of the nation, but that the crown which the Queen wore is one that completes continuity and is passed to the new king. And that has now happened.
So, Alistair, what happens now in terms of lying in state?
Well, the Queen is at peace at Balmoral. She's surrounded by her family, and any of us who've lost a parent will know how poignant a time that is. And of course, for the new king, there can only be a short period of contemplation, because immediately he must return to London and there will be the Accession Council. The Accession Council is a tradition that is broadly English, but has encompassed the whole of the United Kingdom. It comes from the old Saxon Witanagemet, which was when, after a monarch died in Norman times and Saxon times, all the great people of the nation would come together and they would choose who would be the successor. We have, of course, through primary legislation, a clear knowledge that the heir apparent and now king is Prince Charles, the Prince of Wales, who is now acceded to the throne. So at the Accession Council, this will be formalised. But before anything can happen, the new monarch will be asked if he will acknowledge and respect the independence of the Church of Scotland. And assuming he says that he will, he then becomes formally king. And then we will have an announcement in Friary Court at St James's Palace, given by the Garter King of Arms, which will be repeated in different parts of the United Kingdom, proclaiming the new king, with the words that will go along the lines of, following the death of our late sovereign of blessed and happy memory, the crown is now come to the high and mighty prince. And we will then, in due course, find out by which name the new king wishes to be.
You're watching Sky News live from Buckingham Palace. It is 7 o'clock, and half an hour ago, Buckingham Palace announced that the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The statement continued that the King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. A very brief statement saying very clearly what we feared, certainly throughout the day after an announcement was made about the Queen's deterioration in her health, and that her doctors were deeply concerned about her conditions. And this is the formality of the process, a process so familiar to so many of us when it comes to the births and marriages that take place within the royal family. Well, this also the process by which a royal death is formally announced. Posted outside the royal palace is that statement that the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral. It was announced at about 6:30 this evening, and that the King and the Queen Consort, that's King Charles III now, and the Queen Consort Camilla, will remain at Balmoral this evening. They travelled up there during the course of the afternoon to be with Her Majesty the Queen, to be with Charles's mother, and they will remain there this evening, returning to London tomorrow. And that's the symbol that we will become familiar with over the next few days and weeks. The flag, the Union flag, flying at half-mast above Buckingham Palace here in central London. Let's talk to our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. And Rhiannon, the news we all feared during the course of the day, since we got that statement at about 12:30 about the Queen's condition, and then 6 hours later, that sad news.
And I think it will come as an enormous shock to people right across this country and across the Commonwealth, because it was only on Tuesday that we saw her carrying out one of her key constitutional roles, welcoming her 15th Prime Minister. And yet now we are mourning the death of Queen Elizabeth II. I think she was so determined to carry out those public duties right until the very end. And we'd seen that over the last 12 months. Yes, things had to be adjusted and changed, and plans had to be changed to accommodate the fact that she was having mobility issues. But when she could, she knew and she felt that she must be seen by members of the public. And in essence, I think it was was a role that she deeply enjoyed. She loved meeting people. She was always able to have this remarkable ability to put people at ease. But I think, as you said, it was from around lunchtime that concern certainly started to build, because it was highly unusual for the palace to decide to share information about the Queen's medical condition. Around 12:30, they told us that the Queen's doctors were concerned for her health and had recommended that she remain under medical supervision. And at the time, we were thinking, well, was it because Tuesday was too much? She was too busy. But clearly, for whatever reason, there was a swift decline over the last 48 hours as she remained in a place that she loved, Balmoral, her summer retreat, where year after year she was always surrounded by her family. And that was precisely the case this afternoon. The palace, on announcing that the medical household were concerned about her, also, again, made the unusual step of announcing that her family were heading there, including the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall. The Prince of Wales, who is now our king. We have just had a statement through from His Majesty the King at the time of the Queen's death, and I can read that to you now. In it, he says, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." So there is the first statement that we've had from the new king, maybe King Charles. It is his decision whether or not he chooses a new regnal name, but they're paying a very heartfelt tribute to, as he describes, my beloved mother, but explaining how the family will take great comfort in the knowledge of how the country, the Commonwealth, felt about her, the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held.
Rhiannon, many thanks. Rhiannon Mills, our royal correspondent there. Let's just to alert you to what we're expecting to see in Downing Street in a short time. The lectern where announcements are made has been erected just outside number 10, where the new Prime Minister, just a couple of days into the job, Liz Truss, is expected to make a statement to the nation about the passing of Her Majesty the Queen, Queen Elizabeth II. That statement, very short, that the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon, and we know that she was surrounded by the closest members of her family. All four of her children travelled up to Balmoral, or were in Scotland, to be at her side in her last few hours. And we understand, and you heard there from the statement read out by Rhiannon, that the King and the Queen Consort, deeply saddened, will remain at Balmoral this evening. Charles with his mother, and will return to London tomorrow. It, of course, comes just 2 days since that lectern was used by Liz Truss to address the nation on becoming the new Prime Minister. Let's listen to the Prime Minister.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure. She has been our longest ever reigning monarch. It's an extraordinary achievement to have presided with such dignity and grace for 70 years. Her life of service stretched beyond most of our living memories. In return, she was loved and admired by the people in the United Kingdom and all around the world. She has been a personal inspiration to me and to many Britons. Her devotion to duty is an example to us all. Earlier this week, at 96, she remained determined to carry out her duties as she appointed me as her 15th Prime Minister. Throughout her life, she's visited more than 100 countries, and she has touched the lives of millions around the world. In the difficult days ahead, we will come together with our friends across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth and the world to celebrate her extraordinary lifetime of service. It is a day of great loss, but Queen Elizabeth II leaves a great legacy. Today, the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty King Charles III. With the King's family, we mourn the loss of his mother, and as we mourn, we must come together as a people to support him, to help him bear the awesome responsibility that he now carries for us all. We offer him our loyalty and devotion, just as his mother devoted so much to so many for so long. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
Prime Minister Liz Truss there, ending her statement, saying, "God save the King." Liz Truss there reflecting that it was just 2 days ago that she had been to Balmoral to be received by Her Majesty and asked to form a government, asked to become her 15th Prime Minister. That's the last image we have of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, whose death was announced today. Liz Truss also spoke for the nation when she talked of the devastation, the shock that we all feel. She said that Queen Elizabeth, who spanned 70 years on the throne, was the monarch that the vast majority of citizens of the United Kingdom ever knew. The rock, Liz Truss said, on which modern Britain was built. The Prime Minister described Queen Elizabeth as the very spirit of Great Britain and said that spirit will endure. And she also reflected on, as we all will be over the next few weeks, months and many, many years to come, on Her Majesty's devotion to duty. To the end, her life was devoted to service, to carrying out her duties as the monarch, the longest-serving monarch in the history of Great Britain and the United Kingdom. This, her platinum year. Well, I believe now I can bring you the statement from the King, His Majesty the King, Charles, has said at the time of the Queen's death, he said, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of great sadness for me and all members of my family." He continued, "We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world." King Charles continued, "During the period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." That from the King, as Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, referred to him as King Charles III. Let's talk to our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. And the issue, I know it's a minor issue at this time, Rhiannon, in some of the great scheme of things, the issue of the regnal name still not necessarily decided.
No, it's not entirely clear, and we did hear Liz Truss there referring to the new king as King Charles III, but, and this might come as a surprise to some, there is a possibility that he could use one of his other names, as we have seen from other past sovereigns. So we wait for official confirmation on the name that he will definitely go by, and I think that is also going to be the case when it comes to what we see unfold over the next 10 days or so. We have already seen some of the formalities that we would have anticipated. So, for example, the Union flags flying at half-mast. We've also seen the announcement being put on the gates there, announcing the sad passing of Queen Elizabeth II. But we wait to see exactly how the next few days will pan out. But what we can see is that already the transition has seamlessly happened. And I think for some that will compound the shock. It's hard to take in some ways already, the fact that we are talking about the passing of a much loved head of state after only seeing her a couple of days ago carrying out her duties. But also now we do have a new monarch, and already he wanted to make sure that he was able to send this message to people across the country and the Commonwealth. And it's a very warm message, where he talks about the death of his beloved mother and how the love and respect with which she was held across the country is really going to comfort and sustain the rest of the family. But in the coming days, we will see this transition happen seamlessly in terms of his succession being officially confirmed at the Accession Council. Interestingly, also within the message explaining and announcing her death, it talked about how the King and the Queen consort will travel to London. And that was something that the Queen very clearly expressed in her Accession Day message at the start of the year, when it came to, I think, trying to future-proof the monarchy, to try and stop the unnecessary questions that some may think were unnecessary on the event of her death. And one of those was going to be how the Duchess of Cornwall, Camilla, should be referred to. Because you have to remember that when the Prince of Wales and Camilla got married, it was expressed that she would become Princess Consort at the time, because there was a sensitivity, of course, around that relationship. In the Queen's Accession Day message this year, she very clearly showed her support and affection for Camilla, saying she should be a future Queen Consort. She appreciated how much of a support Camilla is and will continue to be, especially in the coming days and weeks, for her son as he takes over this role. So already we see in what's happening now the impact that Queen Elizabeth II had when it came to continuing to shape how the future of the monarchy is going to look.
Rhiannon, many thanks. Let's cross now to our political editor, Beth Rigby. Beth, we just heard a statement from the Prime Minister, and what a day, what a week it has been for Liz Truss. Just became Prime Minister, just unveiled a major economic plan, and now speaking for the nation about her sadness, her devastation about the death of Queen Elizabeth.
Yes, Dermot, this is a Prime Minister who has been in the post for but 2 days and actually only was with the Queen a couple of days ago. Now, barely into number 10, having to come out and try and somehow speak for the nation and to the nation about the loss of Her Majesty the Queen. She gave a speech, I think, that was in 3 parts, really. The first, in which she spoke of the devastation of the loss of the Queen. She said that the Queen was the rock on which modern Britain was built, that she had been there for all of us through thick and thin as our nation, our post-war nation, grew and evolved. The constant always was the Queen. She talked of her devotion to service. So an acknowledgement and an attempt to try and encapsulate that extraordinary reign of Queen Elizabeth. She then went on to talk a bit about her personal reflections, talking about how the Queen had been a personal inspiration to her as well as many Britons, talking about that meeting. We saw those lovely pictures of them together but 2 days past, of that meeting with the Queen, where Liz Truss spoke about how Queen Elizabeth still showed that devotion to duty. And then she moved on to the final section, in which she said that it was a time to come together and mourn the loss of the Queen with family and friends, but also to look forward to the continuation of the monarchy. And she spoke about a nation needing to come together to support Prince Charles III as he ascends to being the king. And she said that we offer him our loyalty and devotion. She said, with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era. Ending that speech, God save the king.
Beth, many thanks. Beth Rigby, our political editor there. Let's go to my colleague Mark Austin, who's in Balmoral, where the Queen's death was announced and where the senior members of the royal family have gathered and are there this evening.
Yes, good evening from Balmoral, where this evening the Queen is at peace. She is surrounded by Prince Charles, King Charles, now Princess Anne, Prince Edward, Prince Andrew, also Prince William is here, and we are told that Prince Harry is on his way now from Aberdeen Airport to here in Balmoral. There were well-wishers here, but once the announcement came, the police slowly, very politely asked them to leave. The roads are closing to anything other than traffic relating to the royals, and it is just very quiet, incredibly quiet. It is the saddest of evenings here, because this was a place that she truly loved. The people here loved her. She loved being here. The statement said she died peacefully. This was a place she was often living peacefully. She loved the peace of this place. She loved the countryside here. She loved the fresh air, and she loved the one commitment that she had here, which was the Braemar Highland Games, and she enjoyed the culture of the place, and she just loved being here. So it is an enormous sadness this evening to people here, but of course to people right across this country. And I think I mentioned that King Charles and the princes and princesses are here, but it's worth remembering that they are also sons and daughters and grandchildren, and this is an evening when, you know, our thoughts, the country's thoughts, will obviously be with them. And but in so many ways, the Queen, of course, was also a mother and grandmother to the whole nation. So this is just the saddest evening. With me is our Scotland correspondent, James Matthews, who spent, well, you've been up here quite often, haven't you, when the Queen has been in residence. It is a place that she loves.
She does. And it's a place where she would have been comfortable spending her final days. And I think we can draw comfort from what we know of her final days. I've spoken to people who saw her in recent weeks, and she was very much a woman of the land out here, getting out, enjoying the rolling countryside around her. She was seen walking her corgis, picnicking with her lady-in-waiting in her mother's fishing hut on the banks of the River Dee, having lunch in Glenmick, where she has a cottage, which had been refurbished in a way that was appropriate to her reduced mobility in her final days. She liked this place. Her family liked this place. They enjoyed being together as a family in good times and in bad. You know, we stand here in a place where 25 years ago the family were located when Princess Diana died. We saw the pictures of Prince William driving his uncle, Prince Andrew, Sophie and Edward into Balmoral about an hour and a half ago. That face of grief on Prince William's face was similar to the look of grief I saw on the child Prince William when his mother died. When we watched Prince William and Harry walk this road looking at floral tributes to their mother, tonight they will be reunited again. Harry has landed at Aberdeen Airport. We expect him to arrive here within some 15-20 minutes. It's a time for the family to come together. They have lost a mother and a grandmother. They will come together in grief, in comfort and in warmth, in a place where they know comfort and warmth and family.
They will be together tonight, and as you say, Harry is expected to arrive any moment now. But let's just talk about the coming hours and the coming days. We know, because of the statement, that King Charles, the Queen Consort, will be on their way back to London pretty shortly. They'll be back, we're told, tomorrow. But what about the body of Her Majesty the Queen?
There will be a period of national mourning. I mean, there has been a plan in place for some considerable time, possibly to be fine-tuned now that we are where we are. But the King and his Queen Consort, as you say, will travel back to London tomorrow. They will visit all, or the King will visit all 4 home nations. There will be that period of national mourning up until the funeral. In terms of the Queen's body, it will remain here for now, but that will be moved to St Giles Cathedral, just off the Royal Mile in Edinburgh, and thereafter to Buckingham Palace.
Yeah. Okay, James, thank you very much indeed. And indeed, the body will be taken first to Holyrood House, I think, and then along the Royal Mile to St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh. And then the plan is for the Queen's body to be transported by train. The royal train will take the Queen from Waverley Station down to London. But as I say, at the moment, the family, most of the family have gathered. Prince Harry is on his way, Dermot, and here at Balmoral, just a sense of overwhelming sadness.
Mark, indeed, and that is reflected here at Buckingham Palace. There is no doubt that this is a major moment in the history of our United Kingdom, indeed in the history of the world, such a long-serving and influential monarch passing after 70 years on the throne. I just wonder if we can take in some of the scenes here of the crowds gathering at Buckingham Palace, because they are flooding in here to absorb the enormity of what has just happened here today. Thousands of people now. When I first arrived here during the course of the afternoon, there was that brief statement from Buckingham Palace about the deterioration in the Queen's health, and that her doctors were concerned about her, but she was remaining at Balmoral as those members of the royal family gathered to be at her side. Well, then the sad news came at about 6:30 this evening, and since then the crowds are flooding in, as you can see there, quietly absorbing the situation, quietly, I imagine, paying their respects as well, and taking in the symbolism of what that flag flying at half-mast tells us, right slap bang in the centre of the roof of Buckingham Palace, fluttering in the light breeze of a rather gloomy September day, reflecting the mood of so many people here. And behind me in Green Park, which abuts Buckingham Palace, hundreds of people making their way down to take in the scenes, to say that they came to Buckingham Palace to see for themselves, to read for themselves the short formal statement which is posted on the gates of royal palaces on the major occasions, and there's none more major than this. The simple statement saying, as Her Majesty would have wished, I'm sure, that the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon, posted up there on the gates. And the King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. And Rhiannon Mills, our royal correspondent, joins me. And Rhiannon, I'm sure you're taking in these scenes as well. It is quite something just seeing the people silently, respectfully, just wanting to somehow be part of this, to say that they were present at the passing of a monarch, a much-loved monarch, the longest reigning monarch, well, not just in our history, but in just about every country in the world's history. I know there are a few that served a little bit longer. Quite extraordinary scenes, Rhiannon.
Yeah, and I think it's important to stress that her age, 96 years old, a remarkable age to live until, but it shouldn't detract from the enormity of this moment. Most of us can't remember a time when she wasn't Queen, and she was a woman who was recognised not just in this country, but right around the world, and held in such high esteem and respect by members of the public, politicians, religious leaders. Everywhere she went, crowds would come out to see her. And what is wonderful is when you look back at footage from those early days of her reign, where literally hundreds of thousands of people would come out onto the streets to see this glamorous young queen and her handsome prince, Prince Philip, alongside her. And yes, her look and her demeanour, and the world changed during her 7 decades as queen, and yet largely it was deemed that she never put a foot wrong. And I think also when you consider public figures that we see today, it's often about their brand, it's about them, it's about their personality. And yet one person once said that the Queen, she had the conviction to be boring. She wanted to keep herself private at times. It wasn't about her, it was about her role. I think we will see a couple of things play out over the next couple of days. Of course, huge constitutional change. Some may describe it as a constitutional earthquake as we feel the reverberations of what has happened. We now automatically have a new king, and it's literally been confirmed in the last few moments that the new king will be known as King Charles III. Now, at home, you might be thinking, well, of course he would be. But actually, when it comes to a change in reign, the new sovereign is able to choose a different name. And of course, we've seen that throughout history. So instead of being King Charles, he could have chosen any of his other names, which are Philip, Arthur, or George. However, we now know that he will be King Charles III. He also takes on other titles, so Head of the Commonwealth, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Supreme Governor of the Church of England. So we have the constitutional change, we have the change in head of state, but I think what we're also going to see, and I think you're already probably seeing there at Buckingham Palace, you will have a greater sense of this, is a sense that people want to come together, a collective sense of shock and mourning. It was, after all, only 2 days ago that we saw her still carrying out her constitutional duties. And as Liz Truss said in her speech, there are going to be difficult days ahead where communities will come together, just as we have done right throughout her reign to mark those milestone moments, to pay our respects to what was a life devoted to service.
Indeed, Rhiannon, thank you for that. And I would echo those thoughts in terms of what people here are coming to witness and to experience. There's a huge sense, obviously and clearly, of the end of an era, but also a little bit of trepidation about what lies ahead. We know that we are in very difficult times, both nationally and internationally, and at this very moment, the rock, as Liz Truss referred to her, the very spirit of Great Britain, the rock upon which modern Britain was built, has passed. And in just one short week, we have had the changing of a Prime Minister and now the passing of our longest-serving head of state, the rock upon which Britain was built. Alistair Bruce, our royal commentator, joins me now. And Alistair, just on that confirmation now that the King will be King Charles III, and Camilla, Queen Consort.
Yes, it's a moment of continuity and a moment of great sadness. I think for a nation recognising that the Queen is now dead, it must be a great shock for the new king that instantaneously, while he fathoms the loss of his mother, there will be red boxes to be dealt with. There will be the work that the Queen didn't quite finish yesterday. And he must now continue the function of government as head of state immediately. And that process and continuity of playing the role as monarch is one where everybody now will look to King Charles III for decisions on everything. All the needs and requirements of the days ahead will be placed for him to make decisions on. And it is a very busy changing. And the Queen referred to it herself when her father died back in 1952, that suddenly everybody looked to her. And she didn't necessarily feel prepared for it. And yet, in her 71st year as monarch, she became so comfortably adept. And with that glinting eye, when she was waiting for the arrival of her 15th Prime Minister in the drawing room of Balmoral Castle, she wanted to make the photographer waiting feel at ease and made a charming comment to him. And I think that's always been the nature of how she's done this role, is she's always managed to put herself last and to approach it with great humility. And she's given that torch now to the new king, who must take on so much, and yet at the same time, at this moment, with his brothers and sister and other members of the family, are recognising the loss of their second parent. And somebody sent a message to me now that, lots of people feel they've lost a parent. And that is the nature of monarchy. It reminds us, because we get to know the monarch almost as though she's a personal friend. And when she goes, it's like losing somebody, and it echoes a loss in one's own family. And I think that those people gathering now outside Buckingham Palace, each of them with their own personal thoughts, they've come for myriad reasons. And a head of state has to encompass myriad people with myriad thoughts. And Elizabeth II did that. And now the new king must take on that responsibility and be the figurehead around which the political process will, of course, dance.
Alistair, thank you very much indeed. Well, obviously we're getting reaction from political leaders, not just here, but throughout the world. I believe that we are about to hear, or shortly to hear, from the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer. We heard not too very long ago from the Prime Minister, the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, in Downing Street, who reflected upon the fact that just 2 days ago she was at Balmoral with Her Majesty the Queen, discussing becoming the 15th Prime Minister under Queen Elizabeth's reign. And 2 days later, she was paying tribute to her on behalf of the nation, expressing how devastated she was, and that what a personal inspiration Her Majesty had been to Liz Truss in particular through her devotion to duty. Well, as I say, we heard that not too very long ago from the Prime Minister, Liz Truss. Let's listen now to the leader of Her Majesty's opposition. It's very strange to say of His Majesty's opposition, Sir Keir Starmer.
Of a remarkable sovereign. It is a deep private loss for the royal family, and our first thoughts are with them at this time. The nation shares in their grief. Queen Elizabeth II created a special, personal relationship with us all, a relationship based on service and devotion to her country. Nobody under the age of 70 has known anything other than Queen Elizabeth II on the throne. For the vast majority of us, the late Queen has been simply the Queen, the only Queen. Above all else, our Queen. As we mourn her loss, we should also treasure her life, our longest serving and greatest ever monarch. Above the clashes of politics, she stood not for what the nation fought over, but what it agreed upon. In crisis, she reassured us, reminding us that we are all part of something that stretches back through time, a symbol of the best of us. I saw it for myself when I led the Crown Prosecution Service. Every time I had the privilege to meet the late Queen, she would ask the most searching questions because she wanted to understand the lives and struggles of her people. And as Britain changed rapidly around her, this dedication became the still point of our turning world, an example that taught us that whatever the challenges we face, the values of service always endures. And the obvious love the late Queen displayed for Britain, the British people gave back in return. That is why there is such an outpouring of grief across the nation today, as there is across the Commonwealth, to which the late Queen was so devoted. Around the world, people are united in mourning and united in celebrating her life. This togetherness is a reminder of what she achieved, a reminder of our shared values, values which I know will be upheld by her beloved son Charles, our new king. So as our great Elizabethan era comes to an end, we will honour the late Queen's memory by keeping alive the values of public service she embodied. For 70 years, Queen Elizabeth II stood as the head of our country, but in spirit, she stood amongst us.
Sir Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, the leader of His Majesty's opposition, reflecting the thoughts of so many millions of people, reflecting on the life of Queen Elizabeth II, whose death was announced a couple of hours ago. Sir Keir there pointing out, of so many of us will and so many of us have, the values of service that the Queen embodied, the values of public service. Sir Keir was particularly emphasising there that she embodied, and talked about how we are united in mourning, and the important point Sir Keir made, united in mourning and celebrating Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's life. And I think that is the sentiment that is abroad amongst the huge crowd. We're only seeing a small section of it now. The huge crowd that is gathering here at Buckingham Palace. It started just shortly after that sad announcement about the Queen's passing, and the crowd's just continuing to grow in the gloom of this September evening. People walking around quietly, respectfully. They want to be here. They want to be part of this epochal change, this end of an era, the end, as Sir Anthony Selden, the noted historian and author, put it, the end of the second Elizabethan era. And both Elizabethan eras, as we will be reflecting on over the next few days and weeks, quite extraordinary in the change that the nation saw under those two queens. Too long ago for me to fully remember the massive changes that took place under Queen Elizabeth I, but I've lived through a fair few years, and I, like so many millions of fellow citizens, have only known one monarchy in my lifetime. And there you can hear, every now and again, breaking out just spontaneous applause. Now there are no senior members of the royal family here. We know that they were in Balmoral. They are in Balmoral this evening, cheering. 3 cheers. Spontaneous 3 cheers for the life of Queen Elizabeth II, and of course inevitably the lights of the camera phones flashing throughout that crowd. Why wouldn't you? Such a moment, September the 8th, 2022, will be remembered forevermore in British history. When Queen Elizabeth II died peacefully, her death was announced a few hours ago. She died peacefully at Balmoral, her beloved Balmoral, this afternoon. But this, though, the symbolic centre of the royal family, not just in the capital of the United Kingdom, but the symbolic centre for the entirety of the world. So many events have taken place here just under the reign of Queen Elizabeth II, and not too very long ago we've been reflecting on the Platinum Jubilee, something that we all celebrated, the street parties, something of a post-COVID era about it. The Queen participated herself in as many of the events as she could make, but at the age of 96 we all knew that she had to take it easy. And then increasingly over the next few months we saw less and less of the Queen, but up to the very end, and this is something the Prime Minister reflected on, carrying out devotedly, doggedly, her most important duties, and there can be none more important for the head of state, for the monarch, than overseeing, as she has done with 14, now 15 prime ministers, that transition of power, sometimes between parties, and as we've seen in the last few years, within a party, but nevertheless a smooth transition, passing from Boris Johnson. And remember, just 3 days ago, Her Majesty the Queen was on the throne and Boris Johnson was in number 10 Downing Street. Here we are on Thursday evening. We have King Charles III and Prime Minister Liz Truss. This is truly an extraordinary moment in the history of the United Kingdom. not least because we know not what we face over the next few months, something that Liz Truss was addressing today on the economic and political side, but we're not thinking about that this evening. Of course we're not. We're thinking about what this means individually, what it means to each and every one of us, what of course it means to a family, a tight-knit family, to so many people, perhaps a slightly odd, a slightly strange, a slightly dysfunctional family in some cases, but there is no other family like the royal family. Of course there isn't. We've chosen to have such a family. They serve us. We look at them, and my goodness me, we mourn with them now. We're looking at them now. We're drinking in this scene with the flag, not fluttering anymore, but lying at half-mast above Buckingham Palace, telling us that Her Majesty the Queen, Queen Elizabeth II, has passed. She, of course, passed away, and so many people commenting upon this, at her beloved Balmoral Palace. Balmoral in Scotland, of course, where she spent so many summers, indeed all her summers, ever since she was a young girl. It was where her beloved mother and father first took her from the day she was born, and she followed on that tradition with her own family. So many months, so many years spent there. And talking of Scotland, we've got reaction now from the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon. This was her speaking a few moments ago.
Like everyone across Scotland, the United Kingdom, indeed the world, I feel a deep sense of sadness on the death of Her Majesty the Queen. On behalf of the people of Scotland, I offer my sincere and heartfelt condolences to the King, the Queen Consort, and to the entire royal family. There will be many opportunities in the coming days to reflect fully on the Queen's extraordinary life and service. For more than 70 years, Queen Elizabeth has been the great constant in our national life. She has inspired us, on occasion comforted us, and always personified values we hold dear. Throughout her reign, she performed her duties with exceptional wisdom, dedication and fidelity. Scotland loved, respected and admired her. And by all accounts, Her Majesty was rarely happier than when she was here in Scotland at her beloved Balmoral, a fact I have been privileged to observe personally. I hope it will be a source of comfort to her family that she spent her final days in a place that she loved so much. This is a moment of acute loss and profound sadness. It is also a moment of enormous significance. The passing of Queen Elizabeth marks the end of an era. Our nation is in mourning. My hearts and my thoughts, and I know those of people across Scotland, are with the royal family at this deeply sad moment.
Well, fulsome tribute there to Queen Elizabeth, whose death has been announced today, from the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon. Words echoed, I'm sure, by the thousands of people who are gathering here this evening in central London, outside Buckingham Palace, to have their own thoughts and to share their own tributes about the Queen's death. Nicola Sturgeon referring there to the Scottish people's love of the Queen and their appreciation of her dedication, her wisdom and her fidelity, and of course referring to the fact that she passed in a place she loved so much. That is, of course, at Balmoral, where my colleague Mark Austin is now. Mark.
Yes, thanks very much, Dermot. And it's interesting that I was just listening in my ear, Dermot, to those cheers that rang out outside Buckingham Palace. 3 cheers, I think you said, and I heard them in my ear, and it was so incredibly moving because we're going to see a lot of formality in the coming days. We're going to see a lot of sadness, a lot of ceremony. But you know, it's going to be little moments like that that you witnessed down there outside Buckingham Palace, those cheers. It's going to be little moments like that, I think, that will make people realise how much this Queen meant to them. And you know, in stark contrast to that cheering outside Buckingham Palace, it is just very quiet here. And there were, as I said before, some people here who came along, and when they heard that the Queen was not well, they came along and wanted to wish her well. And then the announcement came, and it just became very, very quiet. The police slowly moved them along because the roads have to be cleared now. They have to close, not least because Prince Harry is on his way from Aberdeen Airport to Balmoral and is expected any time now. It's about an hour and 10 minutes from Aberdeen Airport. He landed about that time ago, so any minute now we could see Prince Harry arrive. He'll be joining his brother. He'll be also joining his father, who's now King Charles, and they will be together this evening in a place where the statement from Buckingham Palace said that the monarch died peacefully this afternoon, and it is very fitting because she was always peaceful here, as I was saying earlier. And it is strange to think that it was just, what is it, Thursday, it was Tuesday, that she was seeing Liz Truss here and appointing her 15th Prime Minister. I'm just glancing to see if this, I think it is certainly a convoy of some sort arriving here now, and it could well be, I think. Very difficult to tell. It is dark, as you can see, and they were moving at some speed, but certainly Prince Harry is due here any time. And I was saying it's extraordinary to think that it was just Tuesday that the Queen was on her feet. She was smiling. We all saw the photographs. She looked frail, but she was greeting Liz Truss, and she was greeting Boris Johnson before that, and was fulfilling that role that she felt was so important and something that she so wanted to do, clearly. And I guess the other thought is that if there was anywhere in the world that she would like to have passed her last days, then Balmoral would be that place. As we wait for Prince Harry, James Matthews is right alongside me here in the rain and the darkness and the sadness of Balmoral. And as we were saying, it is a place that meant so much.
It did, Mark. That was Prince Harry that was part of that three-vehicle convoy, now joining the rest of the family who are in Balmoral. His father, Prince Charles, or now King Charles III, he was here earlier on today, joined, as we saw, by Prince William, Edward and Sophie, and Prince Andrew and Prince Harry, making up the family group that have arrived over the course of the day. And, you know, you speak about the comfort of this place for the family, and that's what it is now, isn't it? I mean, there are no crowds here. It's dark, it's raining, there are media here, but that doesn't mean to say this isn't a community that feels a deep sense of grief out with the gates of Balmoral. I spoke a few minutes ago to the Reverend Kenneth Mackenzie. Now, he is a minister from Crathy Kirk across the road who knew the Queen very well, and he was with her until just before she died. And I'll tell you what he said to me. He spoke about a common sense of loss that we all share. And he said hers was a long life, a life shaped by faith infused with grace and characterised by selfless service. I think that's a feeling that is shared in this community, certainly, and much further afield. This is a community in which she was a familiar figure. She had a different background from people who live in Aberdeenshire, but they shared a very strong sense or they bestowed upon her a very strong sense of belonging. She was seen around the place. She was out and about. In the final few weeks, she was walking on the estate, walking the corgis.
Do you know, it was interesting. I flew up here this afternoon and I sat next to a guy from just outside Aberdeen. And he said, I know why you're on your way. And he said the people of Scotland love the Queen because the Queen loved Scotland. And that is true.
Yeah. As articulated the last time she addressed the Scottish Parliament, famously in October 2021, speaking about her affection for the place, an affection shared by herself and her husband, Prince Philip. And, you know, that passion and that love for the place was often interpreted as political enthusiasm for the United Kingdom and Scotland's place in it. It was just at the end of the street where, during the referendum, she was heard to say, I hope Scottish voters will think very carefully about their future, which was interpreted widely as an endorsement of the Union at a key political time. You know, not confirmed.
Well, it's interesting, we've just heard from Nicola Sturgeon, who said she was a much admired, respected and loved monarch.
Yeah, a monarch who transcended the bitterness and the division of the political playground that we live with in this country, north of the border in particular, when it comes to constitutional politics. A woman admired by all, a role model, a woman who bestowed unity on those around her, and one, of course, that we can grieve as a period of national mourning begins between now and the funeral, a structured period of national mourning.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, James, for the moment, thank you very much. And just to bring you up to date from here in Balmoral, Dermot, Prince Harry has, we're told, just arrived. We saw his vehicles, I think you saw his vehicles just a few moments ago. So Prince Harry has joined his brother and the other members of the family at Balmoral. Back to you, Dermot.
Thanks, Mark. Well, it is 8 o'clock and this is Sky News, where Buckingham Palace has announced that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died. In a statement earlier this evening, the palace said this. It's a short statement. It said that the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. That was a statement posted on the gates of the Royal Palaces at about 6:30 this evening. Well, Charles, who became king on the death of his mother, had this to say: "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family." He continued, "We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realm, and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world." King Charles continued by saying this: "During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." And it is that respect and deep affection that we are witnessing right here, right now, outside Buckingham Palace. Thousands of people have gathered here during the course of the last 3 or 4 hours. First, initially awaiting any news. They hope for good news. Perhaps we all were preparing ourselves for the worst after the earlier statement about the deterioration in the Queen's health at Balmoral and the fact that so many members of the royal family were travelling there to be with her, as it turned out, in her final hours. And then since that announcement, it's a simple announcement, as I read out there to you. It's a very short announcement. And the convention is the way that these formal announcements are made from the royal family, whether it be the joyous news of a birth or a marriage, or the saddest news of the passing of a monarch. It is the posting of that statement on the gates of a palace, in this case, the palace, the centre of the palace is the centre of London, Buckingham Palace, which so many people now are respectfully queuing up to have a look at, to take a picture of, why not, with their mobile phones. And every now and again, spontaneously, people not knowing, I suppose, how to react at this point, just a ripple of respectful applause breaks out. I think there's maybe a small one starting there, just someone in the crowd starts and others pick it up. Just a way of showing their appreciation, their tribute to the life of Her Majesty. And every now and again a cheer goes up, and that then ripples around the crowd. But people just walking around, taking in the scene, but taking in the facts, and we're going to all take a long time to absorb this, as has been said and will be much said over the next few days. The monarch that not many of us did not know, did not think we knew, because she defined our lives, like her or not, for the vast majority of the citizens of the United Kingdom. She has always been our monarch. Very few people around now who remember her father, and of course even fewer who remember the days before she was born. It really is the end of an era, the changing of the guard, the changing of the monarch, and that's, of course, under convention, under the Constitution, happened seamlessly and instantaneously. Charles having to deal with both the sadness, the awfulness, expected or not, of the passing of his mother. But it's also now his formal duties, which he has assumed instantly, to take over as king of the realm, as he put it, king of the Commonwealth, King Charles III, the name that we now know he will assume. And that Camilla, his wife, will be the Queen Consort. We also know from the statement that they, of course, are remaining in Balmoral with the members of the family who have gathered there to share those dreadful moments as the Queen passed. They are remaining in Balmoral this evening. Then they will return, as is part of their duty, as is part of the King's duty, they will return to London tomorrow, and a very formal process begins. A process which perhaps I could discuss now with our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. And this then, Rhiannon, the formal process of accession.
And I think as the crowds there outside of Buckingham Palace, and no doubt people up and down the country and around the world, come to terms with what I think is going to be an immense sense of shock, especially when it was only on Tuesday that we saw Queen Elizabeth II standing up and appointing her 15th Prime Minister. I think what may come as a surprise to many is that the process, the handover from one sovereign to a next, literally would have happened at the moment that she took her last breath. We have a hereditary monarchy, and now we have a new monarch. We have King Charles III, and what is going to unfold over the coming days will be a sense that the pendulum will swing between mourning her death, but also the country welcoming the new monarch. And part of that will be the Accession Council, where we will see, I think, ritual, pageantry, ancient customs and these ceremonial events that haven't been performed for over 7 decades, as we formally see him proclaimed as king. Now, that will actually happen at St James's Palace in the coming days. And his succession will also be proclaimed in all 4 parts of the United Kingdom. Now, we know for certain that he is going to take the title of King Charles III, and some people might think, well, of course he would. But actually, a new sovereign is able to choose their name. So we were waiting for that confirmation because he could have used some of his other names, which are Philip, Arthur or George. But no, we have King Charles III. He also takes on a number of other roles from Queen Elizabeth II, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Supreme Governor of the Church of England, Duke of Lancaster, so inheriting the portfolio of land and property set aside to fund the monarch, and also he will now be head of the Commonwealth. And I think Alistair Bruce, our events commentator, was making an interesting point earlier, that now he has to take up all those matters of state that his mother was dealing with, had dealt with on a day-to-day basis. However, what is abundantly clear is you will also have a family who are in the most profound period of mourning. And in many ways, it is lovely to know that they are all, at the moment, gathered at Balmoral, a place where they have shared so many wonderful times together. It really was a place that they could all come to with the Queen. They could relax away from the prying eyes of the rest of the world. Balmoral has a real sense of remoteness, of seclusion. There's a wildness to it, and we know that they love their time in the countryside. And the statement from King Charles III, I think, in a way summed up how the family are feeling, as he talked about the death of his beloved mother and described it as a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. He went on to say, "We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know that her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world." But the final paragraph, I think, was very important for him, and important for showing that this is going to be a difficult moment for him, a moment of real mixed emotions. But he said that during this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held. And Dermot, I think that's something that you are currently witnessing. Even though the rain is coming down outside of Buckingham Palace, the crowd's still gathering to pay their respects.
Too true, Rhiannon. Thank you very much indeed for that. Yeah, it's coming down in stair rods now, but it's not thinning the crowd at all. The brolly's going up, but everyone's staying here, taking it in. Also taking it in is a man who's very upset, I can see. Dick Griffin is with me here. We'll continue to look at those scenes. Dick is a former Royal Protection Officer, served the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh for what, 27 years in total. Dick, just give me your thoughts.
The Queen, like Prince Philip, was part of my life for so long, and I've been lucky enough to share so many special moments with them, royal tours, private moments, and lots of lovely special times at Balmoral. And in fact, this weather reminds me of Balmoral Castle. We had some great rainstorms up there. But I've just been thinking, while I've been listening to you run your programme, thinking of some of the special moments I had with the Queen and how considerate she was. And one of the stories that sums the Queen up is she said to me in the car one day, "For the last 9 months, all you've spoken to me about is how excited you were about becoming a grandfather for the first time." And she said, "Now your grandson's been born, you haven't even bothered bringing him to introduce me to him." So I arranged with my daughter to bring my grandson Joshua to a location where the Queen was staying privately, so the Queen could have a little cuddle with my grandson. And that just shows, you know, how special she is, thinking of everybody.
And your daughter presumably went along as well.
Holly was amazed, yes.
Yeah, what a special moment for them. How old's Joshua now, then?
He's just turned 17 because he's just passed a driving test and they've had to give him a car.
Well, we can backdate that, but a special memory for him. I hope there were photographs allowed to be taken then?
Yes, no, they weren't. Sorry, no. I mean, the Queen would have.
He's been told about it,
but it would have spoiled the moment, quite frankly, if we did it.
Tell me some more memories about Her Majesty, because I mean, I was privileged enough to meet her a couple of times formally, but on those formal occasions, she knew how to carry out her duties. She knew how to do the grip and grin, shake your hands, move on. But you saw a different side than so many of us.
She was such a special lady. I mean, I used to run marathons for charity, for cancer charities, and when I ran my 100th marathon, my running club, Blackheath Harriers, put on a little party to celebrate, and the president at the time wrote to various people to get letters read out, and he had the cheek to write to Buckingham Palace asking Her Majesty would send a letter, and the private secretary showed it to her, expecting her not to agree. Of course Philip and I would love to do it, and when the letter arrived it was the usual platitudes you'd expect, but the line I liked was, "Aren't you lucky to have such a wonderful employer who allows you so much time off to take part in these events?" And she used to sponsor me as well, and if I was very often a lady in waiting would ask me to do it for one of their pet charities, and then the Queen would always sponsor me privately, and it was just wonderful.
Wonderful memories. I'm just thinking as we look out here at this crowd, they're getting drenched. Of course, they don't care about that because of the momentousness of what has just happened. But I'm thinking of crowds, and we've seen, and you've seen, Her Majesty passing through so many crowds in so many countries. Just talk to me, because I'd watch it on the television screens, and that connection she had, that ability to talk to anyone from anywhere.
Well, walkabouts were really, really special, both for herself and His Royal Highness when he was alive. And we always used to plan, just before lunch usually, we'd stop the car 150, 200 yards short of wherever we were going for lunch, and invite them to both to go out and do an informal walkabout. And Prince Philip would take one side and Her Majesty would take the other. And as you say, they would go along and spend lots and lots of time talking to anyone with badges or ties, anything they could recognise, to give them a focal point to have a chat. And I always used to love it because Prince Philip would go along on his side and he'd be lifting all the children over the barriers so they could run across and give the flowers to the Queen. And the Queen would take them off these little children. I don't think the police were that happy because they were probably left with about 30 or 40 lost children when we left. But we used to fill up carloads with flowers and send them all off to a local hospice or a residential home, and the Queen would take 4 or 5 of her favourite posies and keep them herself. But she used to love the walkabouts.
And give you a few heart-stopping moments, I
suspect,
they did,
as well, Dick. Fingers crossed it all went OK.
Dick Griffin, thank you very much indeed. And that's the point that Dick was making there. This is, of course, a moment of great sadness and mourning and reflection and tributes, as we're witnessing amongst the crowd there. As I say, their appetite to be here undiminished, undimmed by the rain that's falling very heavily from the sky at the moment. But it is also a moment, as is being observed, Sir Keir Starmer said it, of celebration of a life well lived, a life of service, a life of devotion and a life of dedication. And indeed those moments of humour, sometimes when we saw that, yes, she was the Queen, yes, she was the monarch, yes, she had those hundreds of years of history, of pomp and circumstance and ceremony behind her, but behind it all, as we're hearing from Dick Griffin there, what a human being, what a privilege it was for him to serve her, as he told us. And some happy memories, many happy memories of Balmoral Castle, where she passed today, surrounded by those she loved the most, those close family members who remained there. Let's cross to Balmoral now. And my colleague Mark Austin is there. And Mark, it's a very important point that people are making, and we are showing some wonderful pictures. We've got so many wonderful pictures of Her Majesty the Queen we've got to celebrate her life as well and appreciate that she did so much for us for so very, very long.
Yeah, absolutely. And the point you keep making, I think, Dermot, is a very important one, that for the vast majority of people in this country, she is the only monarch that they have known until this day. And what is happening here in Balmoral is, well, it's a night of great sadness, clearly, but it is the gathering place tonight. Her family, King Charles, is here, and Prince Harry has just arrived from Aberdeen Airport, so he is here with Prince William, who arrived earlier, and there will be huge mourning here, as there is around the rest of the country, but this was, as you say, a very special place for the Queen. It was her holiday home, to be quite honest about it. She loved it here. She came here every summer. She looked forward to coming here every summer, and she would always try never to be denied the opportunity to come here. She loved it. She loved the countryside. She loved the fresh air, and it was a place of great tranquility and peace for her. And tonight she is here. And I said a few moments ago that if there was a place that she would have wanted to have spent her last days, then I think it have been that place. And as I say, they're here tonight, her family, mourning and grieving, and also the people turned out this afternoon in the time that I've been.
Well, I'm afraid we've lost connection there with Mark Austin. I think it's weather conditions. They're pretty bad down here in London, but at Balmoral, I think the rain is falling even more heavily, and some gremlins have got into the broadcasting equipment there. Mark was going to have a conversation with Louise Tate, so I'll take over. Louise Tate was the Scottish Press Secretary for Her Majesty for 15 years, Louise, wasn't it? And Louise, just give us your reflections on this sad day.
Well, it is a desperately sad day. Personally, I feel it, and I think many other people who perhaps didn't realise that they had a depth of feeling for this monarch will realise that we have lost someone who was just incredible, an amazing woman, and who was just such a constant in our lives for so long. And it's just a real blow. I think others felt we had more time.
I don't know, Louise, if you could hear, I've been having a discussion here outside Buckingham Palace with Dick Griffin, former Royal Protection Officer, who says, well, you know, she was such a personality as well, something that, I mean, those millions of people throughout the United Kingdom and millions more throughout the world who are privileged enough to even get a few moments where they would find out, but millions of others didn't. There's the carapace, isn't there? There's the whole panoply of the royal edifice, the surroundings, the trappings, not just the buildings, the clothing, the cars. But you got to see some of that as well, didn't you? The Queen as a human being. Could you just share a few memories with us?
I'm not quite sure I can follow Dick Griffin. He's got exceptional memories and anecdotes, but yes, some of those Dick has shared with Sky viewers before about myself and Her Majesty. And what strikes me, or always struck me about her, was her kindness, her caring, her great humour, her knowledge, her insight, her wisdom, her memory, her recall. I can think of times where she was personally kind to me, but I can remember one conversation that I had with her before dinner. I was with colleagues and she joined us before dinner, and I was talking about something I had seen on the Scottish News Bulletin that evening, and it was about a paddle steamer who had been part of the small ships, I think, at Dunkirk. So once she joined us, we carried on the conversation, and she started telling us about her memories of that day. And well, first of all, you think, wow, that's amazing. You know, to speak to someone who remembered that day and seeing the images and living through it with everyone else. And then you realise she's the Queen. And you just realise, you reflect on the changes that have happened during her reign. And I was in Dunkirk just recently and thought about that conversation just last week, in fact. And that's, this generation is vanishing very quickly. And I think we'll now realise how much they should be cherished. And as far as we can still cherish those who are left. And it's just desperately sad that the Queen, who was a member of that generation, we are losing. And we've lost her today.
That is a really important point you're making, because, and we'll be examining, of course, that legacy a lot more over the next few weeks, but that connection particularly back to those really dark times of the Second World War, those pictures of the young princess doing her bit, the young princesses in uniform, that is a connection that is now lost.
It's that sense of history that, it's just so important, and continuity, and it's a continuity of monarchy. And we still have that because we now have a king, but nevertheless, this, it was referred to earlier by, I think, Rihanna, on a constitutional earthquake. We'll still feel it. And I think it'll take a few days for it actually to sink in. I really believe that.
And just tell me about Balmoral. I know you've been talking earlier to us about it, but just remind us of, and place it in context, just how important Balmoral was, not just because of its location, partly because of its history, but also how the Queen could, just as much as was possible, could just be herself. The impromptu barbecues, the walks, the stalking, the driving herself around in a battered Land Rover, wearing more or less what she liked. It was the place that she wanted to be most, one imagines.
Well, I could only imagine too, but my sense of it was that she was exceptionally happy at Balmoral. It is a place where it was remarked to me, I think, on Tuesday, that perhaps the Queen looked less formal. But what Her Majesty was wearing on Tuesday was a Balmoral tartan skirt and a blouse and a cardigan. That was typical Balmoral attire. So there was that slight sense of business as usual, but there was an ease to that, a slight informality, which perhaps made the heavy business of state that I like to think, that bit lighter, because it was inevitably followed by, as you mentioned, a picnic or a walk or a drive. It's very usual to see members of the family around that area of Royal Deeside, and nobody generally tends to bother them. In fact, if they encounter members of the public, people just out enjoying their day, they would pass the time of day with them. And it was a really special thing, I think, to be able to do that in such a, perhaps an unguarded way, or less guarded way. And Balmoral is very special. You're there right now. It's a very or Mark is there right now. It's a very special, atmospheric. It changes every day, for good or bad, and it's always exciting.
Just getting an impromptu 3 cheers for the life of Her Majesty here amongst the crowds at Buckingham Palace. And one last question about Balmoral, Louise, is the... I mean, you mentioned the continuity, the historical continuity, and I noticed there in that photograph, the last photograph we have of the Queen with Liz Truss, on the wall there, a room I know you'll be familiar with, but on the wall there I noticed was a picture of Queen Victoria, and I think it was John Brown as well, and that's really where that love affair with Balmoral started for the royal family.
Okay, so I think I may be wrong, I may be misspeaking, but I think that was a portrait by Landseer. I could be wrong. Please credit me. But it does have that sense of that previous era, but that love is no less diminished from Queen Victoria's reign to this one. I think that Balmoral is a very, very special place for all members of the royal family, and maybe none more so than Her Majesty the Queen.
And it must be said, just that statement this morning, when we heard that her condition had deteriorated, her doctors were concerned, but I'm sure it was in her wishes. She wanted to stay at Balmoral.
That wouldn't surprise me in the least. I think I mentioned this morning that someone talked to me about, a move to hospital. I'm clear I thought it was a decision for medical professionals, but obviously Her Majesty's wishes would be taken into account. And I think that was the place she wanted to be, and indeed she was.
Somewhere where she truly felt at home, Louise. Thank you very, very much indeed there. Some reflections there on the life and times and service of Queen Elizabeth II, whose passing has been announced today about 2 hours ago. And it still was a shock. The statement was posted on the gates of Buckingham Palace and other royal palaces announcing that the Queen had passed peacefully at Balmoral. It was a very short statement. It just then went on to refer to as our constitution works, as the transition works, there is no interregnum, that the King, and that refers, of course, to King Charles III, the Queen Consort Camilla, will remain, as we would naturally expect, will remain in Balmoral this evening, but then his royal duties kick in. Let's just listen to this. Listen to this. If you can't hear it, it's "Long Live the King." Somebody in the crowd getting the chant going. Previously, it's been 3 cheers for the life of Queen Elizabeth. But we're aware of it. We've seen it in Shakespearean plays and the like. The King is dead, long live the King. Well, unfortunately, the Queen is dead, and now the chant's going up. Long live the King. Well, our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, looks back now at the life of Queen Elizabeth.
All those years of wisdom and compassion, we've been so lucky.
Her work ethic, her strong faith, her leadership, there wasn't anything Her Majesty couldn't do.
There was a courtesy and a humanity and a kindness that I'll remember forever.
It was a life of public service and duty. Committed to her country.
My lords and members of the House of Commons, I pray that the blessing of Almighty God may rest upon your councils.
And her Commonwealth.
I feel enormously proud of what the Commonwealth has achieved, and all of it within my lifetime.
Devoted wife and mother. A constant figure of national pride as the world around her witnessed extraordinary change. Born in 1926, Princess Elizabeth wasn't expected to be Queen. Home videos show it was a happy childhood.
In those days, it was such wonderfully unorganised fun because, we played a game called Catching Happy Days, which involved rolling around the garden at great speed, catching the leaves as they fell off the trees. That kept us happy all day.
Her destiny changed with the death of her grandfather and the abdication of her uncle. Her father was now king, and Elizabeth his heir. Her role for life was set, and her approach to it shaped by the Second World War. Clear even in her first broadcast, when she was evacuated to Windsor.
My sister Margaret Rose and I feel so much for you, as we know from experience what it means to be away from those we love most of all.
The keep calm, carry on philosophy
was absolutely embedded in her, I think.
The princess became a member of the ATS.
She joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service as others went off to fight.
Lieutenant Mountbatten seems glad to be back at work again.
Wartime also sparked the most important relationship of her life. She kept in touch with Prince Philip by writing letters. And in 1947, they got engaged. A glamorous young couple, their wedding was celebrated across the country. Soon, Prince Charles was born, followed by Princess Anne.
They're taking the places of the King and Queen who would have gone but for His Majesty's illness.
But duty called, her father was ill and they had to take his place on a tour of the Commonwealth.
To the stunned heart of London and to the whole Commonwealth came the tragic news from Sandringham of the passing of a beloved sovereign, King George VI.
In a remote lodge in Kenya, Prince Philip told her the news. She was now queen.
All accounts say that she gulped, gathered herself, a grieving daughter, but also now the queen, in a way that she could never have imagined, and of course in her early 20s at the time.
The following year came her coronation, broadcast for the first time on television.
She was very conscious of the fact that she needed to be out there, to be visible, going right back to televising the coronation.
Only 26, Queen Elizabeth still had to prove herself to courtiers, politicians, and the country. Years later, she described how it felt.
In a way, I didn't have an apprenticeship. My father died much too young. It was all a very sudden kind of taking on and making the best job you can.
From the very start, she felt she had to get out and connect with the public.
The Queen and Duke now took their places.
Through thousands of engagements and inventing the walkabout.
Whether you were the lollipop lady or you were a president or a prime minister of a nation, people become nervous. And it was wonderful to see how Her Majesty would put them at ease.
Always calm, even when blanks were fired at Trooping the Colour. The Queen was constantly on duty, with constitutional responsibilities and weekly audiences with her prime ministers.
For someone who'd been a little boy in the streets of Durham waving a flag when she drove through in the 1960s, and suddenly there you were prime minister, virtually alone of all the people that you knew anything that you said to her stayed within the room.
Always displaying her support for the military.
The principle of listening to what she thought Churchill might have done in similar conditions or circumstances to what I found myself in. It was those sort of conversations that I learnt a huge amount from and will treasure forever.
It's really nice comments, including one from President Biden.
Oh, that's very kind.
As every day, there were red boxes full of state papers to deal with.
Do we think that this is a good idea? Do we not know what it's about?
She was a wonderful boss. We used to put up a red box every evening, and we knew that she would have been through them and it would be back on our desk the next morning at 8 o'clock. It was extraordinary how she did this day after day throughout her reign.
It wasn't just matters at home. As head of the Commonwealth and queen of other realms, she travelled more than any other head of state.
I remember going to Uganda for the Commonwealth Heads of Government Conference, and from the airport to the hotel, I don't think I've ever seen crowds like it.
Always conducting her own powerful form of soft diplomacy.
I did get a sense
how concerned she was sometimes about some of the conflicts, some of the challenges. She can have a personal conversation which, you know, helps to move on some really quite difficult and tricky political moments.
I think we haven't kept you waiting. Very nice to see you. Yeah.
They melt around her. And I've seen the strongest men just literally sort of become putty in their fingers. They are all in awe of her.
Uachtaráin agus a coide.
The first British monarch to visit the Republic of Ireland in 100 years. She was a figurehead of unity and stability.
She never wavered from duty or service. And in uncertain times, people need anchors. We've lost one of our most important anchors.
I'm very glad to have been able to join you today.
There at times of national tragedy, including the coronavirus pandemic. Adapting the way she worked to reach out, set an example, and rally the nation with messages of resilience.
We should take comfort that while we may have more still to endure, better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Her Majesty is the warrior queen. She has done it. She's been there. When Her Majesty addressed the nation, it's the empathy. We're all in this together, but it's going to be okay.
My grandfather broadcast the first of these Christmas messages.
Her Christmas broadcast every year was her chance to send a personal message.
It's no surprise that families so often treasure their Christmas routines.
Because behind the formality was an utterly devoted wife and mother.
Prince Andrew, 5 last February, probably feels quite senior now that he has a baby brother.
The family is very close together, and we do enjoy spending time. And she's always made time all the way through her life. And yes, there have been those particular moments of the year when that very much comes first.
When we were very young, obviously, it was harder for her to have so much time. And we were obviously living elsewhere as well, so we were never really all together in the same place. But whenever we had the family moments and we met up, she'd be very keen on watching what the children were up to. And I think there were moments when she loved the noise and running around the house. It kind of brought the house to life, and it kind of made the real family atmosphere.
I think that'll be strong enough.
We'll see if this is strong enough to... Get off. Get off. I want it.
While she was head of state, Philip was head of the family and a huge support.
Come around this side. Nasty feeling, isn't it? Another bronze.
They were a couple with a different relationship than many people have. But he learnt to live with that. It's difficult to be a monarch with the degree of responsibility that you have without a very good partnership to back you up.
When there were tough moments, if he was around, it was hugely important. You could see them working a crowd or working a walkabout.
You watch it, they'll stop you.
It wasn't planned, it was instinct. They both had the same metabolic clock, I think.
In 2021, she said goodbye to her beloved husband and dedicated consort.
We have been inspired by his unwavering loyalty to our Queen.
What you see is courage, but also a complete lack of self-pity. She feels grief, but as she said on one occasion, it's not about me.
In a less deferential world, they did weather more difficult times, especially in the 1990s, as her children got divorced and a fire wrecked Windsor Castle.
In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
In 1997, Princess Diana died in a car crash. It was a low point for the royal family as the crowds criticised them for staying in Scotland.
Take care of the boys. Take care of the boys, Mum.
That's what we've been doing.
Sorry?
That's what we've been doing.
I know you did.
The Queen eventually decided to speak.
I admired and respected her for her energy and commitment to others, and especially for her devotion to her 2 boys.
The Queen's life has been a continual process of evaluation, re-evaluation, shaping how you keep in touch with a world that's changing very fast. But she was always doing that.
In recent years, the Queen led the monarchy through more turmoil, with the Sussexes leaving and Prince Andrew facing sex abuse allegations. She rarely showed emotion in public. Privately, she was known for her genuine warmth and kindness.
One of my predecessors said, you never come out of your morning session with the Queen feeling worse than when you went in.
She was always worried about you and how you were.
That must be quite difficult to do.
You know, and how your family were.
You stick all these things in.
We were up shooting one day up in Balmoral, and the weather changed in the afternoon. So I took my raincoat, wrapped it round, I gave her my scarf and my gloves, and as I walked away, I cheekily took my flat shooting hat off and put it on top of her headscarf. 3 weeks later, she called me into her office, and she'd had this photograph developed and put in a beautiful frame for me. And she said, I thought you'd like to keep this as a souvenir of that very funny afternoon we had up in the hills of Scotland.
It's one paw. That's it.
She was never happier than when she was with her dogs and watching her horses.
Oh, she does relax with racing poke. Yes, definitely.
Has won for Her Majesty the Queen.
When she gets to racing poke, you can see the shoulders drop. You can see her, somebody I know, somebody I've got something in common with. And she does maybe spend a little bit longer with them.
I do remember that suddenly there was a huge fight going on amongst a number of corgis. She waded in and she got bitten in the process, but she sorted it out.
Just sometimes we would see a glimpse of her sense of humour.
Careful what you wish for.
Oh, really? Please.
Boom.
As she shared the screen with some of Britain's other biggest stars. James Bond at the 2012 Olympics.
The 2 figures disappeared out of the helicopter. Harry, in complete incredulity, just shouted out, "Go Granny."
And Paddington Bear for her Platinum Jubilee.
I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
Oh.
For later.
Thank you for everything.
That's very kind.
As the Queen grew older, the whole country would come together to celebrate her milestone moments. She would go on to become Britain's longest reigning monarch.
Inevitably, a long life can pass by many milestones. My own is no exception.
And the first to mark a Platinum Jubilee. Her family increasingly expected to step in to support her. The Queen's remarkable reign and the stability it brought helping to secure the future of the monarchy as her family continued to grow. Throughout her life, honouring to the end the pledge she made at just 21.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Can't help but bring a smile to your face. Some wonderful memories there of Queen Elizabeth, of Princess Elizabeth there by our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. And it's significant, isn't it, that so many of those scenes, so many of those memories, so many of those parts of history took place right here behind me at Buckingham Palace, all the way back, as we saw in some of the wonderful footage, some of the archive that Rhiannon showed us, all the way back 80 years and more to Princess Elizabeth and the start of that life of service and devotion. And it was just simple service to a nation at war back in the 1940s when she, amongst other things, became a mechanic as part of her war service. And talking about those moments in history, this, of course, is another one of the biggest, again, taking place outside Buckingham Palace. As I've referred to before, the crowds here simply huge, and we can't see in the dark just how far they extend. And every now and again, choruses of "Long Live the King," a reference to the way our Constitution works. We now have King Charles III. That has been confirmed. King Charles III is on the throne. And spontaneous rounds of the national anthem, and people can't quite put King in there. It's God Save Our Gracious Queen. I think they don't want to let go yet. I think it hasn't sunk in yet. I don't think it can sink in for any of us yet, given how long Her Majesty reigned on that throne in this Platinum Jubilee year, 70 years. And looking back at some of those archive pictures, as we call them, some of those just so notable moments, and there are so many more, it is astonishing to look back at the 60s, the 70s and the 80s, when Queen Elizabeth was at an age even then when she could quite legitimately have retired if she'd been in any other profession or occupation. But of course, she wasn't in a profession or an occupation. It's one of the most extraordinary situations any human being can find themselves in. A hereditary monarchy, as Rhiannon pointed out. It was by a quirk of fate, a quirk of history, that she actually came to the throne. She was never expecting it because her father wasn't expecting it. But there, and nor she expecting to come to the throne so young, back in 1952. But come to the throne she did, and dedicated herself then relentlessly to 70 years of non-stop service, day in, day out, minute in, minute out, right up to this week when I was standing in a similarly rainy London, outside Downing Street, witnessing Her Majesty the Queen see the departure of one Prime Minister, her 14th Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, and asking her 15th, Liz Truss, to form a government, a process that she'd carried out so many times. But we are told, we heard just as recently as Tuesday, how Her Majesty didn't just insist on carrying out those formalities. She couldn't travel to London. Of course, that had always been done in Buckingham Palace. She couldn't travel to London. She insisted that it happen at Balmoral. She had to do it at Balmoral because of the difficulties that she was having with her mobility. But carry out that duty she would, which has ensured those smooth transitions throughout so many years of political turmoil. Well, now we are witnessing what happens then when it comes to the head of state level, and there is no turmoil. This is a well-oiled machine. King Charles III has taken over, and we now mourn and celebrate the life of Queen Elizabeth II, the second Elizabethan age. Well, it's not just here in the United Kingdom where we are absorbing this momentous news. Of course, one of our closest allies, the special relationship, you know what I'm talking about, a nation, of course, which would have many reasons for not perhaps celebrating and appreciating our royal family. It is, of course, the United States. I'm joined now by our US correspondent, Mark Stone. And Mark, just tell us about the tributes there, in particular, first of all, from President Biden.
Well, goodness me, Dermot, they do appreciate her reign. They do recognise what an extraordinary woman she was here in the United States. It was the Queen herself who said to President H.W. Bush a few decades ago, "No wonder I cannot feel a stranger here," she said. "The British have never felt America to be a foreign land. Here we feel comfortable and among friends." And you mentioned the special relationship. Well, that special relationship was brought up by President Biden in his statement, which was released just a short time ago. I'll read a bit of it to you. He says, "Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was more than a monarch. She defined an era. Queen Elizabeth II was a stateswoman of unmatched dignity and constancy, who deepened the bedrock alliance between the United Kingdom and the United States. She helped make our special relationship." He goes on to say, all told, she met 14 American presidents. She helped Americans commemorate both the anniversary of the founding of Jamestown and the bicentennial of our independence. And she stood in solidarity with the United States during our darkest days after 9/11, when she poignantly reminded us that grief is the price we pay for love. And I think that quote, "Grief is the price we pay for love," will be something that many people across the world are feeling today. The President also in his statement said that she charmed us with her wit, she moved us with her kindness, and generously shared us her wisdom. That was a personal reflection at the end there by President Biden, who of course met the Queen very, very recently and will deliver a televised statement a little later on tonight. He's also expected to visit the British Embassy here in Washington, D.C. At some point later, where he will sign a book of condolence and I'm sure lay flowers at what I'm told is a growing area of flowers where people are paying their respects here in the US Capitol.
And Mark, just quickly, just that point I alluded to, of course, there was the American War of Independence. It used to be one of the colonies. Why is the United States now 200 and more odd years on? Why is the United States so besotted with the royal family?
The Queen of England, as they call her. They always reference that. And, you know, just now as I came into the White House, the Secret Service security guards said to us, "Oh, we've just heard the news. Our condolences to you at my son's school." American parents were reflecting on the news as well. It's something that has touched the entire nation. You know, I don't have a simple answer for the closeness with which Americans hold the British royal family, but so they do in every state of this land. And as the President pointed out, she met 13 of the last 14 presidents. The only US president she didn't meet, Lyndon Johnson, but all the others, going back to Truman, to Eisenhower, to Kennedy, she knew them all, she met them all, and the families of those presidents are reflecting on the loss, and those presidents who are still alive have all released very personal and very touching statements.
Mark Stone in Washington, where we see the Stars and Stripes, as I say, had far fewer stars on it when it left the Commonwealth of Great Britain at half-mast. Fulsome tribute there by President Biden, by Joe Biden, to the passing of Her Majesty the Queen. Let me just take you through some more of the tributes we've had this evening. Of course, first and foremost, from the Prime Minister, the new Prime Minister, who only 2 days ago was installed as the Queen's 15th Prime Minister. Liz Truss, Ensemble Liz Truss, as we all are, appeared outside Downing Street to voice for the nation just how devastated we all are individually and collectively. Liz Truss referred to the personal inspiration that she had gained from Her Majesty the Queen. and reflecting on the task that she has politically ahead of her, and Liz Truss particularly highlighting, as we all are, her devotion to duty. And just taking in some of the cheers outside Buckingham Palace here, but just to single out one of the phrases that the Prime Minister used. The Queen Elizabeth was the rock on which modern Britain is built. And given the enormity of the change that the United Kingdom has witnessed over those 70 years, that couldn't be more apt. I'll continue with some more of those statements, those tributes in a moment or two, but it's just worth me, I'm not sure if you can hear on our microphones, just some of the impromptu cheers and chants and songs which people are breaking into outside Buckingham Palace. They're all pretty solemn, and of course our spirits are all down anyway, but there is an element of joy, of celebration, of a life well lived, of service well given. And every now and again it just takes one person or a group of people respectfully to break out into, well, every now and again a chorus of God Save the Queen. Of course that national anthem will have to change, that crucial word. And long live the King, because that is the way it works, that is the way it has worked. The sadness of Prince Charles is now being translated, well, that sadness remains, of course it does. His mother has just passed away, but it now is the duty of King Charles III, who's spending the remainder of the evening at Balmoral alongside his family. They managed to be with the Queen in her final hours. He'll spend the rest of the evening there in Balmoral before travelling down here to London to assume his royal duties. Good evening, you're watching Sky News on a momentous day for the nation. Her Majesty the Queen passed away at Balmoral this afternoon, just 2 days after she appointed the new Prime Minister, her 15th Prime Minister.
Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her.
A sombre evening for the country and indeed the world as the monarch's death is marked at the royal palaces. The royal family together to support the Queen in her final hours, flying to Scotland to be with her. And a nation in shock and mourning, unbelieving of the news of the death of the woman who has reigned over all of our lives. Good evening. It's a moment unlike any other in the last 70 years. The passing of a monarch unlike any other. Her Majesty the Queen, Queen Elizabeth II, died this afternoon at the age of 96. It was at her beloved home, the Palace of Balmoral, and was, Buckingham Palace said, peaceful. Her son is now King Charles III, and he said tonight that his mother's death would be felt throughout the Commonwealth. Well, we'll hear the tributes to Her Majesty tonight, so many of those, and look back at her long and simply quite incredible life. Well, with our first report tonight, Jason Farrell reports on the day the Queen died, and that marked the end of an era.
At some point today, nearly everyone will have stopped what they were doing and absorbed the news. A notice was placed at Buckingham Palace. Flags were lowered. Our longest-serving monarch is gone. Only on Tuesday did she look robust, appointing the 15th Prime Minister to serve during her reign. In a statement, His Majesty the King said, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held."
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure.
Today we mourn the passing of a remarkable sovereign. It is a deep private loss for the royal family, and our first thoughts are with them at this time. The nation shares in their grief.
Throughout the day, small unsettling indicators emerged, notes being passed around the Commons. Something was up.
I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment.
Doctors had expressed concern over the Queen's condition. Charles had cancelled an engagement. Then news that all senior members of the family were heading to Balmoral. And the grim look on faces as Prince William drove his uncles Andrew and Edward through the gates. Finally, a simple statement. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon.
For more than 70 years, Queen Elizabeth has been the great constant in our national life. She has inspired us, on occasion comforted us, and always personified values we hold dear.
The United Kingdom now enters a period of national mourning as we reflect on a Queen who kept her promise and dedicated her life to duty. Jason Farrell, Sky News, Balmoral.
Well, our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills is here with me at Buckingham Palace. And Rhiannon, as we look at those respectful crowds paying their tributes, their respects to the Queen, just give me your reflections on this most momentous of days.
I think when you watched the end of Jason's report there and you saw that final photograph that we saw of the Queen only from Tuesday, only 2 days ago, where at 96 years old she was still determined to be carrying out what was a key constitutional role. And yes, adjustments had to be made so that she was able to say farewell to her 14th Prime Minister and then welcome her 15th. But she knew that she wanted to be seen to be carrying out that duty. And I think that is why, for so many people, it's going to come as such a shock, this news this evening. And it was hugely unusual that the palace would decide to tell us that the medical staff were concerned about her, that the family were travelling there. And I think it was at that moment...
Is that where the alarm bells started ringing for you?
For me, I'd never had a statement like that from the palace. They're so private about medical matters. And at that moment, I thought, we have turned a corner here. And of course, over the last 12 months, we've spoken about it, haven't we? The mobility problems that the Queen's had. And I think for so long, people have been so used to her just being able to get on with the job. And in that speech she made when she was 21, she said no matter how long or short her life was going to be, it was going to be committed to serving her country and the Commonwealth. But also, now we move into a new phase, don't we? We now have a new king, and also we're going to see him having to take on her constitutional duties, but also, along with his other siblings, mourn her death up in Balmoral.
A lot we have to absorb. Rhiannon, thank you very much indeed, our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. Well, I'm joined now by the former Prime Minister, Sir John Major, who was, of course, if I'm correct, Her Majesty the Queen's 9th Prime Minister. Sir John, your reflections on this day?
Well, I think it's a very sad day. We all realised that one day it would come, and we all hoped that it would be far distant rather than near to us. So I think it is an extremely sad day, and I think there will be many tears shed at the loss of Her Majesty.
And Sir John, we know you can't share with us what passed between you in terms of the conversations, the regular conversations you held with Her Majesty in those meetings as Prime Minister. But we've been told it was her depth of knowledge and her empathy and her understanding that partly marked her out.
Well, it certainly did, but not only that. There was a great deal of wisdom and knowledge as well. There were several things that were very striking when you first entered into those meetings with Her Majesty. Firstly, they were very informal. The only two people in the room were Her Majesty the Queen and yourself, and a supporting galaxy of corgis who usually happened to be there, but absolutely no one else. And it was remarkably informal. One sat there and we talked, and there was nothing off the agenda. Everything was there that might be raised either by Her Majesty or by the Prime Minister. One reported what was going on, what was anticipated to happen in the future, what your thoughts were about what was happening and how you felt you were going to handle it. And the Queen would ask questions and she would comment. And she would refer to occasions in the past where she had seen similar events. And that was extraordinarily useful. Her historic memory for what had happened under past Prime Ministers was extraordinary, and a far longer historic memory than your civil service advisors. So that was often extremely helpful. And when it came to foreign affairs, there was almost no part of the world the Queen hadn't visited. And in many cases, she would remember not just the meetings she might have had with the current heads of government, but in many countries, their forebears had also been heads of government, and the Queen had known them as well. So there was a great wealth of knowledge that was waiting to be tapped, and it just emerged during the conversations. They were extraordinarily useful. And of the many meetings you had in the week as Prime Minister, the hour plus that you usually spent with the Queen was among the most valuable.
And Sir John, was that quite daunting? One can imagine the initial phases, perhaps, of your premiership. With that depth of knowledge, even just in our own country, when she could quote meetings with titans like Churchill to Macmillan, and the presidential side, the Eisenhowers, the Kennedys.
Well, it could easily have been made daunting, but it wasn't because of the manner in which the Queen approached it. It was very informal, it was very friendly, it wasn't confrontational. So it became very comfortable. Of course, you were always conscious you were speaking to the monarch, and a certain degree total respect was due. But the meetings themselves were entirely informal. It might have been as though one was sitting at a table with you, discussing current political events in a casual and relaxed fashion. And of course, one discussed not only the politics of things, not only the government aspect, that the Queen would always have been interested in talking about what its impact was going to be on people in her nation. How would things impact upon someone who lived in Wigan or Seal or wherever it may be, anywhere across the United Kingdom? The personal aspect, the personal impact of policy upon people was always something that was in her mind. And that was amazingly refreshing. And at first you were quite astonished at the extent and depth of understanding that the monarch had about the lives that perfectly everyday people lived.
And they were turbulent times 30 years ago. Let's talk about, for the nation, on the political side. Of course, we had our economic troubles perhaps some parallels with where we are now in 2022. And of course, let's not forget, there was a violent conflict taking place within the United Kingdom, that peace process that you started to negotiate. And Her Majesty the Queen, kind of symbol of stability amongst all that.
Her Majesty was a unifier. She was extraordinarily interested in the peace process and how the peace process was developing and how far we thought it would go and who we could bring in to help, who were the people who were actually standing in the way, what were the problems that existed, how did we think we could overcome it, did we think a solution was possible, how long would it take. All those were the sort of matters that we would have discussed. But her interest in ending the divisions, indeed the hatreds, and the problems that existed in Northern Ireland, her interest in seeing that solved was remarkable. And one of the regrets I think I have in my public life was that we weren't able to finish that. It was very ably finished by my successor, Tony Blair, and his advisors afterwards, and I warmly commend them for having done that and brought about the final agreement. And I think if I have a regret, it's that I didn't finish it. And if I had a second regret, it would be that when the Queen made her remarkable visit to Ireland a few years afterwards, that I was out of government and no longer there. But her interest in that was total.
And just while we're on that, Sir John, you mentioned that visit to Northern Ireland, and that remarkable scene, symbol of forgiveness when she shook Martin McGuinness's hand, former head of the IRA that had murdered Dickie Mountbatten.
It was a remarkable moment of forgiveness. It was a remarkable act of statesmanship, stateswomanship, I should say. And it took a remarkable woman to do it. But it was necessary. She knew it would help, and she was prepared to do it. I have absolutely no doubt that she was entirely happy to make that visit and to make the gestures that were necessary to seal the work that was coming towards fruition. And it was very valuable. She was, as I said, a unifier. That was her natural instinct. Her natural instinct was not to create division, but to bring people together. And whether that was bringing people together within Northern Ireland or bringing the component parts of the United Kingdom together when they had disputes, her principle was the same. Unity is far better than division.
And Sir John, then those difficult years for the royal family, for the monarchy itself, from the annus horribilis we heard her referring to in her Christmas address, the destruction of Windsor Castle, the separation and divorce of Charles and Diana, and then ultimately the sad passing of the Princess of Wales. Such difficult times.
They were very difficult times in the 90s. I mean, the annus horribilis and the fire at Windsor in 1992, I remember very plainly indeed. And the Queen in times of difficulties is stoic. She doesn't panic. She doesn't go into her shell. She puts her head down. She realises there are difficult things you have to live through. You put your head down, you plough ahead, and eventually you will come out the other side. It's a great gift, that stoicism, and it is a gift that she learned. And she understands that you will come out of it. Horrible things have happened to people before, and they do survive them. They do come out the other side. And that was something she fully understood. Whatever happened, the daffodils will come up next spring, and so let us get on with life. It was a very profound way to approach many of these problems.
What a great way to end our conversation. What a memory to take with us. Sir John, thank you so much for sharing that with us. John Major,
it's a great pleasure.
the
Thank
former
you.
Prime Minister, on some of his memories of Her Majesty the Queen. Well, let's talk now about the current Prime Minister, our political correspondent. It's not him. Joe Pike is in Downing Street. But, Joe, we heard earlier from Liz Truss.
We did, Dermot. We also now know that she was informed of the Queen's death by the Cabinet Secretary Simon Case at around 4:30 this afternoon, so 2 hours before the official announcement from the palace, and about 2.5 hours before she gave the speech here outside the door of Downing Street. We understand she wrote that speech herself. We also know that after speaking to the cameras, she had a conversation with the King. We also know that a meeting is taking place, an operational meeting right now. It started about 20 minutes ago at 9 p.m. It is a meeting to discuss what happens next, led by the Prime Minister. We understand the Defence Secretary, Home Secretary will also be attending that, operational police leads, as well as some representatives from the royal household. But speaking to sources within Downing Street, they're very keen to defer to the palace at this stage for announcements on this period of mourning, 10 days of mourning we are expecting. That speech for Liz Truss was an almighty test very early on, 2 days into her premiership, 2 days after she was appointed by Her Majesty the Queen at Balmoral. A very important statement to make, partly to reflect the shock, the devastation, 2 words Liz Truss used of this news, but also to expand on the Queen's legacy. She also, importantly, was the first person in public to speak of, to describe, to vocalise the transition that is now taking place, to talk of the King. Liz Truss said, "Today the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty King Charles III." Also, Dermot, she ended that speech by saying, "God save the King."
Hard to get used to. Joe, thank you very much indeed. Joe Pike, live for us in Downing Street. Well, let's cross to Northern Ireland now. Our senior Ireland correspondent, David Blevins, is at the official royal residence there in Northern Ireland. It's Hillsborough Castle. And David, just take us through the mood there, the reaction there.
Well, it's a very wet evening in Northern Ireland, but that hasn't stopped the steady stream of people making their way to the gates of Hillsborough Castle, the official residence of the monarch here at Royal Hillsborough in County Down. Of course, Northern Ireland is a place where you will find the most loyal subjects and the least loyal subjects, but that's what makes this evening's statement from the First Minister-designate all the more significant. Michelle O'Neill, of course, is a nationalist, the deputy leader of Sinn Féin, but she has spoken about her profound regret at hearing this news. She extended her sympathy to members of the royal family and commented especially on how acutely she was aware of her unionist neighbours at this time of loss. She referred to the dedication and commitment the Queen had shown to the search for lasting peace in Northern Ireland, what Sir John Major was just referring to a few moments ago. And of course, Michelle O'Neill also commented on Her Majesty's courtesy and warmth on the occasions when they had met. Another person who had met with her, of course, many times was the MP for this constituency, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, the leader of the Democratic Unionist Party, and he gave us his reaction a short time ago.
I think tonight across Northern Ireland, in every county and town and village, there will be an outpouring of emotion. Households, families gathering together, yes, with fond memories of a wonderful woman who was such a constant in our lives, brought stability to our nation at times when there were challenges and difficulties.
I think for many people across this island, their thoughts tonight will be back 11 years ago when Her Majesty paid that historic state visit to the Republic of Ireland. It had taken nearly 100 years for a British monarch to set foot in an independent Ireland, and she famously greeted guests at the state banquet in Dublin with the words "A Cardia, my friends." And regardless of the divisions across this island, the history of this island, I think she will be remembered here by most people as a friend of the peace process.
It really was a remarkable visit. I was just discussing that with Sir John Major as well. David, thank you so much. David Blevins, our senior Ireland correspondent. At Royal Hillsborough there, well, for most of her life, the Queen travelled the world and kept a busy diary, to say the least, of engagements. Now, it was only into her 90s that she started to slow down. Her visits had to be changed. As we all saw, she struggled more and more with walking and moving, and she missed more events like last weekend's Braemar Games near Balmoral that she always loved to attend. Well, Ashish Joshi reports now on the Queen's deteriorating health in recent months.
It was here at Westminster Abbey in October last year
that the Queen's growing struggle with mobility first became obvious. Her daughter Anne handing her mother a walking stick, which she would now need for support. She was 95 years old, and the years were finally catching up. And this deteriorating health would mean missing key engagements. In November, she was forced to pull out of attending the annual Remembrance Sunday service at the Cenotaph. And this blow came soon after the Queen was forced to spend a night at the King Edward VII Hospital. It was her first overnight stay in hospital for 8 years. By now, the monarch had been warned she needed to slow down her busy diary commitments.
It's been very clear all the way through her reign that she wants to do her best, and she's taken an oath that she has put first. So she's done incredibly well, and worked an awful lot longer than most of the people in this world. So well done.
In her 96 years, she has rarely been ill. She had surgery on her knees in 2003 and was back in hospital in 2013 after a bout of gastroenteritis. Even COVID did not seem to have a major impact on her health. The Queen caught the virus in February 2022. She told medics and bereaved families about the effect it had had on her.
It does leave one very tired and exhausted, doesn't it?
But there were other things that troubled her that the Queen would never share in public. Allegations surrounding her son Andrew, and a deepening family rift involving Harry and Meghan, which would undoubtedly have caused her much stress. But there is one major trauma that would have impacted the Queen's health like no other: the loss of her husband, Prince Philip, in April last year. This heartbreaking image of a woman separated from her life partner. It can only hint at the all-consuming grief.
The Queen's gone through a really major life event, losing a life partner, and it's not uncommon that we hear stories that people who have undergone such a loss really find the following years really very difficult. And obviously grief has many effects, doesn't it, on our psychology, but also maybe on other physiological aspects like immune system. It might also change behavior, which then leads to changes in muscle strength and ability to, again, cope with those activities of daily living. So I guess there is going to be an effect of losing a life partner.
Slowly, showing the resilience that had endeared her to millions, the Queen returned to public life, albeit in a much more limited way. Her passions kept her going, indulging her love of horses in Windsor and using a buggy to tour the Chelsea Flower Show. These shorter engagements were just about manageable. By June, however, the Queen was forced to limit her attendances at her own Jubilee celebrations. A month afterwards, she undertook what would be one of her last public engagements, the opening of a hospice in Windsor. The decline in the Queen's health was slow and not easily noticeable. Just a few days ago, she received the new Prime Minister. 48 hours later, her family announced her death.
What happens with somebody who is in their 90s or is frail is that even a small thing can make a big difference. Something that perhaps wouldn't have affected a younger person with much more reserve capacity can really make a big difference and cause someone to then become really very unwell.
A long, happy reign, a lifetime devoted to her family and her subjects. The Queen's 96 years were hardly troubled by ill health, and that will bring some small comfort to her grieving family. Ashish Joshi, Sky News.
Well, good evening from Balmoral, where in the last hour or two people have been coming to lay flowers and to stand and to think about the monarch. for many of them, for the vast majority of them, of course, the only monarch they have known. But there are now quite a few flowers laying against the walls at the gates of Balmoral Castle, one of the Queen's favourite places to be. She always came here in the summer. She loved the peace of this place. She loved the countryside, and she just loved being here. And it is here tonight where her family have gathered. Her 4 children, 2 of her grandchildren are here, Prince Harry and Prince William. Harry got here pretty late, around, I think it was about 7:45 this evening he arrived, but the others got here early. But tonight they are mourning and they are grieving. James Matthews, our Scotland correspondent, is with me. It is a very special place for the Queen, isn't it?
It is. She's been coming here since she was a child at the Balmoral estate. And I suppose when the family, who we watched here arriving, grim-faced, a family in grief, I suppose they will be reflecting on the comfort that she herself, perhaps the public, saw her, which was on Tuesday, when she appointed a new inside the drawing room of Balmoral Castle, was in good spirits, was in jovial mood. When her press secretary and press photographer were introduced, were detaining, of course, Liz Truss above Aberdeen Airport. So she was in good form in a place where she felt comfortable, a place where she liked, where she had known family gatherings, family holidays throughout her time. It was a secluded place where she could be a mother, a grandmother, away from the pressure of public duty.
Well, I'm afraid we seem to have lost communications with James Matthews and Mark Austin in Balmoral. We'll try and re-establish those links in a moment or two. But let me tell you more about the immediate time after the announcement that the Queen had died. Thousands of people gathered outside the gates of Buckingham Palace here behind me, and thousands of them are still here, and I suspect will be here for many hours to come. And in keeping with tradition, a written notice, a simple written notice announcing the death was posted for them to see. A very short message to everyone who has lived under the reign of Queen Elizabeth II. Well, Katie Spencer reports now from Buckingham Palace on a nation in shock and mourning.
A swirl of rumours had seen small numbers of people gather outside the gates. Then just before 6:30, confirmation. Silently, respectfully, numbers grew, trying to capture as best they could this day in history. The enormity of this moment, for some, a struggle to take in.
To see the flag behind you sort of, slowly lower, and it was just a sense of, both realisation, but also, I think, this united love, and I think it was an odd kind of surreal feeling there. Yeah.
So it's a really emotional moment. Even if you're not born British, she represented the best values of the country that actually made me stay here.
I think there's been so many generations that have come through and just known her as this presence, even without being a political voice, just being this kind of stability and sort of more than just a figurehead. I think nation's grandmother is appropriate.
Outside of Windsor Castle, similar scenes. People wanting to mark this moment.
She's been part of my life forever. And, she's not here. She's gone. And, you hope, but you appreciate that, her age, it was expected at some point, but even when it happens, it's still a shock.
I'm absolutely shocked. I couldn't believe it. And I actually didn't think I would be upset, but I am, and I have no idea why. It's just I think she's just so in everyone's psyche now, so I'm not even a royalist, but I'm still really upset.
Her legacy is so prominent. When I think of Britain, when I was growing up, it's always been the Queen, the royal family, and just a beacon of stability.
As sunset, the sea of people building outside of Buckingham Palace. Umbrellas up, a little rain, not enough to put people off being here to mark this moment. In amongst the crowds here, you get a very real sense of the shock and the loss many ordinary people who have been moved to come here are experiencing. And you find people here from all demographics and all generations. Barriers brought in anticipation of the crowds to come. Many more expected here in the days ahead as the sun sets on the Elizabethan age. Katie Spencer, Sky News.
Well, those were the scenes as you see in Katie Spencer's report outside Buckingham Palace in the daylight hours, and still like that right now. Thousands of people here paying their respects and sharing their memories with each other of Her Majesty the Queen. Our correspondent Dan Whitehead is in Cardiff tonight, and Dan, you can tell me about reaction in Wales.
Yeah, it is an evening of sombre reflection for the people of Wales as they remember Her Majesty and the strong connections, of course, which the Queen and the whole royal family hold with Wales. We have had a statement from Mark Drakeford, the First Minister of Wales. He has said that it is with great sadness that people of Wales mourn the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II throughout her long and exceptional life as our longest reigning monarch. Her Majesty has reigned over the United Kingdom and Commonwealth, firmly upholding the values and traditions of the British monarchy. The First Minister went on to say that we pay tribute to Her Majesty's dedication and selfless devotion. That is the statement from the First Minister on behalf of the people of Wales. Her Majesty last visited Wales back in October last year, where she gave a speech here at the Welsh Parliament, at the opening of Parliament here at the Senedd. And in that speech, she said that it was a source of pleasure that her family had had homes in Wales and experienced its very special sense of community. And of course, tonight is a moment of reflection and remembrance of Her Majesty. It is also a moment to realise that now the head of state, King Charles III, Prince of Wales, of course, since 1969, when he was invested at Carnarvon Castle in the north of Wales by his mother, the late Queen. That, of course, will be a focus in the coming days and weeks for the people of Wales. But it is clear tonight that there is deep devotion and admiration to Her Majesty, and it is an evening of reflection and remembrance at her loss.
Dan, thanks so much for that. Dan Whitehead live for us there in Cardiff. Well, there's no doubt about it. The world has changed. It's shifted immeasurably since Queen Elizabeth ascended to the throne 70 years ago, and even more since her birth 96 years ago. Now, before her passing, some of those who knew her best, including her family, of course, have spoken about what made her quite so unique. Our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, looks back at the second Elizabethan era.
All those years of wisdom and compassion, we've been so lucky.
Her work ethic, her strong faith, her leadership, there wasn't anything Her Majesty couldn't do.
There was a courtesy and a humanity and a kindness that I'll remember forever.
Born in 1926, Princess Elizabeth wasn't expected to be queen. Her destiny changed with the death of her grandfather and the abdication of her uncle. Her father was now king, and Elizabeth his heir. Her role for life was set, and her approach to it shaped by the Second World War.
The sort of keep calm, carry on philosophy was absolutely embedded in her, I think.
The princess became a member of the ATS.
Wartime also sparked the most important relationship of her life. Her marriage to Prince Philip was celebrated across the country. Soon, Prince Charles was born, followed by Princess Anne.
They're taking the places of the king and queen who would have gone but for His Majesty's illness.
But duty called, her father was ill, and they had to take his place on a tour of the Commonwealth.
To the stunned heart of London and to the whole Commonwealth came the tragic news from Sandringham of the passing of a beloved sovereign King George VI.
In a remote lodge in Kenya, Prince Philip told her the news. She was now queen. The following year came her coronation. Years later, she described how it felt.
In a way, I didn't have an apprenticeship. My father died much too young. It was all a very sudden kind of taking on and making the best job you can.
From the very start, she felt she had to get out and connect with the public.
The Queen and Duke now took their places.
Through thousands of engagements and inventing the walkabout.
Whether you were the lollipop lady or you know, you were a president or a prime minister of a nation, people become nervous. And it was wonderful to see how Her Majesty would put them at ease.
With constitutional responsibilities and weekly audiences with her prime ministers.
Virtually alone, of all the people that you knew anything that you said to us stayed within the room.
Do we think that this is a good idea? Do we know what it's about?
She was a wonderful boss. We used to put up a red box every evening, and we knew that she would have been through them and it would be back on our desk the next morning at 8 o'clock.
The principle of listening to what she thought Churchill might have done in similar conditions or circumstances to what I found myself in. It was those sort of conversations that I learned a huge amount from and will treasure forever.
As head of the Commonwealth and queen of other realms, she travelled more than any other head of state, always conducting her own powerful form of soft diplomacy.
She can have a personal conversation which, you know, helps to move on some really quite difficult and tricky political moments.
Uachtaráin agus a Coisa.
The first British monarch to visit the Republic of Ireland in 100 years. She was a figurehead of unity and stability.
She never wavered from duty or service. And in uncertain times, people need anchors. We've lost one of our most important anchors.
I'm very glad to have been able to join you today.
Often, she adapted the way that she worked, such as during the coronavirus pandemic, to reach out, set an example, and rally the nation with messages of resilience.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Her Majesty is the warrior queen. She has done it. She's been there. When Her Majesty addressed the nation, it's the empathy. We're all in this together, but it's going to be okay.
Behind the formality was an utterly devoted wife and mother.
The family is very close together, and we do enjoy spending time. And she's always made time all the way through her life. And yes, there have been those particular moments of the year when that very much comes first.
Whenever we had the family moments and we met up, she'd be very keen on watching what the children were up to. And I think there were moments when she loved the noise and running around the house. It kind of brought the house to life, and it kind of made the real family atmosphere.
We see this is strong enough to... Get off, get off. I wanted this.
While she was head of state, Philip was head of the family and a huge support.
Come around this side.
They were a couple with a different relationship than many people have. But he learnt to live with that. Very difficult to be a monarch with the degree of responsibility that you have without a very good partnership to back you up.
In 2021, she said goodbye to her beloved husband and dedicated consort.
What you see is courage, but also a complete lack of self-pity. She feels grief, but as she said on one occasion, it's not about me.
In a less deferential world, they did weather more difficult times, especially in the 1990s, as her children got divorced and a fire wrecked Windsor Castle.
It has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
In 1997, Princess Diana died in a car crash. It was a low point for the royal family, as the crowds criticised them for staying in Scotland.
The Queen's life has been a continual process of shaping how you keep in touch with a world that's changing very fast, but she was always doing that.
In recent years, the Queen led the monarchy through more turmoil. She rarely showed emotion in public. Privately, she was known for her genuine warmth and kindness.
You stick all these things in.
We were up shooting one day up in Balmoral, and the weather changed in the afternoon. So I took my raincoat, wrapped it round, I gave him my scarf and my gloves, and as I walked away, I cheekily took my flat shooting hat off and put it on top of a headscarf. 3 weeks later, she called me into her office, and she'd had this photograph developed and put in a beautiful frame for me. And she said, I thought you'd like to keep this as a souvenir.
That's it.
She was never happier than when she was with her dogs and watching her horses. And just sometimes we'd see a glimpse of her sense of humour.
I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
Oh.
For later.
As the Queen grew older, the whole country would come together to celebrate her milestone moments. She would go on to become Britain's longest reigning monarch.
Inevitably, a long life can pass by many milestones. My own is no exception.
And the first to mark a platinum jubilee. Her family increasingly expected to step in to support her. The Queen's remarkable reign and the stability it brought, helping to secure the future of the monarchy as her family continued to grow. Throughout her life, honouring to the end the pledge she made at just 21.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Just some there of the remarkable life and times of Queen Elizabeth II, whose death has been announced today. And we're going to talk now about the succession. There is no gap in the British Constitution. King Charles III has now assumed his responsibilities. He's spending the evening in Balmoral, where his mother passed away earlier this afternoon, but will travel to London as King Charles tomorrow. Well, joining me now from Cambridge is the principal of Homerton College and Vice-Chancellor of the University of Cambridge, Lord Simon Woolley. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Lord Woolley. And mentioning that, I still keep wanting to say Prince Charles, King Charles. He has been, of course, preparing for this role all his life.
Yes, he has. But first, may I offer my deepest condolences to the royal family and a nation. As has been said, we are a nation in shock, a nation in mourning. And, you know, reflecting on Her Majesty's life, particularly when I look back on the documentary that she spoke in recently, she said that service is sacrifice. And when you think of the decades of service and sacrifice, right up until 2 days ago, you see what a wonderful global role model she's been. I mean, ever since this announcement, my phone's been alight with calls actually from around the world. I just received a call from Reverend Al Sharpton, Reverend Jesse Jackson, that calls from Italy and Kenya, all offering their condolences to our great leader who has passed. And of course, as you said, passed on to our new king. I want to say Prince Charles, but it's King Charles III, who I'm sure, like many people, he will make a great leader and a great king who's been waiting for this moment to take his place in our history.
Lord Woolley, just as you mentioned, it would be really interesting for you to tell us a little bit about Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and so many others, about how Her Majesty formed those connections, why she would mean so much to them.
You know, it's interesting because both characters are deeply political, and yet they've viewed our Queen beyond politics, the glue that's kept our nation together. And it doesn't surprise me one bit that I should receive calls from them offering the Black community, Black Britain, and the whole nation condolences from key figures such as those. And again, I think this will come around the world because she was revered, revered as a statesperson, revered as a model, Dermot, of integrity, of quiet leadership for him, for others, for me to aspire to. And, you know, as we mourn, as we are deeply, deeply saddened, we can be immensely proud, actually, of this incredible servant to our nation who showed us what service should be about.
And let's talk about Charles, King Charles. Yeah. That dignity and quiet leadership that you describe by his mother, from his mother, is that something in his own way that he will continue?
I think so. I think he'll do it in his own way. I mean, there's lots been said about the king, but I've been fortunate to work with him, to collaborate with him. And there's not many people I know on this planet who loves this nation more than King Charles. And his desire to bring people together, to confront issues like climate change and inequality is second to none. And I'm pretty sure that the nation, after mourning, will gather around the new king and saying that we're with you, that we support you in your new era, being the sensitive man and the lover of our nation that he is.
And Lord Woolley, I know you have roots in Barbados, and that was quite a remarkable visit that then Prince Charles made to Barbados, as it had voted to leave the Commonwealth and become a republic. And for him to visit, for him to witness,
right,
was quite something.
It really was something, and I was very privileged to join him during the celebrations. And what he did was set a tone across the Commonwealth, that we belong to the family, which is the Commonwealth. But he gave his blessing that we should find our own voice. I'm British, but I'm also Barbadian. And I thought it was true leadership, and it was humble, and it was heartfelt. And I remember being with him and the Prime Minister, Mia Motley. And when we was on a talk during the archives, she leant into me and she said to me, Simon, looking at the Prince, you have a good man. You have a good man there, and I'm proud to be his friend. And I think that wherever he went around the globe, particularly those that were privy enough to have those conversations, that you knew that this was a man who, like his mother, leaned into the service, the national service that is demanded from such a role, but did it in a way, Dermot, that you sensed his whole being, his whole sense of who he was, demanded that level of integrity. For me, I've been privy enough. You see a picture at the back there in my illustrious office here, and it's me being knighted by Her Majesty the Queen. And it was one of the most proudest days of my life. I took my son with me, and we had a wonderful day. So I like hundreds, if not thousands, of people have had their special moment with Her Majesty the Queen. And now we have a new era. We have a new king, King Charles. And I've been lucky to know him. He will be a good king, a strong king, and one that loves his nation to come together to be the best that we can be. Today, tomorrow, for a number of days, we'll be mourning. We've never known anything like this. All we've known, the vast majority of our citizens, is the Queen Elizabeth. We've never known anything different. So it's new for us, and we are anxious, but saddened by her loss, because she's been the glue. But I'm pleased. I'm pleased for King Charles to take the throne, to be the head of the Commonwealth and our nation. And that's what life is. You know, you live your life. Her Majesty's had a full and wonderful life, and given pleasure, given leadership to millions of people. And I hope that King Charles will follow gloriously in her footsteps.
Lord Woolley, thank you so much for putting it all in context for us, the transition between the past and the future. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Well, around the world, tributes are being paid to Her Majesty the Queen. In the United States, of course, Joe Biden has made a statement. Our US correspondent, Mark Stone, there is outside the White House. Tell us what the president had to say, Mark.
Dermot, the president at some point this afternoon or this evening will head to the British Embassy here in the United States, where he will sign a book of condolence. He's also due to speak about the passing of Queen Elizabeth, but he has also already released a statement, and I'll read a bit of it to you. He said, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was more than a monarch. She defined an era. Queen Elizabeth II was a stateswoman of unmatched dignity and constancy who deepened the bedrock alliance between the United Kingdom and the United States. She helped make our relationship special. He went on to say, all told, she met 14 American presidents. She helped Americans to commemorate both the anniversary of the founding of Jamestown and the bicentennial of our independence. And she stood in solidarity with the United States during our darkest days after 9/11. When she poignantly reminded us that grief is the price we pay for love. President Joe Biden's personal statement reflecting the loss of Her Majesty the Queen.
Mark, thank you very much indeed. Mark Stone live for us there in Washington, D.C. Well, I'm joined now by the royal historian, Tessa Dunlop. And Tessa, as a historian, we are witnessing historic scenes. Pouring with rain, the crowds are remaining undiminished. They know what has happened, and they know just how significant it is.
Yeah, and it's also very poignant, really, that while we gather around what's perceived to be the epicentre of British royalty, Buckingham Palace, the Queen died in Balmoral. She once famously said of Balmoral, it's a place one looks forward to very much. It has an atmosphere all of its own, and I don't think we can underestimate just how fitting it is. That's where she spent her last few days. You know, this is the first monarch to have died in Scotland since James V, the Scottish Stuart, in 1542. The Queen, of course, much more a Stuart and a Bruce, directly descended from Mary, Queen of Scots, than she ever was a Tudor up the Henry VIII, Elizabeth I line, and somebody who passionately believed in the United Kingdom. And also on an emotional level, that was really a home, an emotional home for her. It was where she spent the first part of the Second World War, as well as a large part of her childhood beforehand. It was where Philip first mooted the idea of getting married in the summer of 1946, before the press got hold of it. It was where she spent the best bit, the bit where the press didn't intrude, of her honeymoon in Burke Hall. You know, there's so much that's personal and good and private about Balmoral, and there's also something wonderfully symbolic about our canny monarch spending her last few days there and then coming down through the country, lying in state in Scotland first. You know, really a symbol of a united country. And then our new king, of course, not a man in the first flush of youth, very like, in fact, Edward VII, who turned out to be a good king, but famously said, "It's come too late."
But just on the palaces, I mean, obviously this is the symbol, the centrepiece, the flag, of course, all important, that flagpole with the Union flag flying at half-mast.
She wasn't keen on it, though, as a
I was
home.
going to ask you that. She preferred Balmoral, she preferred Scotland, she preferred Burke.
And actually, when the king died, and that was much more of a shock in many ways than the Queen dying, given that she's 96, there was an air of expectation, even though it is shocking because she's been with us so long. Her father, just 56, the press very much covered up his illness. He'd done a full day of shooting. When Churchill heard, he said, "Bad news? It's the worst." But Churchill insisted that the Edinburghs, as they were then, Philip and Elizabeth, left Clarence House. Philip didn't want to, and nor did Elizabeth, because she liked to please Philip, and insisted that the monarch came and lived with her young family here in Buckingham Palace.
Chancellor, thank you very much indeed. And it's quite a thought to conjure with mentioning her first Prime Minister, Winston Churchill. Then the Prime Minister was old, the monarch was young. Well, and 70 years later, roles reversed just 2 days ago, wasn't it?
Absolutely extraordinary. And he actually said, "But she's just a child," and then very quickly talked of her extraordinary, astonishing authority and reflectiveness in someone who's just an infant. He said, a reminder of just how young she was. And of course, Charles now in his 74th year. We need to wish our king all the best. He's got quite a job in front of him the next few days.
Well, that is the point that Lord Woolley was making. A lot of it formality, a lot of it set in stone, a lot of it pre-planned, a lot of it procedure that has been long discussed.
But if you think there was Bertie, or Edward VII as he became, you know, saying, "Oh, it's come too late," he was 59. Prince Charles is in his 74th year. He will, of course, be visiting all 4 nations in Britain, and that's before we talk about the Commonwealth.
Tessa, for the time being, thank you very, very much indeed. Good evening. You're watching Sky News on a momentous day for the nation.
Her Majesty the Queen has died after 70 years on the throne. King Charles III is now the monarch. The Queen passed away at Balmoral this afternoon, just 2 days after she appointed the new Prime Minister.
Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her.
A sombre evening for the country and the world as the monarch's death is marked at the royal palaces. The royal family together to support the Queen in her final hours, flying to Scotland to be with her. A nation in shock, unbelieving of the news of the death of the woman who has reigned over all of us for all our lives. And we'll take a first look at tomorrow's historic front pages a bit later on in our press preview. Good evening. Well, it's a moment like no other in the past 70 years. The passing of a monarch like no other. Her Majesty the Queen died this afternoon at the age of 96. It was at her beloved Balmoral and was, Buckingham Palace said, peaceful. Her son is now King Charles III, and he said tonight that his mother's death would be felt throughout the country, the Commonwealth, and the entire world. Well, we'll hear the tributes to Her Majesty tonight and look back at her long and incredible life. With our first report tonight, Jason Farrell reports on the day that the Queen died that marked the end of an era.
At some point today, nearly everyone will have stopped what they were doing and absorbed the news. A notice was placed at Buckingham Palace. Flags were lowered. Our longest-serving monarch is gone. Only on Tuesday did she look robust, appointing the 15th Prime Minister to serve during her reign. In a statement, His Majesty the King said, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held."
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure.
Today we mourn the passing of a remarkable sovereign. It is a deep private loss for the royal family, and our first thoughts are with them at this time. The nation shares in their grief.
Throughout the day, small unsettling indicators emerged, notes being passed around the Commons. Something was up.
I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment.
Doctors had expressed concern over the Queen's condition. Charles had cancelled an engagement, then news that all senior members of the family were heading to Balmoral. And the grim look on faces as Prince William drove his uncles Andrew and Edward through the gates. Finally, a simple statement. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon.
Scotland loved, respected and admired her. And by all accounts, Her Majesty was really happier than when she was here in Scotland at her beloved Balmoral, a fact I have been privileged to observe personally. I hope it will be a source of comfort to her family that she spent her final days in a place that she loved so much.
The United Kingdom now enters a period of national mourning as we reflect on a Queen who kept her promise and dedicated her life to duty. Jason Farrell, Sky News, Balmoral.
Our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills is here with me at Buckingham Palace, where huge crowds have gathered. They remain here. Rhiannon, as we drink in those scenes, your thoughts?
And isn't it amazing that despite the rain, the crowds have still wanted to come out and share this moment? Because I think it's worth reflecting that, yes, she had a wonderful long life. She was 96 years old. But that should not detract from the enormity of this moment. And I think there will be, for some, this collective sense of shock, because after all, it was only 2 days ago that we saw the monarch there carrying out that important constitutional role. And she had been very clear with her advisors. She wanted to be the one who saw that handover between one Prime Minister and the next. She wanted to show us, the British public, that despite the fact that we live in difficult times at the moment, she was still that symbol of continuity. And it was that pledge she made when she was only 21 years old. No matter how long or short her life was going to be, she would continue to serve. Now, of course, I think there's 2 things that are going to happen here. an enormous constitutional shift. We now have automatically a new king, and I think for many people, again, that will compound that sense of what's happening now. Where are we? Are we in this state of flux? But we now have a new king. Her son, formerly Prince Charles, now King Charles III, is now our new monarch. And for him, I think what we're going to see, certainly over the next 10 days or so, is really that pendulum shift and change between mourning her death and the whole family, the royal family, joining, no doubt, people across the country to try and kind of encapsulate and sum up just what she meant to the country and the world. But also, for now King Charles III, it's a case of getting on with the job. He immediately has to pick up the constitutional responsibilities. And that is going to be a difficult mix, I think, for him. And already we have had a statement from him today in which he said that the family is going to take, in a way, great solace from the fact that she was so loved and so respected by so many in this country. And I think we can see that here.
We can see
as
it
the crowds are
and hear
gathering in the rain. And you've been here this afternoon hearing kind of those outbursts of applause.
Impromptu applause, cheering, clapping, and God Save the Queen. The song has to change. Rhiannon, thank you very much indeed.
And good evening from Balmoral, where the Queen's family are gathered tonight. Now, for most of her life, the Queen travelled the world and kept a busy diary of engagements, of course. It was only into her 90s that she slowed down. Her visits had to be changed as she struggled more with mobility and walking. And she missed more events like last weekend's Braemar Games near Balmoral. Ashley's Joshi reports on the Queen's deteriorating health in recent months.
It was here at Westminster Abbey in October last year that the Queen's growing struggle with mobility first became obvious. Her daughter Anne handing her mother a walking stick, which she would now need for support. She was 95 years old, and the years were finally catching up. And this deteriorating health would mean missing key engagements. In November, she was forced to pull out of attending the annual Remembrance Sunday service at the Cenotaph. And this blow came soon after the Queen was forced to spend a night at the King Edward VII Hospital. It was her first overnight stay in hospital for 8 years. By now, the monarch had been warned she needed to slow down her busy diary commitments.
It's been very clear all the way through her reign that she wants to do her best, and she's taken an oath that she has put first. So she's done incredibly well, and worked an awful lot longer than most of the people in this world.
In her 96 years, she has rarely been ill. She had surgery on her knees in 2003 and was back in hospital in 2013 after a bout of gastroenteritis. Even COVID did not seem to have a major impact on her health. The Queen caught the virus in February 2022. She told medics and bereaved families about the effect it had had on her.
It does leave one very tired and exhausted, doesn't it?
There is one major trauma that would have impacted the Queen's health like no other: the loss of her husband, Prince Philip, in April last year. This heartbreaking image of a woman separated from her life partner, it can only hint at the all-consuming grief.
The Queen's gone through a really major life event, losing a life partner, and it's not uncommon that we hear stories that people who have undergone such a loss really find the following years really very difficult. And obviously grief has many effects, doesn't it, on our psychology, but also maybe on other physiological aspects like immune system.
By June this year, the Queen was forced to limit her attendances at her own Jubilee celebrations. A month afterwards, she undertook what would be one of her last public engagements, the opening of a hospice in Windsor. The decline in the Queen's health was slow and not easily noticeable. Just a few days ago, she received the new Prime Minister. 48 hours later, her family announced her death.
What happens with somebody who is in their 90s or is frail is that even a small thing can make a big difference. Something that perhaps wouldn't have affected a younger person with much more reserve capacity can really make a big difference and cause someone to then become really very unwell.
A long, happy reign, a lifetime devoted to her family and her subjects. The Queen's 96 years were hardly troubled by ill health, and that will bring some small comfort to her grieving family. Ashish Joshi, Sky News.
Well, here at Balmoral, where the family are gathered tonight, there's been a steady stream, I have to say, of people just coming along here, laying flowers by the castle walls, close to the gates here, and they then just stand and reflect on our monarch who has reigned this country for so long. Now, James Matthews, our Scotland correspondent, is with me. And James, this was a place she truly loved.
It was, Mark. Queen Victoria, said of Balmoral, this was a place that breathed freedom and peace, where one could escape the world's sad turmoils. And I think that sentiment chimed with the Queen, who came here year in, year out. This was summer holiday time. She would spend 2 months every year with her family. And tonight we see that family reunited. 2 separate convoys of vehicles carrying her children, her grandchildren, Harry and William, reunited behind the gates of Balmoral almost 25 years ago to the day. They were here grieving when their mother died. That's where they were geographically when Princess Diana passed away. So tonight they're reunited. A family grieves behind the gates of Balmoral. And I think, the Queen, they will take comfort, I think, from the comfort that the Queen took from being here. We only have to look at 2 days ago, her last public appearance, when she appointed a new Prime Minister. She was in good form. Those who were in the room, the drawing room, talk about her commenting on the weather, jovially laughing at the dark clouds that had been cast that day over Balmoral. And in recent weeks, she's been out and about walking the corgis, having lunch with her lady-in-waiting at her mum's old fishing hut on the banks of the River Dee. She liked this place. She loved it. Had a great passion for Balmoral and Aberdeenshire and Scotland beyond.
OK, James, thank you very much indeed. Let's speak now to our political editor, Beth Rigby, who is in Downing Street. And Beth, historic week for this country, a new king and, of course, a new Prime Minister.
Yes, what an extraordinary week for the country in that in the space of 3 days, it's a nation that has welcomed in a new Prime Minister not that well known, and then said goodbye to a monarch that has served for 70 years, that for many of us, she's all we've ever known. And for Liz Truss, the new Prime Minister, she had the difficult task of trying to come out here on the street and speak to the nation and try to somehow convey the sense of shock, grief and loss that millions of people would be feeling. And I think in her speech, what she managed to encapsulate was the way in which the Queen has been woven into the fabric of the country and our consciousness when she said Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Through thick and thin, she provided us with the stability and strength that we needed. For Keir Starmer, Sir Keir, he too tried to evoke a slightly different sense of the Queen, maybe evoking Tony Blair when he spoke of the late Princess Diana as the people's princess. What Sir Keir did was talk about the way in which the Queen belonged to all of us, saying, for the vast majority of us, the late Queen has been simply the Queen, the only Queen, and above all else, our Queen. So 2 leaders there trying to somehow reassure a nation that will be ruptured by the loss of a monarch that has served for 7 decades. It is the beginning of a series of tributes that will happen in Westminster in the coming days. Tomorrow, the Commons will sit from midday to 10 p.m. and MPs will pay tribute to the Queen. It will also sit on Saturday from midday. It will be the only 6th time since 1939 that the Commons has sat on a Saturday times such as marking the World War II, the beginning of World War II, or the Suez Crisis. And this Saturday, they will sit to honour Her Majesty the Queen.
All right, Beth Rigby, thank you very much indeed.
Well, immediately after the announcement that Her Majesty the Queen had died, thousands of people gathered here outside the gates of Buckingham Palace. And in keeping with tradition, a simple written notice announcing the death was posted for everyone to see. A message to everyone who's lived under the reign of Queen Elizabeth II. Well, Katie Spencer reports now from Buckingham Palace on a nation in shock.
In the driving rain, they kept coming. Gathered outside of the gates of Buckingham Palace, the weather no barrier to witnessing this moment in history.
Ever since we were born, she's been our queen. So this is very big news for us and very sad news.
A swirl of rumours had seen small numbers amass here earlier in the day, and just before 6:30, confirmation. The enormity of this moment for some a struggle to take in.
To see the flag behind you slowly lower, and it was just a sense of, both realisation, but also I think this united love, and I think it was an odd kind of surreal feeling there. Yeah.
So it's a really emotional moment. Even if you're not born British, she represented the best values of the country that actually made me stay here.
I think there's been so many generations that have come through and just known her as this presence, even without being a political voice, just being this kind of stability and sort of more than just a figurehead. I think nation's grandmother is appropriate.
Outside of Windsor Castle, similar scenes. People wanting to mark this moment.
She's been part of my life forever. And, she's not here. She's gone. And, you hope, but you appreciate that, her age, it was expected at some point, but even when it happens, it's still a shock.
I'm absolutely shocked. I couldn't believe it. And I actually didn't think I would be upset, but I am, and I have no idea why. It's just I think she's just so in everyone's psyche now, so I'm not even a royalist, but I'm still really upset.
Her legacy is so prominent. When I think of Britain, when I was growing up, it's always been the Queen, the royal family, and just a beacon of stability.
As sunset, the sea of people building outside of Buckingham Palace. Umbrellas up, a little rain, not enough to put people off being here to mark this moment.
In amongst the crowds here, you get a very real sense of the shock and the loss many ordinary people who have been moved to come here are experiencing. And you find people here from all demographics and all generations.
Barriers brought in anticipation of the crowds to come. Many more are expected here in the days ahead as the sun sets on the reign of Elizabeth II. Braving the very British weather long into the evening. Fitting for such a sombre night. Katie Spencer, Sky News.
Let's just show you one of the first of tomorrow's papers. Marking the Queen's passing, that is the Mirror simply saying, thank you. And you can scroll through the front pages while watching our press preview by scanning the QR code on your screen. Joining us a little bit later will be the journalist and broadcaster Jenny Kleeman and the author and former royal photographer Ian Lloyd.
Haven't got it. Well, the world has changed immeasurably, of course, since Queen Elizabeth ascended to the throne. And even more since her birth 96 years ago. Ahead of her passing, some of those who knew her best have been speaking. They have spoken about what made her so unique. Our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, takes a look back now at the life of Queen Elizabeth.
All those years of wisdom and compassion, we've been so lucky.
Her work ethic, her strong faith, her leadership, there wasn't anything Her Majesty couldn't do.
There was a courtesy and a humanity
and a kindness that I'll remember forever.
Born in 1926, Princess Elizabeth wasn't expected to be queen. Her destiny changed with the death of her grandfather and the abdication of her uncle. Her father was now king, and Elizabeth his heir. Her role for life was set, and her approach to it shaped by the Second World War.
The sort of keep calm, carry on philosophy was absolutely embedded in her, I think.
The princess became a member of the ATS.
Wartime also sparked the most important relationship of her life. Her marriage to Prince Philip was celebrated across the country. Soon, Prince Charles was born, followed by Princess Anne.
They're taking the places of the king and queen who would have gone but for His Majesty's illness.
But duty called, her father was ill, and they had to take his place on a tour of the Commonwealth.
To the stunned heart of London and to the whole Commonwealth came the tragic news from Sandringham of the passing of a beloved sovereign, King George VI.
In a remote lodge in Kenya, Prince Philip told her the news. She was now queen. The following year came her coronation. Years later, she described how it felt.
In a way, I didn't have an apprenticeship. My father died much too young. It was all a very sudden kind of taking on and making the best job you can.
From the very start, she felt she had to get out and connect with the public.
The Queen and Duke now took their places.
Through thousands of engagements and inventing the walkabout.
Whether you were the lollipop lady or you know, you were a president or a prime minister of a nation, people become nervous. And it was wonderful to see how Her Majesty would put them at ease.
With constitutional responsibilities and weekly audiences with her prime ministers.
Virtually alone, of all the people that you knew anything that you said to us stayed within the room.
Do we think that this is a good idea? Do we not know what it's about?
She was a wonderful boss. We used to put up a red box every evening, and we knew that she would have been through them and it would be back on our desk the next morning at 8 o'clock.
The principle of listening to what she thought Churchill might have done in similar conditions or circumstances to what I found myself in. It was those sort of conversations that I learned a huge amount from and will treasure forever.
As head of the Commonwealth and queen of other realms, she travelled more than any other head of state, always conducting her own powerful form of soft diplomacy.
She can have a personal conversation which, you know, helps to move on some really quite difficult and tricky political moments.
Uachtaráin agus a coide.
The first British monarch to visit the Republic of Ireland in 100 years. She was a figurehead of unity and stability.
She never wavered from duty or service. And in uncertain times, people need anchors. We've lost one of our most important anchors.
I'm very glad to have been able to join you today.
Often, she adapted the way that she worked, such as during the coronavirus pandemic, to reach out, set an example, and rally the nation with messages of resilience.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Her Majesty is the warrior queen. She has done it. She's been there. When Her Majesty addressed the nation, it's the empathy. We're all in this together, but it's going to be okay.
behind the formality was an utterly devoted wife and mother.
The family is very close together, and we do enjoy spending time. And she's always made time all the way through her life. And yes, there have been those particular moments of the year when that very much comes first.
Whenever we had the family moments and we met up, she'd be very keen on watching what the children were up to. And I think there were moments when she loved the noise and running around the house. It kind of brought the house to life, and it kind of made the real family atmosphere.
Let me see if this is strong enough to... Get off, get off. I want it.
While she was head of state, Philip was head of the family and a huge support.
Come around this side.
They were a couple with a different relationship than many people have, but he learnt to live with that. It's difficult to be a monarch with the degree of responsibility that you have without a very good partnership to back you up.
In 2021, she said goodbye to her beloved husband and dedicated consort.
What you see is courage, but also a complete lack of self-pity. She feels grief, but as she said on one occasion, it's not about me.
In a less deferential world, they did weather more difficult times, especially in the 1990s, as her children got divorced and a fire wrecked Windsor Castle.
It has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
In 1997, Princess Diana died in a car crash. It was a low point for the royal family, as the crowds criticised them for staying in Scotland.
The Queen's life has been a continual process of shaping how you keep in touch with a world that's changing very fast, but she was always doing that.
In recent years, the Queen led the monarchy through more turmoil. She rarely showed emotion in public. Privately, she was known for her genuine warmth and kindness.
You stick all these things in.
We were up shooting one day up in Balmoral, and the weather changed in the afternoon. So I took my raincoat, wrapped it round, I gave her my scarf and my gloves, and as I walked away, I cheekily took my flat shooting hat off and put it on top of her headscarf. 3 weeks later, she called me into her office, and she'd had this photograph developed and put in a beautiful frame for me, and she said, "I thought you'd like to keep this as a souvenir."
That's it.
She was never happier than when she was with her dogs and watching her horses. And just sometimes we'd see a glimpse of her sense of humour.
I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
Oh.
For later.
As the Queen grew older, the whole country would come together to celebrate her milestone moments. She would go on to become Britain's longest reigning monarch.
Inevitably, a long life can pass by many milestones. My own is no exception.
And the first to mark a platinum jubilee. Her family increasingly expected to step in to support her. The Queen's remarkable reign and the stability it brought, helping to secure the future of the monarchy as her family continued to grow. Throughout her life, honouring to the end the pledge she made at just 21.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Well, hard to sink in, but the United Kingdom tonight has a new monarch. The Prime Minister was the first person to use his official title, King Charles III. He remains in Balmoral tonight and will return to London tomorrow. Paul Kelso reports on the challenges facing the new king.
It's a job he's spent his whole life preparing for. One he could only inherit through the death of his mother.
To Princess Elizabeth, heiress presumptive to the throne, a son had been born.
It has been a long apprenticeship, and unlike the Queen, he takes on the duty at a time in his life when most people would retire.
I believe no one has ever been better prepared for the role of head of state than the new king. He's been heir to the throne for so long, but it's not just that. He's been very assiduous, hard-working heir to the throne.
I, Charles, Prince of Wales, will become your liege man of life and limb.
He does it for no other reason that he was born to do it. I mean, no one says, work 16 hours a day, sir. I mean, he does it because he wants to.
But you know, I think you're very sexy. Oh, no.
For the Prince of Wales, living in a less deferential age has had its challenges. But as heir, he has brought attention to some of the most pressing global issues.
The combination of pollution and overconsumption of finite natural resources. The urgency, I think, is even greater to try and do something about those challenges. So I would ask how these people are going to face their grandchildren.
Speaking out about the environment for more than 50 years, gaining a reputation as one of the world's most respected and pioneering campaigners.
But sometimes you think that, do we really have to face catastrophes and chaos before we understand that real action needs to be taken? And the difficulty with all that is that by the time you try to take the action, it's already too late.
While some people might have found his interventions inconvenient to the running of their particular versions of business or thinking, actually, in the end, I think the world will look back at his career as an environmentalist and say that it was an incredibly important contribution at a critical time.
Through his Prince's Trust, he connected with millions of young people. His approach liberal and inclusive, especially when it came to race and religion.
He has given very important speeches about the contribution of Islam to world civilization, both in Britain and in the Middle East, in Al-Azhar University and in Saudi Arabia. And of course, within the Jewish community, it's been my privilege to see him both engage with the elderly in our old age homes, who instantly became his groupies.
Well-briefed, outspoken, yet unelected. Did Charles, as heir, blur the lines between public service and political interference? His outspoken views on issues such as architecture and alternative medicine were at times controversial. His so-called Black Spider memos, written directly to government ministers, show a level of intervention not expected from a royal.
I think he enjoyed the controversy. I think on some occasions I compliment him on the controversy. I think he was right about architecture to an extent. I think he was right about the environment. Clearly he was ahead of his time. But the point is the way he did it. And what he would do is he would criticize people but couldn't stand being criticized himself. He would create controversy but didn't want to listen to people answering back. How am I feeling?
Yes,
older.
Around his 70th birthday, he set straight how he sees his future role.
Clearly I won't be able to do the same things I've done, as heir. So of course you operate within the constitutional parameters.
People have expressed worries about whether this involvement will continue in the same way.
No, it won't. I'm not that stupid. I do realize that it is a separate exercise being sovereign.
Charles, as king, now assumes a number of key roles that will demand strong leadership. He's head of state, defender of the faith, or as he'd rather, defender of faith more generally. He's also head of the armed forces, who will pledge to serve king and country.
He's had military service. He served in the Royal Navy. He was the captain of a ship. And he knows, therefore, what you have to do if you're the boss and you're making decisions. So he can look commanders in the eye, and he remembers what it is to look after soldiers, sailors and airmen. Now, as king, he will receive defence briefings all the time. He's an excellent figurehead for the armed forces.
There was a time when the thought of the Prince of Wales as king went against the public mood. A failed marriage, followed by tragedy, and Charles's popularity plummeted. It would be 8 years before he married Camilla Parker Bowles, the true love of his life. They have become a close working team. And on taking on her new role as Princess Consort, Camilla will support her husband, just as the Duke of Edinburgh supported the late Queen.
Camilla turned Charles from this morose, serious, unhappy man into someone who lightened up, who laughed again, after years of not really laughing very much.
Well, it's yours now.
And as a result, he became a much better Prince of Wales.
His sense of humour and desire to connect has softened his image in recent years, as we've seen him more as a family man, a committed husband, father and grandfather, who, like the rest of the country, missed his loved ones during the COVID-19 pandemic.
It's terribly sad, let alone one's friends. But, I mean, fortunately, you know, at least you can speak to them on telephones and occasionally do this sort of thing. But it isn't the same, is it? You really want to give people a hug every now and then.
3 resounding cheers for Her Majesty the Queen. Hip, hip!
The line of succession was secure as signs of transition became clear. Overseas tours on the Queen's behalf, leading the nation in moments of reflection. With the support of his family, he embarks on his new role. After decades of watching, learning, supporting, and developing a deep sense of service, he now takes his place as king.
So the Queen died here at Balmoral, her home in Scotland. She had taken a summer holiday in the country since she was a child, and Balmoral became the place she could relax from official duties, walking and riding on the estate. James Matthews reports on the Queen's relationship with her beloved Balmoral and Scotland.
I would play the bagpipes every morning, wherever Her Majesty the Queen may be, and that would be at 9 o'clock in the morning.
The Queen was fond of Scotland and its sound. Wherever she was, her day typically began with the bagpipes, a 15-minute selection by Her Majesty's Piper on the stroke of 9 a.m.
You would look up and you would always see Her Majesty the Queen looking out, just to make sure that you are playing well, because Her Majesty has a good ear for the bagpipes.
Scott Methven was the Queen's piper for 4 years. He puts her love of the instrument down to social occasions in Scotland as a youngster.
It would be all these Scottish balls that she would attend. And some of the tunes that I would play in the morning reminded her of probably her happiest times when Her Majesty was younger and was able to get dancing with her sister and you know, just happy times.
The royal family spend most of their time in public duty.
And the British people respect their few private hours and leave them to enjoy their relaxation like any other family.
Of time spent in Scotland, time on holiday was invariably spent at Balmoral.
Their millions of friends cannot all be there, so we are invited to meet them through the medium of the camera.
She was a queen with Scottish roots, a descendant of Robert II, King of Scots. Her mother's ancestral home is in Scotland, Glamis Castle in the county of Angus, where Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, is remembered in photographs with the child who would be queen. Louise Tate was the royal family's press secretary in Scotland for 15 years. She says the Queen had an affinity with a country and its people.
There is a deep understanding, connection and empathy. She gets how Scottish people tick in terms of what they get excited about, what perhaps doesn't excite them so much. And she just really gets that straightforwardness about Scotland. She understands that Scotland does punch above its weight in terms of just its outlook. One of the biggest exports is people, and people are always outward looking, and I think there's something she admires about the Scottish character.
Royal Deeside had its royal duties, not least the famous Braemar Gathering. It's the annual Highland Games event, the visual spectacle that brings the crowds and brought a smile to the royal box. Away from the public eye, this part of the world offered summer seclusion in places like this. Honka House is the log cabin through the woods. Here the Queen would go for a picnic or barbecue with family and friends.
She has spoken to me about how difficult she found it to leave here. Very often when the Queen was taking her leave, she'd be looking out on the start of autumn colours and so on, and she would talk about the seasons and how things are always going on, and there's these cycles, and she would say, and I suppose I'm going to miss the best of the autumn colours here. I must stay longer next time.
100 miles south of Balmoral is the Queen's official residence in Scotland, the Palace of Holyrood House. In this corner of Edinburgh's Old Town, it sits across the road from the seat of political power, the Scottish Parliament. At the start of each new session, the Queen would make the journey next door and meet the neighbours. It's a short trip, but it was long on sentiment when she addressed the chamber for what would be the last time in 2021.
I have spoken before of my deep and abiding affection for this wonderful country, and of the many happy memories Prince Philip and I always held of our time here. It is often said that it is the people that make a place, and there are few places where this is truer than in Scotland.
Before Scotland's 2014 independence referendum, the Queen was heard to say she hoped that voters would think very carefully about the future. Whether or not that was a political intervention, the Queen didn't necessarily need big statements to have a big influence.
Queen Elizabeth II has been an important glue, a bond of the Union, because she herself has been very conscious of the need to be aware of the different nations which make up the British Union. That's especially the case for Scotland because of her Scottish ancestry going right back to the medieval period and her special concern, and I would say special love for Scotland.
Back on Royal Deeside, Paul Anderson played this tune for us. He played it for the Queen in Crathie Kirk. It's a lament for King George V, her grandfather. He's remembered here, and so are other monarchs past. During the coronavirus pandemic, the Queen was unable to attend Crathie Kirk, so she asked Paul to play at a private religious observance at Balmoral Castle.
I think it was basically how much she was missing that side of life, the coming up to the kirk on a Sunday. I'd say it was actually, there was more concern about how you were coping, actually was my feeling about it, which I think is probably gets lost as well, that folk didn't see that personal thing. She does care about the folk that she knows for the community, and I think she felt for the folk in the community and what they were going through at the time.
What Scotland meant to the Queen was, it was just truly part of her soul. You know, it was everything to her, absolute 100%.
I will miss the Queen dreadfully. People around here really respected the Queen, thought very, very highly of her.
Only now will people realise just how much she meant to their life, and when they reflect on the life that she has led and the life of service and dedication and trying all the time to do what's right for people.
Beautiful reporting there by James Matthews, some wonderful memories. Well, it's time now to turn to our press preview, our first look at what is on tomorrow's historic front pages as they pay their tributes to Her Majesty the Queen. Well, joining us to help us through it all are the journalist and broadcaster Jenny Kleeman and the author and former royal photographer Ian Lloyd. You're very welcome. Thanks for joining me. Well, let's see then how some of the papers are covering this simply momentous story, and perhaps momentous doesn't even do it justice. And there we have the Mirror, quite simply says thank you. The Daily Star praises the Queen's legacy, saying, "You did your duty, ma'am." And the Metro carries this simple but simply beautiful image of Her Majesty. And the Telegraph quotes the Queen's own words, "Grief is the price we pay for love." And the Times focuses on comments by now King Charles III, who's described his mother's passing as the greatest sadness for his family. Again, a simple black and white photograph. The Guardian has chosen this elegant image of Her Majesty. And the Sun, "We loved you, ma'am," is how the Sun has thanked the Queen for those 70 years of service. And yes, even the Financial Times, of course, puts its usual coverage of economics to one side in deference to Her Majesty the Queen, a beaming Queen Elizabeth II there. Well, as I say, we're joined tonight by Jenny Kleeman and Ian Lloyd, and let's take in some of those front pages, some quite simple but wonderful images, and let's start with the Times. And Jenny, I suppose the only real difference between the papers is whether they have gone for the Queen as she was, plenty of them going for some of those coronation pictures, or as most of us, I suppose, are going to remember her now, the grandma to the nation.
Very much so. She looks very grandmotherly, doesn't she, in this picture? I mean, how do you sum up this end of an era in one front page? We know the papers plan these sorts of things in advance, but it is so difficult. She has presided over so much change. And I think there are lots of people like me who wouldn't call themselves big royalists or royal watchers, who would never buy a mug or a tea towel or Hello magazine, who are feeling really sad today And I think these front pages really speak to that feeling. And I think, I mean, in the copy here on this front page, it talks about the Elizabethan era. And I think none of us realised that we were living in the new Elizabethan era until today. But as sometimes happens when people die and you can look back, we look back on this reign and this incredible period of history that we've all lived through. And she was one of the few British institutions that was constant, that commanded unanimous respect, that we all shared. And the thing that these front pages do very well is we're mourning two things today. We're mourning a person, a lifetime of dignified service, and we're also mourning the end of her reign, an era of Britishness, at a time when it feels like everything is shifting so much. She being something that was constant and something that we all shared so much. And I think, these front pages, they all show how much she embodied Britishness. And there are so many different reasons that people feel patriotic. It could be the pomp and ceremony, the history, it could be the empire, or it could be decency and dignity and honour that we're meant to have as British people, have a reputation for. And she embodied all of that. So these front pages very cleverly reflect both her as a head of state and her as a remarkable person who sacrificed so much to play that role so well.
That is such a very good point. It is, of course, about Her Majesty, about the family, but it's also about us. Ian, let's take in another front page. As we said, they're all, of course, pictures of Her Majesty. Let's take in the mirror, a different image, of course, and just tell me your thoughts. And, of course, we're looking and analysing and remembering the Queen as, I suppose, amateurs when it comes to photography. You're a professional. You've taken so many pictures like this.
Well, I'd like to have taken ones in this situation. This is by Lord Lichfield, who was a cousin of the Queen's, and that was for the Golden Jubilee of 2002. What's quite striking is just the words "thank you," because we didn't always thank the Queen, and when we took her for granted. The only time we really did thank her was at the Jubilee, and marvellously she lived to be able to participate in the 70th Jubilee, the Platinum one. And that was always an occasion when you could thank her. And I do remember that people burst into the national anthem and sang it with vigour while she was on the balcony. I was there, and it was an incredibly moving moment, this tiny little figure that had made it. We didn't think she'd make it. We were told she's, in doubt, but she did make it from Windsor. And that was one of the enduring images of the reign, I think. And as I say, it was an opportunity to thank her, which we didn't always do.
That, again, is such a great point in, yes, we didn't thank her very much, but the reality is she didn't expect it. It was all about duty, it was all about service, wasn't it? Let's take in another of these front pages. We've got the Telegraph now. And Jenny, let's just soak up that image. And this then, what a quotation this is. Grief is the price we pay for love. I mean, how true and how simple that is.
And I think really well chosen, given how the reaction of people today. I think a lot of people are just really surprised. I've been in touch with lots of people who've said that they have cried and they didn't expect to cry today. And she's a 96-year-old woman. It's not a total shock that this would happen. But I think we are grieving as a nation here. We're celebrating her life, but also grieving. And we say that we didn't get to thank her, but I am glad that she got to see the Jubilee this year, and she got to see how profoundly she was loved and remained loved right till the end. And she was, serving the country right to the end, even when she was frail. It is remarkable to think of those images that we saw 48 hours ago on Monday when she was, seeing in a new Prime Minister. She will always be remembered as somebody who was profoundly loved and who dedicated her life to service.
And did her duty right up to the very end. Yes, you're right, that a changeover of Prime Ministers, which seems such a very long time ago now. Talk about a very long time. We've been looking at images on the front of the papers of contemporary images, more or less, of Her Majesty the Queen. Let's take in another one now, because many of them have gone way, way back. They've gone back to the coronation. Let's have a look. I think we've got next the Star. And there we go, the Daily Star. And there we are in all the regalia, way back 1953, the coronation, wasn't it? Of course, 1952 when she came to the throne. And Ian, what different times they were. You know, we hear about people, it boosted sales of black and white televisions, people huddling around the few that there were in a street. Not many people even had telephones or indeed inside toilets, etc., etc. What an era she has spanned.
Absolutely. I mean, when she came to the throne in 1952, Joseph Stalin was still leading the Soviet Union, Chiang Kai-shek in China, Harry S. Truman in America, and of course Winston Churchill was her first prime minister, who entered Parliament in the reign of Queen Victoria. So it was an amazing breadth of history that she's lived through. But one thing looking at this is I think a younger generation, when they look at these photographs, will not have realised just how glamorous the Queen was. I mean, Prince Philip once said, the adulation, you couldn't believe it in the early days. And he said, we made a conscious decision not to appeal to the gallery, not to play the part of celebrities, but just to get on with the job, which is what she always did. But you just look at that and see what a beautiful young woman she was. 25 when she came to the throne, the same age as Queen Elizabeth I. And here she's 27 at the coronation, and a very glamorous figure.
And let's just have a last look. I think we're out of time for this hour, Jenny Kleeman and Ian Lloyd. So we just want to end this paper review. Let's just take in the Metro, because it's another of those striking images from the coronation years. And that's such a lovely point you make, Ian. Let's just have a look at it. I think it's coming up soon. The Metro, please. No, we're not going to see that, because it was such a lovely image. There we are of the young Queen Elizabeth in her finery, just after she'd acceded to the throne herself on the death of her father, George VI. Such a shock to her back then, as it is a shock to us all now, of her passing. As I say, thank you, Jenny, thank you, Ian. We'll be talking to you again in the next hour, and we will end this hour as we reflect, and as the nation reflects, and as everyone who's gathered here reflects deep into the night about the death, the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. And it is 11 o'clock. You're watching Sky News on a momentous day for the nation. Her Majesty the Queen has died after 70 years on the throne. King Charles III is now the monarch. The Queen passed away at Balmoral this afternoon, just 2 days after she appointed the new Prime Minister.
Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her.
A sombre evening for the country and the world as the monarch's death is marked at the royal palaces. The royal family together to support the Queen in her final hours, flying to Scotland to be with her. A nation in shock, unbelieving of the news of the death of the woman who's reigned over all of our lives. And we'll be taking a first look at tomorrow's historic front pages a bit later in our press preview. Good evening. Well, it is a moment like no other in the past 70 years, the passing of a monarch like no other. Her Majesty the Queen died this afternoon at the age of 96. It was at her beloved Balmoral and was, Buckingham Palace said, peaceful. Her son is now King Charles III, and he said tonight that his mother's death would be felt throughout the country, the Commonwealth and the entire world. Well, we'll hear the tributes to Her Majesty tonight and look back at her long and quite incredible life. With our first report tonight, Jason Farrell reports on the day that the Queen died, that marked the end of an era.
A place where we've celebrated with her for 70 years, jubilees, weddings, the end of war. People flocked to Buckingham Palace, the umbrellas fitting for this moment of mourning. At some point, nearly everyone will have stopped what they were doing and absorbed the news. A notice was placed at Buckingham Palace, flags lowered. Our longest-serving monarch is gone. Only on Tuesday did she look robust, appointing the 15th Prime Minister to serve during her reign. In a statement, His Majesty the King said, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held."
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure.
Today we mourn the passing of a remarkable sovereign. It is a deep private loss for the royal family, and our first thoughts are with them at this time. The nation shares in their grief.
Throughout the day, small unsettling indicators emerged, notes being passed around the Commons. Something was up.
I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment.
Doctors had expressed concern over the Queen's condition. Charles had cancelled an engagement, then news that all senior members of the family were heading to Balmoral. And the grim look on faces as Prince William drove his uncles Andrew and Edward through the gates. Finally, a simple statement. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon.
Scotland loved, respected and admired her. And by all accounts, Her Majesty was really happier than when she was here in Scotland at her beloved Balmoral, a fact I have been privileged to observe personally. I hope it will be a source of comfort to her family that she spent her final days in a place that she loved so much.
The United Kingdom now enters a period of national mourning as we reflect on a Queen who kept her promise and dedicated her life to duty. Jason Farrell, Sky News, Balmoral.
Well, world leaders have been paying their own tributes. There is President Biden, and in about an hour's time, we're expecting the President to make some remarks. He has already released a statement paying tribute, saying that Her Majesty was more than a monarch. She defined an era, and there he is signing a book of condolence then at the British Embassy in Washington. He's also ordered, as a mark of respect, that the flag on the flagstaff at the White House, the flag of the United States of America, will fly at half-mast, as of course the Union flag is here at Buckingham Palace and above all our public buildings. Well, all evening crowds have been coming to lay flowers, to take photographs, just to be here at Buckingham Palace, to absorb the enormity of what has happened. And this was the extraordinary moment, the traditional, simple notice informing the public that the Queen had passed away was posted outside the gates of Buckingham Palace. Well, earlier, our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, gave us this update.
Isn't it amazing that despite the rain, the crowds have still wanted to come out and share this moment? Because I think it's worth reflecting that, yes, she had a wonderful long life. She was 96 years old, but that should not detract from the enormity of this moment. And I think there will be, for some, this collective sense of shock. Because, after all, it was only 2 days ago that we saw the monarch there carrying out that important constitutional role. And she'd been very clear with her advisors, she wanted to be the one who saw that handover between one Prime Minister and the next. She wanted to show us, the British public, that despite the fact that we live in difficult times at the moment, she was still that symbol of continuity. And it was that pledge she made when she was only 21 years old. No matter how long or short her life was going to be, she would continue to serve. Now, of course, I think there's two things that are going to happen here. An enormous constitutional shift. We now have automatically a new king, and I think for many people, again, that will compound that sense of what's happening now. Where are we? Are we in this state of flux? But we now have a new king. Her son, formerly Prince Charles, now King Charles III, is now our new monarch. And for him, I think what we're going to see, certainly over the next 10 days or so, is really that pendulum shift and change between mourning her death and the whole family, the royal family, joining, no doubt, people across the country to try and kind of encapsulate and sum up just what she meant to the country and the world. But also, for now King Charles III, it's a case of getting on with the job. He immediately has to pick up the constitutional responsibilities. And that is going to be a difficult mix, I think, for him. And already we have had a statement from him today in which he said that the family is going to take, in a way, great solace from the fact that she was so loved and so respected by so many in this country.
Rhiannon Mills there. Now, for most of her life, of course, the Queen travelled the world and kept a busy diary of engagements, to say the very least. And of course, it was only well into her 90s that she began to slow down. Her visits had to be changed as she struggled more with walking and moving, and she missed more events like last weekend's Braemar Games, her beloved Highland Games, near Balmoral. Well, Ashish Joshi reports now on the Queen's deteriorating health.
It was here at Westminster Abbey in October last year that the Queen's growing struggle with mobility first became obvious. Her daughter Anne handing her mother a walking stick, which she would now need for support. She was 95 years old, and the years were finally catching up. And this deteriorating health would mean missing key engagements. In November, she was forced to pull out of attending the annual Remembrance Sunday service at the Cenotaph. And this blow came soon after the Queen was forced to spend a night at the King Edward VII Hospital. It was her first overnight stay in hospital for 8 years. By now, the monarch had been warned she needed to slow down her busy diary commitments.
It's been very clear all the way through her reign that she wants to do her best, and she's taken an oath that she has put first. So she's done incredibly well, and worked an awful lot longer than most of the people in this world.
In her 96 years, she has rarely been ill. She had surgery on her knees in 2003 and was back in hospital in 2013 after a bout of gastroenteritis. Even COVID did not seem to have a major impact on her health. The Queen caught the virus in February 2022. She told medics and bereaved families about the effect it had had on her.
It does leave one very tired and exhausted, doesn't it?
There is one major trauma that would have impacted the Queen's health like no other: the loss of her husband, Prince Philip, in April last year. This heartbreaking image of a woman separated from her life partner, it can only hint at the all-consuming grief.
The Queen's gone through a really major life event, losing a life partner, and it's not uncommon that we hear stories that people who have undergone such a loss really find the following years really very difficult. And obviously grief has many effects, doesn't it, on our psychology, but also maybe on other physiological aspects like immune system.
By June this year, the Queen was forced to limit her attendances at her own Jubilee celebrations. A month afterwards, she undertook what would be one of her last public engagements, the opening of a hospice in Windsor. The decline in the Queen's health was slow and not easily noticeable. Just a few days ago, she received the new Prime Minister. 48 hours later, her family announced her death.
What happens with somebody who is in their 90s or is frail is that even a small thing can make a big difference. Something that perhaps wouldn't have affected a younger person with much more reserve capacity can really make a big difference and cause someone to then become really very unwell.
A long, happy reign, a lifetime devoted to her family and her subjects. The Queen's 96 years were hardly troubled by ill health, and that will bring some small comfort to her grieving family. Ashish Joshi, Sky News.
Well, immediately after the announcement that the Queen had died, thousands of people began to gather outside the gates of Buckingham Palace here. And in keeping with tradition, a written notice, a simple notice announcing the death was posted for them to see, a message to everyone who's lived under the reign of Queen Elizabeth II. Katie Spencer reports from Buckingham Palace on a nation in shock.
In the driving rain, they kept coming. Gathered outside of the gates of Buckingham Palace, the weather no barrier to witnessing this moment in history.
Ever since we were born, she's been our queen. So this is very big news for us and very sad news.
A swirl of rumours had seen small numbers amass here earlier in the day, and just before 6:30, confirmation. The enormity of this moment for some a struggle to take in.
To see the flag behind you slowly lower, and it was just a sense of, both realisation, but also I think this united love, and I think it was an odd kind of surreal feeling there. Yeah.
So it's a really emotional moment. Even if you're not born British, she represented the best values of the country that actually made me stay here.
I think there's been so many generations that have come through and just known her as this presence, even without being a political voice, just being this kind of stability and sort of more than just a figurehead. I think nation's grandmother is appropriate.
Outside of Windsor Castle, similar scenes, people wanting to mark this moment.
She's been part of my life forever, and she's not here. She's gone. And you hope, but you appreciate that her age, it was expected at some point, but even when it happens, it's still a shock.
I'm absolutely shocked. I couldn't believe it, and I actually didn't think I would be upset, but I am, and I have no idea why. It's just I think she's just so in everyone's psyche now, so I'm not even a royalist, but I'm still really upset.
Her legacy is so prominent. When I think of Britain, when I was growing up, it's always been the Queen, the royal family, and just a beacon of stability.
As sun set, the sea of people building outside of Buckingham Palace. Umbrellas up, a little rain, not enough to put people off being here to mark this moment. In amongst the crowds here, you get a very real sense of the shock and the loss many ordinary people who have been moved to come here are experiencing. And you find people here from all demographics and all generations. Barriers brought in anticipation of the crowds to come. Many more are expected here in the days ahead as the sun sets on the reign of Elizabeth II. Braving the very British weather long into the evening. Fitting for such a sombre night. Katie Spencer, Sky News.
Well, right around the country, people have been giving their reaction about the Queen's death, and we've been talking to people on the streets of Cardiff.
Very, very sad occasion, and something that must affect everybody. And as far as I'm concerned, the lady was a very great woman and held the country together.
I feel upset. I had a lot of respect for her. I was very thankful for her, and yeah, it's the end of an era.
I was very sad. She's been very constant in our lives, and God has been good to us through her. And so we pray that God will continue to be present with us.
And you watch them travelling up to see their mum, you know, as a family, and that was quite poignant, actually, I thought, you know, with all the history and stuff they've got going on personally. It was actually, yeah, there's a lot going on in the imagery, actually, you know, took personally from that, and reflection, and yeah, you just think, well, she's been there all our lives, you know, and what's going to happen now, not frightened by that, but proud of, you know, of who they are and what they are.
Some of the reflections in Cardiff. Well, our political correspondent Joe Pike is in Westminster. And Joe, first of all, we heard from the Prime Minister paying her tributes this evening. But of course, a Prime Minister who was with the Queen just 2 days ago when Her Majesty asked her to form a government.
It is remarkable, Dermot, that 48 hours after being appointed by the Queen, Liz Truss had to lead the nation in paying tribute to her. We now understand it was 4:30 p.m. this afternoon that the Cabinet Secretary, Simon Case, informed the Prime Minister of the Queen's death. Simon Case, someone who has worked in the royal family. He was Prince William's private secretary for 2.5 years. That meant that the Prime Minister was informed about 2 hours before the announcement, the public announcement from the palace, and 2.5 hours before Liz Truss's speech in front of the black door of 10 Downing Street. We understand that since that speech, Liz Truss has spoken to the King. It's likely they'll meet in person in the coming days for their first audience. Tonight, Liz Truss has chaired a meeting in Downing Street, we think perhaps with some of the attendees joining virtually. That was not a meeting just of ministers, although senior ministers such as the Defence Secretary and Home Secretary were there, but also senior representatives of the police and the royal household, starting to discuss the plans in place for many years, but for the next 10 days of mourning. One key moment as part of that, tomorrow will be parliamentary tribute starting in the Commons at midday. There will also be a pretty rare Saturday sitting of the House of Commons. We'd expect, of course, tributes to start with Liz Truss and Keir Starmer after midday. The Speaker, Lindsay Hoyle, also are likely to speak. What Liz Truss needed to do in that speech today was, of course, reflect the shock, the devastation of this news, and those were words that Liz Truss used in her speech, touch on the legacy of the Queen, which was slightly challenging because, of course, Liz Truss, compared to many of her predecessors, doesn't have that history of personal contact. She has, of course, had one prime ministerial audience with the monarch, but also towards the end of that very important speech, Liz Truss was the first person to speak of, to describe, to vocalise this transition we are seeing. She said, "Today the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty King Charles III." And at the end of that speech, Dermot, 4 words that I suppose we will gradually get used to, but I think for some at this point sound a little strange. Liz Truss ended her speech outside Downing Street by saying, "God save the King."
Well said, Joe. Thank you very much indeed. Joe Pike, our political correspondent there. Just let me show you now one of tomorrow's papers marking the Queen's passing. This is the Sun, which simply says, "We loved you, ma'am." And just to let you know, you can scroll through the front pages while watching our press preview by scanning the QR code on your screen. Now, joining me a bit later this hour will be the journalist and broadcaster, Jenny Kleeman, and the author and former royal photographer, Ian Lloyd. So the world has changed immeasurably since Queen Elizabeth ascended to the throne, and even more since her birth 96 years ago. Well, before her passing, some of those who knew her best, including her family, have spoken about what made her so unique. Our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, looks back at the second Elizabethan era.
All those years of wisdom and compassion, we've been so lucky.
Her work ethic, her strong faith, her leadership, there wasn't anything Her Majesty couldn't do.
There was a courtesy and a humanity and a kindness that I'll remember forever.
Born in 1926, Princess Elizabeth wasn't expected to be queen. Her destiny changed with the death of her grandfather and the abdication of her uncle. Her father was now king, and Elizabeth his heir. Her role for life was set, and her approach to it shaped by the Second World War.
The sort of keep calm, carry on philosophy was absolutely embedded in her, I think.
The princess became a member of the ATS.
Wartime also sparked the most important relationship of her life. Her marriage to Prince Philip was celebrated across the country. Soon, Prince Charles was born, followed by Princess Anne.
They're taking the places of the King and Queen who would have gone but for His Majesty's illness.
But duty called, her father was ill, and they had to take his place on a tour of the Commonwealth.
To the stunned heart of London and to the whole Commonwealth came the tragic news from Sandringham of the passing of a beloved sovereign, King George VI.
In a remote lodge in Kenya, Prince Philip told her the news. She was now queen. The following year came her coronation. Years later, she described how it felt.
In a way, I didn't have an apprenticeship. My father died much too young. It was all a very sudden kind of taking on and making the best job you can.
From the very start, she felt she had to get out and connect with the public.
The Queen and Duke now took their places.
Through thousands of engagements and inventing the walkabout.
Whether you were the lollipop lady or you were a president or a prime minister of a nation, people become nervous. And it was wonderful to see how Her Majesty would put them at ease.
With constitutional responsibilities and weekly audiences with her prime ministers.
Virtually alone, of all the people that you knew anything that you said to us stayed within the room.
Do we think that this is a good idea? Do we know what it's about?
She was a wonderful boss. We used to put up a red box every evening, and we knew that she would have been through them and it would be back on our desk the next morning at 8 o'clock.
The principle of listening to what she thought Churchill might have done in similar conditions or circumstances to what I found myself in. It was those sort of conversations that I learnt a huge amount from and will treasure forever.
As head of the Commonwealth and Queen of other realms, she travelled more than any other head of state, always conducting her own powerful form of soft diplomacy.
She can have a personal conversation which, helps to move on some really quite difficult and tricky political moments.
Uachtaráin agus a coide.
The first British monarch to visit the Republic of Ireland in 100 years. She was a figurehead of unity and stability.
She never wavered from duty or service. And in uncertain times, people need anchors. We've lost one of our most important anchors.
I'm very glad to have been able to join you today.
Often, she adapted the way that she worked, such as during the coronavirus pandemic, to reach out, set an example, and rally the nation with messages of resilience.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Her Majesty is the warrior queen. She has done it. She's been there. When Her Majesty addressed the nation, it's the empathy. We're all in this together, but it's going to be okay.
Behind the formality was an utterly devoted wife and mother.
The family is very close together, and we do enjoy spending time. And she's always made time all the way through her life. And yes, there have been those particular moments of the year when that very much comes first.
Whenever we had the family moments and we met up, she'd be very keen on watching what the children were up to. And I think there were moments when she loved the noise and running around the house. It kind of brought the house to life, and it kind of made the real family atmosphere.
We see this is strong enough to... Get off, get off. I want it.
While she was head of state, Philip was head of the family and a huge support.
Come around this side.
They were a couple with a different relationship than many people have, but he learnt to live with that. It's difficult to be a monarch with the degree of responsibility that you have without a very good partnership to back you up.
In 2021, she said goodbye to her beloved husband and dedicated consort.
What you see is courage, but also a complete lack of self-pity. She feels grief, but as she said on one occasion, it's not about me.
In a less deferential world, they did weather more difficult times, especially in the 1990s, as her children got divorced and a fire wrecked Windsor Castle.
It has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
In 1997, Princess Diana died in a car crash. It was a low point for the royal family, as the crowds criticised them for staying in Scotland.
The Queen's life has been a continual process of shaping how you keep in touch with a world that's changing very fast, but she was always doing that.
In recent years, the Queen led the monarchy through more turmoil. She rarely showed emotion in public. Privately, she was known for her genuine warmth and kindness.
You stick all these things in.
We were up shooting one day up in Balmoral, and the weather changed in the afternoon. So I took my raincoat, wrapped it round, I gave her my scarf and my gloves, and as I walked away, I cheekily took my flat shooting hat off and put it on top of her headscarf. 3 weeks later, she called me into her office, and she'd had this photograph developed and put in a beautiful frame for me, and she said, "I thought you'd like to keep this as a souvenir."
That's it.
She was never happier than when she was with her dogs and watching her horses. And just sometimes we'd see a glimpse of her sense of humour.
I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
Oh.
For later.
As the Queen grew older, the whole country would come together to celebrate her milestone moments. She would go on to become Britain's longest reigning monarch.
Inevitably, a long life can pass by many milestones. My own is no exception.
And the first to mark a platinum jubilee. Her family increasingly expected to step in to support her. The Queen's remarkable reign and the stability it brought helping to secure the future of the monarchy as her family continued to grow. Throughout her life, honouring to the end the pledge she made at just 21.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Rhiannon Mills there on the end of an era, the end of an age, the second Elizabethan age. Well, that means then that the United Kingdom tonight has a new monarch. The Prime Minister was the first person to use his official title. It is King Charles III. He remains in Balmoral tonight and will return with Camilla to London tomorrow. Paul Kelso reports on the challenges facing the new king.
It's a job he's spent his whole life preparing for. One he could only inherit through the death of his mother.
To Princess Elizabeth, heiress presumptive to the throne, a son had been born.
It has been a long apprenticeship, and unlike the Queen, he takes on the duty at a time in his life when most people would retire.
I believe no one has ever been better prepared for the role of head of state than the new king. He's been heir to the throne for so long, but it's not just that. He's been very assiduous, hard-working heir to the throne.
I, Charles, Prince of Wales, will become your liege man of life and limb.
He does it for no other reason that he was born to do it. I mean, no one says, work 16 hours a day, sir. I mean, he does it because he wants to.
But you know what, I think you're very sexy. Oh, no!
For the Prince of Wales, living in a less deferential age has had its challenges. But as heir, he has brought attention to some of the most pressing global issues.
The combination of pollution and overconsumption of finite natural resources. The urgency, I think, is even greater to try and do something about those challenges. So I would ask how these people are going to face their grandchildren.
Speaking out about the environment for more than 50 years, gaining a reputation as one of the world's most respected and pioneering campaigners.
But sometimes you think that, do we really have to face catastrophes and chaos before we understand that real action needs to be taken? And the difficulty with all that is that by the time you try to take the action, it's already too late.
While some people might have found his interventions inconvenient to the running of their particular versions of business or thinking, actually, in the end, I think the world will look back at his career as an environmentalist and say that it was an incredibly important contribution at a critical time.
Through his Prince's Trust, he connected with millions of young people. His approach liberal and inclusive, especially when it came to race and religion.
He has given very important speeches about the contribution of Islam to world civilization, both in Britain and in the Middle East, in Al-Azhar University and in Saudi Arabia. And of course, within the Jewish community, it's been my privilege to see him both engage with the elderly in our old age homes who instantly became his groupies.
Well-briefed, outspoken, yet unelected, did Charles, as heir, blur the lines between public service and political interference? His outspoken views on issues such as architecture and alternative medicine were at times controversial. His so-called Black Spider memos, written directly to government ministers, show a level of intervention not expected from a royal.
I think he enjoyed the controversy. I think on some occasions I compliment him on the controversy. I think he was right about architecture to an extent. I think he was right about the environment. Clearly he was ahead of his time. But the point is the way he did it. And what he would do is he would criticize people but couldn't stand being criticized himself. He would create controversy but didn't want to listen to people answering back.
How am I feeling?
Yes,
older.
Around his 70th birthday, he set straight how he sees his future role.
Clearly, I won't be able to do the same things I've done, as heir. So, of course, you operate within the constitutional parameters.
People have expressed worries about whether this involvement will continue in the same way.
No, it won't. I'm not that stupid. I do realize that it is a separate exercise being sovereign.
Charles, as king, now assumes a number of key roles that will demand strong leadership. He's head of state, defender of the faith, or as he'd rather, defender of faith more generally. He's also head of the armed forces, who will pledge to serve king and country.
He's had military service. He served in the Royal Navy. He was the captain of a ship. And he knows, therefore, what you have to do if you're the boss and you're making decisions. So he can look commanders in the eye, and he remembers what it is to look after soldiers, sailors and airmen. Now, as king, he will receive defence briefings all the time. He's an excellent figurehead for the armed forces.
There was a time when the thought of the Prince of Wales as king went against the public mood. A failed marriage, followed by tragedy, and Charles's popularity plummeted. It would be 8 years before he married Camilla Parker Bowles, the true love of his life. They have become a close working team. And on taking on her new role as Princess Consort, Camilla will support her husband, just as the Duke of Edinburgh supported the late Queen.
Camilla turned Charles from this morose, serious, unhappy man into someone who lightened up, who laughed again, after years of not really laughing very much.
Well, it's yours now.
And as a result, he became a much better Prince of Wales.
His sense of humour and desire to connect has softened his image in recent years, as we've seen him more as a family man, a committed husband, father and grandfather, who, like the rest of the country, missed his loved ones during the COVID-19 pandemic.
It's terribly sad, let alone one's friends. But, fortunately, at least you can speak to them on telephones and occasionally do this sort of thing. But it isn't the same, is it? You really want to give people a hug every now and then. Yeah. 3 resounding cheers for Her Majesty the Queen. Hip, hip!
The line of succession was secure as signs of transition became clear. Overseas tours on the Queen's behalf, leading the nation in moments of reflection. With the support of his family, he embarks on his new role. After decades of watching, learning, supporting, and developing a deep sense of service, he now takes his place as king.
Well, the Queen died at Balmoral, her home in Scotland. She'd taken a summer holiday in the country since she was a child, and Balmoral became the place she could relax from official duties, walking and riding and driving on the estate. James Matthews reports on the Queen's relationship with her beloved Balmoral and Scotland.
I would play the bagpipes every morning, wherever Her Majesty the Queen may be, and that would be at 9 o'clock in the morning.
The Queen was fond of Scotland and its sound. Wherever she was, her day typically began with the bagpipes, a 15-minute selection by Her Majesty's Piper.
You would look up and you would always see Her Majesty the Queen looking out, just to make sure that you are playing well, because Her Majesty has a good ear for the bagpipes.
Scott Methven was the Queen's piper for 4 years. He puts her love of the instrument down to social occasions in Scotland as a youngster.
It would be all these Scottish balls that she would attend. And some of the tunes that I would play in the morning reminded her of probably her happiest times when Her Majesty was younger and was able to get dancing with her sister and you know, just happy times.
The royal family spend most of their time in public duty, and the British people respect their few private hours and leave them to enjoy their relaxation like any other family.
Of time spent in Scotland, time on holiday was invariably spent at Balmoral.
Their millions of friends cannot all be there, so we are invited to meet them through the medium of the camera.
She was a queen with Scottish roots, a descendant of Robert II, King of Scots. Her mother's ancestral home is in Scotland, Glamis Castle in the county of Angus, where Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, is remembered in photographs with the child who would be Queen. Louise Tate was the royal family's press secretary in Scotland for 15 years. She says the Queen had an affinity with her country and its people.
There is a deep understanding, connection and empathy. She gets how Scottish people tick in terms of what they get excited about, what perhaps doesn't excite them so much. And she just really gets that straightforwardness about Scotland. She understands that Scotland does punch above its weight in terms of just its outlook. One of the biggest exports is people, and people are always outward looking, and I think there's something she admires about the Scottish character.
Royal Deeside had its royal duties, not least the famous Braemar Gathering. It's the annual Highland Games event, the visual spectacle that brings the crowds and brought a smile to the royal box. Away from the public eye, this part of the world offered summer seclusion in places like this. Honka House is the log cabin through the woods. Here the Queen would go for a picnic or barbecue with family and friends.
She has spoken to me about how difficult she found it to leave here. Very often when the Queen was taking her leave, she'd be looking out on the start of autumn colours and so on, and she would talk about the seasons and how things are always going on, and there's these cycles, and she would say, and I suppose I'm going to miss the best of the autumn colours here. She said, I must stay longer next time.
100 miles south of Balmoral is the Queen's official residence in Scotland, the Palace of Holyrood House. In this corner of Edinburgh's Old Town, it sits across the road from the seat of political power, the Scottish Parliament. At the start of each new session, the Queen would make the journey next door and meet the neighbours. It's a short trip, but it was long on sentiment when she addressed the chamber for what would be the last time in 2021.
I have spoken before of my deep and abiding affection for this wonderful country, and of the many happy memories Prince Philip and I always held of our time here. It is often said that it is the people that make a place, and there are few places where this is truer than in Scotland.
Before Scotland's 2014 independence referendum, the Queen was heard to say she hoped that voters would think very carefully about the future. Whether or not that was a political intervention, the Queen didn't necessarily need big statements to have a big influence.
Queen Elizabeth II has been an important glue, a bond of the Union, because she herself has been very conscious of the need to be aware of the different nations which make up the British Union. That's especially the case for Scotland, because of her Scottish ancestry going right back to the medieval period, and her special concern, and I would say special love, for Scotland.
Back on Royal D-side, Paul Anderson played this tune for us. He played it for the Queen in Crathie Kirk. It's a lament for King George V, her grandfather. He's remembered here, and so are other monarchs past. During the coronavirus pandemic, the Queen was unable to attend Crathie Kirk, so she asked Paul to play at a private religious observance at Balmoral Castle.
I think it was basically how much she was missing that side of life, the coming up to Kirk on a Sunday. I'd say it was actually, there was more concern about how you were coping, actually was my feeling about it, which I think is probably gets lost as well, that folk didn't see that personal thing. She does care about the folk that she knows for the community, and I think she felt for the folk in the community and what they were going through at the time.
What Scotland meant to the Queen was, it was just truly part of her soul. You know, it was everything to her, absolute 100%.
I will miss the Queen dreadfully. People around here really respected the Queen, thought very, very highly of her.
Only now will people realise just how much she meant to their life, and when they reflect on the life that she has led and the life of service and dedication and trying all the time to do what's right for people.
Beautiful and haunting. James Matthews there on how Scotland was at the centre of the Queen's soul. Well, the world of sport has also been reacting to the news of Her Majesty's death. Let's cross over now to Sky Sports News and David for some tributes.
British sporting teams have paid tribute to Her Majesty the Queen, who has died aged 96. Manchester United and West Ham's European fixtures went ahead. Both held a minute's silence before kick-off, with players and staff wearing black armbands. Both Friday's games in the English Football League have been called off. A decision on the rest of the football, including this weekend's Premier League fixtures, will be taken after a meeting with the government on Friday morning. Friday's play between England and South Africa in the Test match at the Oval won't go ahead. Play was not possible on Thursday due to the rain. The ECB says updates on fixtures beyond Friday will be provided in due course. The European Tour suspended play at the BMW Championship at Wentworth. Players didn't complete their rounds on Thursday, and there will be no play on Friday. Further updates will follow.
David there with some of the sporting tributes. Well, let's turn back now to our press preview and look at how tomorrow's historic front pages are covering the Queen's passing. Well, joining us are the journalist and broadcaster Jenny Kleeman and the author and former royal photographer Ian Lloyd. Let's have a look at those front pages then. It is such a momentous story, and we have the Mirror first of all saying simply, "Thank you." The Daily Star praises the Queen's legacy, saying, "You did your duty, ma'am." The Metro has a sombre front page proclaiming the Queen is dead. The Telegraph quotes the Queen's very own words, and how apt they are. "Grief is the price we pay for love." The Times focuses on comments by now King Charles III, who's described his mother's passing as the greatest sadness for his family. The Guardian has chosen this elegant image of Her Majesty from the coronation. And "The Sun, we loved you, ma'am," it simply says. The Eyes special edition calls Her Majesty our constant in an age of change. And the Express includes a black and white photograph with the headline, "Our beloved Queen is dead." And the Mail, "Our hearts are broken," it declares. And even the Financial Times puts its usual coverage of economics to one side in deference to Her Majesty the Queen. As I say, we're joined once again by Jenny Kleeman and Ian Lloyd, and let's look at, well, the one story, of course it is, on the front of the papers, the Express. Let's take a look at the picture and how it expresses our beloved Queen is dead. Ian, a beautiful, a haunting photograph, they all are.
Taken for her 80th birthday by the photographer Jane Boehm, who was, I think, also 80 at the time. And yeah, I mean, it's a very affectionate one. The Queen looks quite content with her lot. It was always very difficult. I used to photograph her, and it was very difficult to get an ideal picture of the Queen because she didn't like to do stunts. She didn't pose in a way unless you were an official photographer, which in this case she was, and it captures her sort of warmth and humanity, I think.
It certainly does, and so do they all in different ways. In spite of some of them, she looks very regal as well. Jenny, let's look at the Mail. Our hearts are broken, and that really does speak for the nation, because expected, feared in a way as it was, we all knew about how difficult she was finding moving. Her mobility was a problem in her later years. She was, of course, 96, but nevertheless, our hearts are broken. Jenny, I'm afraid I think we have lost our sound to you, but Ian, let's stay with you. The photographer, whoever took that's back in the Coronation Times as well. I mean, what a direct photograph that is.
Absolutely, and the thing that always people always comment when they met the Queen was her eyes. She had very beautiful eyes, and she had a very direct gaze. She looked straight at you if you were doing, these lineups like the Royal Variety and so on. She didn't always speak to everybody, but she did stare directly at you, and you did feel that she'd noticed you and that you were involved. But looking at the papers, I think the nicest thing is the very warm comment, headlines, because I've got the newspapers from when Diana died, and most of them went with "Diana is dead." I mean, it's quite blunt, but these are very affectionate, and I think our hearts are broken, like you say. I think I think people are feeling that, you know.
And I suppose absorbing it and assessing it. Jenny, you're back with us, I'm glad to say. Let's have a look at The Guardian now. Most of the papers have been going for photographs. I mean, 70 years of them to choose from. Let's have a look at The Guardian. And this, again, from the coronation. And what a portrait, what a painting that is.
Absolutely, it does look like a painting, doesn't it? I mean, she's at her most regal there. And this is the thing, we are mourning two things. We are mourning a person who embodied Britishness. She embodied all the reasons that British people feel patriotic. And there are many different reasons. Some people feel proud to be British because of our history and because we do grand things like coronation so well. Some people are proud to be British because of the empire. And some people are proud to be British because they know that being British means having a reputation for dignity and honour and decency, which she did so much to instill. She never slipped up. She never failed us. She was a remarkable person. So both the office of being the Queen and the woman herself, Queen Elizabeth, she was the greatest asset I think the monarchy has ever had.
Let's have a look at the Financial Times. Normally more economically focused, but of course in this situation the Financial Times goes for another beautiful picture of Queen Elizabeth II, puts the dates of her life simply there underneath there in white, and has been looking at the political implications of all this. And of course we saw her political role when she appointed a new Prime Minister just 2 days ago, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. And this picture is taken by Patrick Litchfield in 1971, showing the Queen on the way to the state opening of Parliament. And one of the amazing things about the Queen is the vast amount of time she attended certain ceremonies, and the state opening was one of them that she attended something like 70 times. And you look at Queen Victoria, who only attended 6 in the last 40 years of her life, and you think the Queen's, contribution to public life and duty is just incredible when you think about it.
Well, Ian Lloyd, Jenny Kleeman, thank you both very, very much indeed. And as this day draws to a close, the 8th of September 2022, remembered forever in British history, the day that the second Elizabethan age came to an end.
It's midnight. This is Sky News. Her Majesty the Queen has died after 70 years on the throne. King Charles III is now the monarch. The Queen passed away at Balmoral earlier, just 2 days after she appointed the new Prime Minister.
Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her.
A sombre evening for the country and the world as the monarch's death is marked at the royal palaces. The royal family together to support the Queen in her final hours, flying to Scotland to be with her. A nation in shock and disbelief at the news of the death of the woman who has reigned over all our lives. Good morning. It's a moment like no other in 70 years, the passing of a monarch like no other. Her Majesty the Queen died yesterday afternoon at the age of 96. It was her beloved Balmoral and was Buckingham Palace said peaceful. Her son is now King Charles III. He has said his mother's death will be felt throughout the country, Commonwealth and world. We'll hear the tributes to Her Majesty and look back at her long and incredible life. With our first report tonight, Jason Farrell on the day the Queen died that marked the end of an era.
A place where we've celebrated with her for 70 years, jubilees, weddings, the end of war. People flocked to Buckingham Palace, the umbrellas fitting for this moment of mourning. At some point, nearly everyone will have stopped what they were doing and absorbed the news. A notice was placed at Buckingham Palace, flags lowered. Our longest-serving monarch is gone. Only on Tuesday did she look robust, appointing the 15th Prime Minister to serve during her reign. In a statement, His Majesty the King said, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held."
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure.
Today we mourn the passing of a remarkable sovereign. It is a deep private loss for the royal family, and our first thoughts are with them at this time. The nation shares in their grief.
Throughout the day, small unsettling indicators emerged, notes being passed around the Commons. Something was up.
I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment.
Doctors had expressed concern over the Queen's condition. Charles had cancelled an engagement. Then news that all senior members of the family were heading to Balmoral. And the grim look on faces as Prince William drove his uncles Andrew and Edward through the gates. Finally, a simple statement. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon.
Scotland loved, respected and admired her. And by all accounts, Her Majesty was rarely happier than when she was here in Scotland at her beloved Balmoral, a fact I have been privileged to observe personally. I hope it will be a source of comfort to her family that she spent her final days in a place that she loved so much.
The United Kingdom now enters a period of national mourning as we reflect on a Queen who kept her promise and dedicated her life to duty. Jason Farrell, Sky News, Balmoral.
Crowds began gathering at Buckingham Palace immediately after the announcement that the Queen had died. In keeping with tradition, a written notice announcing the death was posted for them to see. A message to everyone who has lived under the reign of Queen Elizabeth II. Katie Spencer reports from Buckingham Palace on a nation in shock.
In the driving rain, they kept coming. Gathered outside of the gates of Buckingham Palace, the weather no barrier to witnessing this moment in history.
Ever since we were born, she's been our queen. So this is very big news for us and very sad news.
A swirl of rumours had seen small numbers amass here earlier in the day, and just before 6:30, confirmation. The enormity of this moment for some a struggle to take in.
To see the flag behind you slowly lower, and it was just a sense of both realisation, but also I think this united love, and I think it was an odd kind of surreal feeling there. Yeah.
So it's a really emotional moment. Even if you're not born British,
she represented the best values of the country that actually made me stay here.
I think there's been so many generations that have come through and just known her as this presence, even without being a political voice, just being this kind of stability and sort of more than just a figurehead. I think nation's grandmother is appropriate.
Outside of Windsor Castle, similar scenes, people wanting to mark this moment.
She's been part of my life forever, and she's not here. She's gone, and you hope, but you appreciate that. Her age, it was expected at some point, but even when it happens, it's still a shock.
I'm absolutely shocked. I couldn't believe it, and I actually didn't think I would be upset, but I am, and I have no idea why. It's just I think she's just so in everyone's psyche now. So I'm not even a royalist, but I'm still really upset.
Her legacy is so prominent. I mean, when I think of Britain, when I was growing up, it's always been the Queen, the royal family, and just a beacon of stability.
As sunset, the sea of people building outside of Buckingham Palace. Umbrellas up, a little rain, not enough to put people off being here to mark this moment.
In amongst the crowds here, you get a very real sense of the shock and the loss many ordinary people who have been moved to come here are experiencing. And you find people here from all demographics and all generations.
Barriers brought in anticipation of the crowds to come. Many more are expected here in the days ahead as the sun sets on the reign of Elizabeth II. Braving the very British weather long into the evening. Fitting for such a sombre night. Katie Spencer, Sky News.
Well, tonight people are continuing to gather at Buckingham Palace. This is the scene of the palace at the moment, and for this late hour, still very busy. People still coming along to the palace to pay their respects, to be there, simply be there at this momentous time in our history. Earlier there were reports that there was a rainbow that appeared as the royal mast was lowered, the Union flag flown at half-mast. A rainbow appeared shortly after that, and crowds have been singing the national anthem intermittently. But many people still outside Buckingham Palace on the day the Queen has died at the age of 96. Well, for most of her life, the Queen travelled the world and kept a busy diary of engagements. It was only in her 90s that she slowed down. Her visits had to be changed as she struggled more with walking. And she missed more events like last weekend's Braemar Games near Balmoral. Ashley's Joshua reports on the Queen's deteriorating health.
It was here at Westminster Abbey in October last year that the Queen's growing struggle with mobility first became obvious. Her daughter Anne handing her mother a walking stick, which she would now need for support. She was 95 years old, and the years were finally catching up. And this deteriorating health would mean missing key engagements. In November, she was forced to pull out of attending the annual Remembrance Sunday service at the Cenotaph. And this blow came soon after the Queen was forced to spend a night at the King Edward VII Hospital. It was her first overnight stay in hospital for 8 years. By now, the monarch had been warned she needed to slow down her busy diary commitments.
It's been very clear all the way through her reign that she wants to do her best, and she's taken an oath that she has put first. So she's done incredibly well, and worked an awful lot longer than most of the people in this world.
In her 96 years, she has rarely been ill. She had surgery on her knees in 2003 and was back in hospital in 2013 after a bout of gastroenteritis. Even COVID did not seem to have a major impact on her health. The Queen caught the virus in February 2022. She told medics and bereaved families about the effect it had had on her.
It does leave one very tired and exhausted, doesn't it?
There is one major trauma that would have impacted the Queen's health like no other: the loss of her husband, Prince Philip, in April last year. This heartbreaking image of a woman separated from her life partner. It can only hint at the all-consuming grief.
The Queen's gone through a really major life event, losing a life partner, and it's not uncommon that we hear stories that people who have undergone such a loss really find the following years really very difficult. And obviously grief has many effects, doesn't it, on our psychology, but also maybe on other physiological aspects like immune system.
By June this year, the Queen was forced to limit her attendances at her own Jubilee celebrations. A month afterwards, she undertook what would be one of her last public engagements, the opening of a hospice in Windsor. The decline in the Queen's health was slow and not easily noticeable. Just a few days ago, she received the new Prime Minister. 48 hours later, her family announced her death.
What happens with somebody who is in their 90s or is frail is that even a small thing can make a big difference. Something that perhaps wouldn't have affected a younger person with much more reserve capacity can really make a big difference and cause someone to then become really very unwell.
A long, happy reign, a lifetime devoted to her family and her subjects. The Queen's 96 years were hardly troubled by ill health, and that will bring some small comfort to her grieving family. Ashish Joshi, Sky News.
The United Kingdom begins the day with a new monarch. The Prime Minister was the first person to use his official title, King Charles III. He remains in Balmoral and will return to London later today. Paul Kelso reports on the challenges facing the new king.
It's a job he's spent his whole life preparing for. One he could only inherit through the death of his mother.
To Princess Elizabeth, heiress presumptive to the throne, a son had been born.
It has been a long apprenticeship, and unlike the Queen, he takes on the duty at a time in his life when most people would retire.
I believe no one has ever been better prepared for the role of head of state than the new king. He's been heir to the throne for so long, but it's not just that. He's been very assiduous, hard-working heir to the throne.
I, Charles, Prince of Wales, will become your liege man of life and limb.
He does it for no other reason that he was born to do it. I mean, no one says, work 16 hours a day, sir. I mean, he does it because he wants to.
But you know what, I think you're very sexy. Oh, no!
For the Prince of Wales, living in a less deferential age has had its challenges. But as heir, he has brought attention to some of the most pressing global issues.
The combination of pollution and overconsumption of finite natural resources. The urgency, I think, is even greater to try and do something about those challenges. So I would ask how these people are going to face their grandchildren.
Speaking out about the environment for more than 50 years, gaining a reputation as one of the world's most respected and pioneering campaigners.
But sometimes you think that, do we really have to face catastrophes and chaos before we understand that real action needs to be taken? And the difficulty with all that is that by the time you try to take the action, it's already too late.
While some people might have found his interventions inconvenient to the running of their particular versions of business or thinking, actually, in the end, I think the world will look back at his career as an environmentalist and say that it was an incredibly important contribution at a critical time.
Through his Prince's Trust, he connected with millions of young people. His approach liberal and inclusive, especially when it came to race and religion.
He has given very important speeches about the contribution of Islam to world civilization, both in Britain and in the Middle East, in Al-Azhar University and in Saudi Arabia. And of course, within the Jewish community, it's been my privilege to see him both engage with the elderly in our old age homes, who instantly became his groupies.
Well briefed, outspoken, yet unelected. Did Charles, as heir, blur the lines between public service and political interference? His outspoken views on issues such as architecture and alternative medicine were at times controversial. His so-called Black Spider memos, written directly to government ministers, show a level of intervention not expected from a royal.
I think he enjoyed the controversy. I think on some occasions I compliment him on the controversy. I think he was right about architecture to an extent. I think he was right about the environment. Clearly he was ahead of his time. But the point is the way he did it. And what he would do is he would criticize people but couldn't stand being criticized himself. He would create controversy but didn't want to listen to people answering back.
How am I feeling?
Yes,
older.
Around his 70th birthday, he set straight how he sees his future role.
Clearly, I won't be able to do the same things I've done, as heir. So, of course, you operate within the constitutional parameters.
People have expressed worries about whether this involvement will continue in the same way.
No, it won't. I'm not that stupid. I do realize that it is a separate exercise being sovereign.
Charles, as king, now assumes a number of key roles that will demand strong leadership. He's head of state, defender of the faith, or as he'd rather, defender of faith more generally. He's also head of the armed forces, who will pledge to serve king and country.
He's had military service. He served in the Royal Navy. He was the captain of a ship. And he knows, therefore, what you have to do if you're the boss and you're making decisions. So he can look commanders in the eye, and he remembers what it is to look after soldiers, sailors and airmen. Now, as king, he will receive defence briefings all the time. He's an excellent figurehead for the armed forces.
There was a time when the thought of the Prince of Wales as king went against the public mood. A failed marriage, followed by tragedy, and Charles's popularity plummeted. It would be 8 years before he married Camilla Parker Bowles, the true love of his life. They have become a close working team. And on taking on her new role as Princess Consort, Camilla will support her husband, just as the Duke of Edinburgh supported the late Queen.
Camilla turned Charles from this morose, serious, unhappy man into someone who lightened up, who laughed again, after years of not really laughing very much.
Well, it's yours now.
And as a result, he became a much better Prince of Wales.
His sense of humour and desire to connect has softened his image in recent years, as we've seen him more as a family man, a committed husband, father and grandfather, who, like the rest of the country, missed his loved ones during the COVID-19 pandemic.
It's terribly sad, let alone one's friends. But, fortunately, at least you can speak to them on telephones and occasionally do this sort of thing. But it isn't the same, is it? You really want to give people a hug every now and then. Yeah.
3 resounding cheers for Her Majesty the Queen. Hip, hip!
The line of succession was secure as signs of transition became clear. Overseas tours on the Queen's behalf, leading the nation in moments of reflection. With the support of his family, he embarks on his new role. After decades of watching, learning, supporting, and developing a deep sense of service, he now takes his place as king.
The Queen died at Balmoral, her home in Scotland. She took summer holidays in the country since she was a child, and Balmoral became the place she could relax from official duties, walking and riding on the estate. James Matthews reports on the Queen's relationship with her beloved Balmoral and Scotland.
I would play the bagpipes every morning, wherever Her Majesty the Queen may be, and that would be at 9 o'clock in the morning.
The Queen was fond of Scotland and its sound. Wherever she was, her day typically began with the bagpipes, a 15-minute selection by Her Majesty's Piper on the stroke of 9 a.m.
You would look up and you would always see Her Majesty the Queen looking out just to make sure that you are playing well, because Her Majesty has a good ear for the bagpipes.
Scott Methven was the Queen's piper for 4 years. He puts her love of the instrument down to social occasions in Scotland as a youngster.
It would be all these Scottish balls that she would attend. And some of the tunes that I would play in the morning reminded her of probably her happiest times when Her Majesty was younger and was able to get dancing with her sister and you know, just happy times.
The royal family spend most of their time in public duty, and the British people respect their few private hours and leave them to enjoy their relaxation like any other family.
Of time spent in Scotland, time on holiday was invariably spent at Balmoral.
Their millions of friends cannot all be there, so we are invited to meet them through the medium of the camera.
She was a queen with Scottish roots, a descendant of Robert II, King of Scots. Her mother's ancestral home is in Scotland, Glamis Castle in the county of Angus, where Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, is remembered in photographs with the child who would be Queen. Louise Tate was the royal family's press secretary in Scotland for 15 years. She says the Queen had an affinity with her country and its people.
There is a deep understanding, connection and empathy. She gets how Scottish people tick in terms of what they get excited about, what perhaps doesn't excite them so much. And she just really gets that straightforwardness about Scotland. She understands that Scotland does punch above its weight in terms of just its outlook. One of the biggest exports is people, and people are always outward looking, and I think there's something she admires about the Scottish character.
Royal Deeside had its royal duties, not least the famous Braemar Gathering. It's the annual Highland Games event, the visual spectacle that brings the crowds and brought a smile to the royal box. Away from the public eye, this part of the world offered summer seclusion in places like this. Honka House is the log cabin through the woods. Here the Queen would go for a picnic or barbecue with family and friends.
She has spoken to me about how difficult she found it to leave here. Very often when the Queen was taking her leave, she'd be looking out on the start of autumn colours and so on, and she would talk about the seasons and how things are always going on, and there's these cycles, and she would say, and I suppose I'm going to miss the best of the autumn colours here. She said, I must stay longer next time.
100 miles south of Balmoral is the Queen's official residence in Scotland, the Palace of Holyrood House. In this corner of Edinburgh's Old Town, it sits across the road from the seat of political power, the Scottish Parliament. At the start of each new session, the Queen would make the journey next door and meet the neighbours. It's a short trip, but it was long on sentiment when she addressed the chamber for what would be the last time in 2021.
I have spoken before of my deep and abiding affection for this wonderful country, and of the many happy memories Prince Philip and I always held of our time here. It is often said that it is the people that make a place, and there are few places where this is truer than in Scotland.
Before Scotland's 2014 independence referendum, the Queen was heard to say she hoped that voters would think very carefully about the future. Whether or not that was a political intervention, the Queen didn't necessarily need big statements to have a big influence.
Queen Elizabeth II has been an important glue, a bond of the Union, because she herself has been very conscious of the need to be aware of the different nations which make up the British Union. That's especially the case for Scotland because of her Scottish ancestry going right back to the medieval period and her special concern, and I would say special love for Scotland.
Back on Royal D-side, Paul Anderson played this tune for us. He played it for the Queen in Crathy Kirk. It's a lament for King George V, her grandfather. He's remembered here, and so are other monarchs past. During the coronavirus pandemic, the Queen was unable to attend Crathy Kirk, so she asked Paul to play at a private religious observance at Balmoral Castle.
I think it was basically how much she was missing that side of life, the coming up to Kirk on a Sunday. I'd say it was actually, there was more concern about how you were coping, actually was my feeling about it, which I think is probably gets lost as well, that folk didn't see that personal thing. She does care about the folk that she knows for the community, and I think she felt for the folk in the community and what they were going through at the time.
What Scotland meant to the Queen was, it was just truly part of her soul. You know, it was everything to her, absolute 100%.
I will miss the Queen dreadfully. People around here really respected the Queen, thought very, very highly of her.
Only now will people realise just how much she meant to their life, and when they reflect on the life that she has led and the life of service and dedication and trying all the time to do what's right for people.
Around the world, tributes have been paid to the Queen. In the last hour, President Biden has been to the British Embassy in Washington, where he was one of the first people to sign a book of condolence. In a statement, former US President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama said, like so many, Michelle and I are grateful to have witnessed Her Majesty's dedicated leadership, and we are awed by her legacy of tireless, dignified public service. Our thoughts are with her family and the people of the United Kingdom at this difficult time. At an emotional press conference, the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, paid this tribute.
In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
The world has changed immeasurably since Queen Elizabeth II ascended to the throne, and even more since her birth 96 years ago. Ahead of her passing, some of those who knew her best, including her family, have spoken about what made her so unique. Our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, looks back at the second Elizabethan era.
All those years of wisdom and compassion, we've been so lucky.
Her work ethic, her strong faith, her leadership, there wasn't anything Her Majesty couldn't do.
There was a courtesy and a humanity and a kindness that I'll remember forever.
It was a life of public service and duty. Committed to her country.
My lords and members of the House of Commons, I pray that the blessing of Almighty God may rest upon your councils.
And her Commonwealth.
I feel enormously proud of what the Commonwealth has achieved, and all of it within my lifetime.
Devoted wife and mother. A constant figure of national pride as the world around her witnessed extraordinary change. Born in 1926, Princess Elizabeth wasn't expected to be Queen. Home videos show it was a happy childhood.
In those days, it was such wonderfully unorganised fun because, I mean, we played a game called Catching Happy Days, which involved roaring around the garden at great speed, catching the leaves as they fell off the trees. That kept us happy all day.
Her destiny changed with the death of her grandfather and the abdication of her uncle. Her father was now king, and Elizabeth his heir. Her role for life was set, and her approach to it shaped by the Second World War. Clear even in her first broadcast, when she was evacuated to Windsor.
My sister, Margaret Rose, and I feel so much for you, as we know from experience what it means to be away from those we love most of all.
The keep calm, carry on philosophy was absolutely embedded in her, I think.
The princess became a member of the ATS.
She joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service as others went off to fight.
Lieutenant Mountbatten seems glad to be back at work again.
Wartime also sparked the most important relationship of her life. She kept in touch with Prince Philip by writing letters. And in 1947, they got engaged. A glamorous young couple, their wedding was celebrated across the country. Soon, Prince Charles was born, followed by Princess Anne.
They're taking the places of the King and Queen who would have gone but for His Majesty's illness.
But duty called, her father was ill and they had to take his place on a tour of the Commonwealth.
To the stunned heart of London and to the whole Commonwealth came the tragic news from Sandringham of the passing of a beloved sovereign, King George VI.
In a remote lodge in Kenya, Prince Philip told her the news. She was now Queen.
All accounts say that she gulped, gathered herself, a grieving daughter, but also now the Queen, in a way that she could never have imagined, and of course in her early 20s at the time.
The following year came her coronation, broadcast for the first time on television.
She was very conscious of the fact that she needed to be out there, to be visible, going right back to televising the coronation.
Only 26, Queen Elizabeth still had to prove herself to courtiers, politicians, and the country. Years later, she described how it felt.
In a way, I didn't have an apprenticeship. My father died much too young. It was all a very sudden kind of taking on and making the best job you can.
From the very start, she felt she had to get out and connect with the public.
The Queen and Duke now took their places.
Through thousands of engagements and inventing the walkabout.
Whether you were the lollipop lady or you know, you were a president or a prime minister of a nation, people become nervous. And it was wonderful to see how Her Majesty would put them at ease.
Always calm, even when blanks were fired at Trooping the Colour. The Queen was constantly on duty, with constitutional responsibilities and weekly audiences with her prime ministers.
For someone who'd been a little boy in the streets of Durham waving a flag when she drove through in the 1960s, and suddenly there you were prime minister, virtually alone of all the people that you knew anything that you said to her stayed within the room.
Always displaying her support for the military.
The principle of listening to what she thought Churchill might have done in similar conditions or circumstances to what I found myself in. It was those sort of conversations that I learned a huge amount from and will treasure forever.
It's really nice comments, including one from President Biden.
Oh, that's very kind.
As every day, there were red boxes full of state papers to deal with.
Do we think that this is a good idea? Do we know what it's about?
She was a wonderful boss. We used to put up a red box every evening, and we knew that she would have been through them and it would be back on our desk the next morning at 8 o'clock. It was extraordinary how she did this day after day throughout her reign.
It wasn't just matters at home. As head of the Commonwealth and queen of other realms, she travelled more than any other head of state.
I remember going to Uganda for the Commonwealth Heads of Government Conference, and from the airport to the hotel, I don't think I've ever seen crowds like it.
Always conducting her own powerful form of soft diplomacy.
I did get a sense how concerned she was sometimes about some of the conflicts, some of the challenges. She can have a personal conversation which, you know, helps to move on some really quite difficult and tricky political moments.
I think we haven't kept you waiting. Very nice to see you. Yeah.
They melt around her. And I've seen the strongest men just literally sort of become putty in their fingers. They are all in awe of her.
Uwch ti roi'n agus a coeda.
The first British monarch to visit the Republic of Ireland in 100 years. She was a figurehead of unity and stability.
She never wavered from duty or service. And in uncertain times, people need anchors. We've lost one of our most important anchors.
I'm very glad to have been able to join you today.
There at times of national tragedy, including the coronavirus pandemic. Adapting the way she worked to reach out, set an example, and rally the nation with messages of resilience.
We should take comfort that while we may have more still to endure, better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Her Majesty is the warrior queen. She has done it. She's been there. When Her Majesty addressed the nation, it's the empathy. We're all in this together, but it's going to be okay.
My grandfather broadcast the first of these Christmas messages.
Her Christmas broadcast every year was her chance to send a personal message.
It's no surprise that families so often treasure their Christmas routines.
Because behind the formality was an utterly devoted wife and mother.
Prince Andrew, 5 last February, probably feels quite senior now that he has a baby brother.
The family is very close together, and we do enjoy spending time
And she's always made time all the way through her life. And yes, there have been those particular moments of the year when that very much comes first.
When we were very young, obviously, it was harder for her to have so much time. And we were obviously living elsewhere as well, so we were never really all together in the same place. But whenever we had the family moments and we met up, she'd be very keen on watching what the children were up to. And I think there were moments when she loved the noise and running around the house. It kind of brought the house to life, and it kind of made the real family atmosphere.
I think that'll be strong enough. We'll see if this is strong enough to... Get off. Get off. I wanted it.
While she was head of state, Philip was head of the family and a huge support.
Come around this side. Nasty feeling, isn't there? Another bronze left.
They were a couple with a different relationship than many people have. But he learnt to live with that. It's difficult to be a monarch with the degree of responsibility that you have without a very good partnership to back you up.
When there were tough moments, if he was around, it was hugely important. You could see them working a crowd or working a walkabout.
You watch it, they'll stop you.
It wasn't planned, it was instinct. They both had the same metabolic clock, I think.
In 2021, she said goodbye to her beloved husband and dedicated consort.
We have been inspired by his unwavering loyalty to our Queen.
What you see is courage, but also a complete lack of self-pity. She feels grief, but as she said on one occasion, it's not about me.
In a less